on the LCS.
Hello and welcome to the North American League Championship Series.
Benny's doing a great job on a 3-damage AoE. Call the meat, Tiamat damage coming out. They are crushing down CLG. And it may happen. Oh, the turret gets a hit. There's the body slam. Oh my God! The quadra kill for Yellow Bee. 7-0 and 7, and they're all giving him a pat on the back.
Oh, you stole the pin, Tom!
EG taking down Curse in 44 minutes. Sneaky, very low. No flash, no ignite. No, he just uses it all. Tall Turtles, Peacemaker. First blood on the long range. Meteo's coming in from the backside. Can he get there? Goes down to the blink of an eye. Ezreal.
Nice,
An amazing game, Team Solo Man. Going to take sole possession of first place. 7-1 now in the spring split. Welcome to week 4 of the North American League Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to you live in front of this pumped up audience from our studios in the Golden State of California. Hello everyone, I'm Rivington Bislam III, and with me is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. How you doing today, Kobe?
Doing great, Riv. Ready to get into today's action.
And we've got 4 more epic matchups for our viewing pleasure today.
All right, we're going to kick it off with a fired-up Meteos and Cloud9 versus Zuna and XDG.
But first, we have to take a look at the latest from around the LCS. Our top story is the undisputed leader of the NALCS, Team Solo Mid. They defeated Cloud9, claiming first place all for themselves.
And I really did get a sense from my interview with Reginald before the game, the personal investment that he had in that victory, their first win after 8 straight losses to Cloud9. And for all the TSM fans out there, things are really looking good because the MVP for the first 3 weeks of the LCS came from TSM, which just shows what a core of talent they are bringing to the games.
Yep, and big news for Curse this week with the announcement that St. Vicious is returning to the lineup, replacing Zken at support.
So St. Vicious saw Chowster and Hotshot coming back and was like, man, I want to play too. And they're having all the fun now. Saint has jumped back in the role, and in true CLG mentality fashion, you know, he's actually switching roles too.
Yeah,
and he's going to go
absolutely.
to the support role. He's been practicing it in solo queue. We'll have to see if that actually translates to LCS play.
All right, we turn to a team of constant change. CLG shuffling their lineup last week, adding Chowster to take over the mid lane for Hotshot GG.
And they had a fair bit of success winning 2 of those 3 games. But if they hope to bring the shuffling to an end here, you know, they're going to have to bring over Dexter for real. They think they have him here, and they're finally going to lock in an actual jungle main for the jungle role for CLG here. Dexter's going to be playing jungle. Link's going back to mid lane.
It will be the day. Finally, the return of Dignitas. They're back in action with a busy 3-game schedule this weekend.
They're currently sitting in 3rd place after 5 straight wins, and they have to be hoping that their bye week did not cool off their hot streak and they can keep it going.
Right, now let's check out with the hashtag taking Twitter by storm, hashtag LCS Big Plays. And here is the top play coming out of EU's Week 4 action.
All right, first up we have at Billy Burns X. He tweets, move aside Edward. Mixa is in the new Indiana Jones. It's a hook from Mixa on Alex Each by the Wolfcant. Super Hot Crew versus Gambit.
Genja taking low. Moop's going to try and put the damage on towards him. Mr. Rallis follows through. Gets himself the kill on Genja. Alex Itch coming around the side, but look at Moops. He's found Edward and Diamond. They're in no man's land. They're going to turn back on Alex Itch. He's taken low. The death sentence hook. Beautifully done from Mixer.
Even the pros were tweeting about that when it happened. So remember, everyone, send your highlights from today's matches to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
We will be serving up your favorite moments tomorrow.
Yep. Let's see how that play affected the EU standings after Week 4.
So, going 0-2 this week, Fnatic falls into a 3-way tie for first with Gambit and Ro4. Ro4 support Vander also took home the EU MVP.
And then it's a 4-way tie for 4th place. The Alliance, Copenhagen Wolves, SK Gaming, and Super Hot Crew, each of them sitting at 4 and 6. Now, here is a look at how the NA teams stack up coming into Week 4. Starting with Team Solo Mid, sitting in first with 7 wins, 1 loss. And it's Cloud9 hot on their heels in second.
In third, it's Team Dignitas, who will be looking to continue their winning streak. CLG holds 4th place with 4 wins and 5 losses. And then it's a tie for 5th with Curse and Evil Geniuses.
And we have another tie for 7th with Coast and XDG, each with 2 wins and 6 losses. And looking at today's schedule, it is going to be starting with Cloud9 versus XDG. Back from their bye week, then it is Team Dignitas looking for their 6th straight victory when they face off against Coast.
Then Pobelter and Evil Geniuses will challenge the powerhouse Bjergsen and TSM. And we conclude today's LCS action with Curse versus Dignitas.
And that will be it for LCS, but stay tuned for the North American Challenger Series semifinal action with NK Inc. and Skyline taking on Ackerman and LMQ in a best-of-3 showdown. Remember, you can get the entire season schedule and more at lolesports.com. There you can find the most up-to-date news and analysis, interviews with your favorite players, stats, box scores, and every NALCS game we've broadcast this season.
And be sure to reserve your spot in our studio audience to get all the full North American LCS experience. We also have a couple of big events coming up that you're going to want to know about.
That's right. Tickets are still available for the NA Challenger Series finals on February 16th. And immediately following our LCS games on February 22nd and the 23rd, we will be hosting the North American Collegiate Championship.
More information is available on lolesports.com. To get all the details, just click on the tickets link.
Yep. And let us know who you think will take today's games as well. Click on matches at the top right, go to week 4, and lock in your vote. And to help you make predictions, let's take a look at the 5 players we're going to be keeping an eye on this weekend. Top of the list, it is TSM's Xpecial. Strong engages, critical to securing their first ever win against Cloud9 and ending the week in sole possession of first place with them plays.
Then we've got I'm a Cutie Pie, who's been a force for Dignitas. He's 3rd in the league in kills and 2nd in kills per game.
Next, we got to be looking at Voyboy to see how he does in the mid lane for Curse. Sick last weekend, ended up giving first blood in the game versus Evil Geniuses. We'll have to see if he's back to full HP this week.
And of course, I'm going to be keeping my eye on Saint Vicious with his return to a competitive play here. He is going to be in the support role this time, and he has played a lot in solo queue. We'll have to see how that translates to competitive play.
And we finally will have to be watching how Link does in the mid lane. He's been in the jungle for a month. We're eager to see if he can compete against some of the mid lane heavies when CLG returns to action tomorrow. So we've told you who we are going to be watching. Now let's throw it across the studio to Freak and Jat, who are joined by someone who everybody has been watching.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm David Freak Turley alongside Joshua Jat Leesman. And you talked about some mid lane heavies. Well, who else than 2-time MVP Bjergsen here? How you feeling about facing Link?
I always really enjoyed facing Link. He's really aggressive. Like the first time I ever played against him, he completely destroyed me in lane because he was overly aggressive and I didn't expect it. And I respect that. And it's just a lot of fun to play against.
How are you feeling about sort of North American mid laners in general now that you've transitioned over here?
I think in general people play a lot more ballsy in the early game. When I got here, it was mostly just like AFK farm until you get your blue buff, and then you start like doing heavy trades and trying to like get kills on each other. But in NA, it's like level 1, 2, people just go ham and they try to like ignite you level 1. Especially like high-end Link or players that do that. It really took me off surprise. And when we went to EU with Boda, I did it against some EU teams in scrims, and they didn't expect it either. So
yeah, and you've been gelling really well with your team. You guys have now beaten every North American team in succession, most recently Cloud9. And I actually feel like there was one really big moment in that game. If we have a replay we can pull up on the screen, where you guys just obliterated Meteos. Talk to me about what happened to your team in this team fight and what you're looking for.
Yeah, all of a sudden elimination goes in on Baron. We didn't really expect that, and everyone just calls to kill Lemon. I don't know if we see Meteos, but we quickly focus on him, and I blow pretty much everything, including Deathfire Grasp. Xpecial gets the stun off, and Autumn gets the ult off, which is like the core to winning this team fight is him dying so fast.
Now, was there a pre-plan to try and focus down Meteos when he came into the fight? Because he didn't even get Zhonya's off.
Xpecial saved his stun for the Fiddlesticks because he had Zhonya's at this part, and we really wanted to be able to get our stuns off on him. So Xpecial saved his stun, which was pretty much like the reason we won this game, really, was that he kept stunning Meteos before he could use his Zhonya's.
So, of course, you have a lot of incredible talent here on your team. You're a 2-time MVP yourself. Odd1 just took MVP from you last week. How do you feel about playing with him and him stealing your title?
I don't really mind him stealing my title. I think he deserves it. I really enjoy playing with him. It's a lot of fun. He's a really solid player, and we get along really well outside the game, so it helps in the game too.
No rivalries? Like, is he kind of knocking at you for stealing MVP away? Do you care if you guys drop into the 5 OP or the MVP columns?
No, I really don't mind him getting MVP. I hope everyone on my team gets MVP at some point, hopefully this week.
Okay.
Yeah. I also have another question about your time in North America versus your time in the European LCS. Do you sense a difference in the playstyles between NA and EU?
Obviously, there are playstyle differences, but it's hard to tell when you kind of just jump into NA and then you kind of like...
Okay.
I wouldn't say you forget, but it's hard to really tell the difference once you like jump in there. But there are definitely some things that I could also bring over, like Gambit's early game invades was something we got punished really hard for on NIP, and I wanted to make sure that we didn't make those kind of mistakes here. And I was like, oh, we can't start on this buff, because if we were against Gambit, they would take advantage of it. So stuff like that, definitely, like, people aren't really ready for.
Interesting. Well, that's a cool learning experience. So actually, Bjergsen, we want to ask you our Twitter question of the day. So we're going to ask everyone else, which LCS Pro, NALCS Pro, would you duo queue with and why? And for you, you can't pick a TSM member, so who outside of your team would you duo with?
I'd probably have to choose a jungler, since I'm a mid laner. So I would probably have to go with Meteos. I think he's just a really good jungler, and he actually lets me get blue buff when we play. So I like playing with him, and he's a strong player, so I'd probably choose him.
All right, well, mid laners pairing up with junglers also. If anyone else has the answers, which I'm sure you do, hit us up at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS, then stay tuned to see if your answer gets read on the air. Thank you very much for the interview, man.
Yeah, and of course, you guys can choose TSM members you want. We're just kicking him out. All right, guys, got to take a quick break, but when you return, Cloud9 looks to rebound when they take on XDG. North American LCS continues right after this break.
welcome back to week 4 of the NALCS. We're kicking it off with our first game of the day. Second place Cloud9 versus 7th place XDG. Kobe, XDG is coming into this game off a much needed and emotional win over CLG last week.
Yeah, we saw some really good things in that game from them. Decisive shot calling from XCG in the late game, which is something that their fans have been asking for a long time, so I'm sure they're happy. You know, they took advantage of CLG's splitting up to gain their lead, and then they capitalized on picks in the jungle to finish very strong.
Yeah, you flip that, and Cloud9 is coming into this game off their second loss of the split to a team they'd never lost to before.
Yeah, TSM's over Cloud9 gave us our first look at a vulnerable Cloud9 and a vulnerable Meteor specifically, who took a pretty big hit to his KDA there on that Fiddlesticks. You know, they can actually only lose one more game now if they want to match their record from the 2013 summer split.
That's pretty crazy to think about.
Yeah.
When we discuss these games, we talk about the players, but today we look at the man behind the curtain, the coaches.
All the best teams in the world have multiple coaches that do different things.
I definitely think it's an important role, but it's hard to find somebody that classifies that position in North America. You're basically telling people to play the game for a living. It's like, oh, no, you should do it like this.
Obviously, players are going to think what they want to play is the best, but having someone there to not even argue with them, but just to bring up questions, make them discuss stuff more than they usually would.
I can trust Double Lift to have insane vein mechanics. I'm cool with that. As a coach, you're bringing that big picture strategy, you're bringing the experience of watching film for hours and hours and hours. So it's more about changing the way the players communicate to each other, instilling good habits, and having them understand strategy at a very high level. And then you kind of just release them into the game and hope they do well. Which is very nerve-wracking too, because you lose all control.
It varies, you know, depending on what style of coaching you do. Some coaches that are more, you need to play what I'm setting out, as well as my schedule, full-on like football style coach.
Some of the coaches don't really coach like as hardcore as I do. I feel that we've done better because we've become more structured, and a coach is part of that system.
I focus a lot of my time on team building and making sure that they get along, they can communicate well, and just the overall strategy.
I'm like a second opinion. I'm going to look over what they do, how they're doing it, and then I'm like, okay, is that good, the bad?
I'm looking at film, so I have a much better grasp of what champions are coming up, what strategies are being used, just big picture tactics. That's what I bring to the team.
Definitely more of this, I'm not a yelling person.
It really depends on the mood that I'm in that day, but I do yell sometimes, yes.
All you did was just let them win that game. Yeah, like slowly.
Yeah, because we never went in.
You didn't do anything.
I can't really impact them on the live match. It's all up to the player at that point. It is what it is. If they lose, they lose. If they win, they win. It's really, the very important thing is really taking the experience out of it.
Once I leave the stage, I have zero control on what's going to happen. I'm nervous the entire game. I can't sit down during games. I stand on the side just waiting for the first big play to happen.
Oh! The most recent game between CLG and Curse, they really only had one way to win, which was a flank attack in the mid game. I was really happy that they identified the proper strategy to use, executed it well. It's nice to have, you know, to see the work bearing fruit.
Great fucking job, guys. Really good planning. Really nice counter.
This is all I'm doing right now. I've invested 100% into it. I have no clue what I'm going to do after this.
I get paid to do this, but I love to do this. I love the guys that I work with. They're all incredibly hardworking, and I just want them to do super well.
I want them to do good, and I want them to succeed, and I want everybody from Curtis to do good.
Not only am I their coach, but I also like talk to them on a personal level too, and I'm sort of a friend to them, so it's really good that we have that type of relationship.
I am doing this because I love coaching. There's nothing that emotionally affects me in esports more than whether CLG wins or loses.
I would be surprised if by the end of this year, all LCS teams don't have a coach.
It's interesting to hear that all of them kind of rest on that same idea that it's a little harder once you send them out of the field because you have no control, but Saint feels like he needs to step in there.
Yeah, and let's be clear, Saint, the official word is that Saint is in for this week, so we don't know if it's going to be a permanent thing or if it's just a subbing. everybody just take it 1 week at a time, and we'll see how it turns out.
All right, so right now we're going to send it down to Jat, who's standing by with someone who can give us an insider's look at this match.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm actually here with Julian, the manager of XTG. Now, we just saw the feature on coaches. What do you do as a manager on a day-to-day for Vulcan or XTG?
Oh, God. I kind of take care of the everyday responsibilities, whether it be taking care of scrims or taking care of the guys. Anything that has to do with Riot or anything that really has to do with the team sort of falls under my tree.
Awesome. And now knowing that you guys kind of had a tough start to the season, but have a big chance to really bounce back today against Cloud9, how important is this game for you guys?
I think every game from here on out is really important for us. Last split we went 20-8, so if we can make that giant stride going to the next one, we basically take down from last season. Against Cloud9, you know, Cloud9 is definitely one of the top teams in North American LCS, and to take them down would mean a huge morale boost for us.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of criticism against you guys. How do you help people deal with all the criticisms that are thrown at Zuna or ManCloud for their lacking performance this year?
I think we don't really focus on that. I think we like to focus on the positives as opposed to the negatives. Not what they did wrong, but what they're doing really well. And while we know that we've made our mistakes, we're quickly trying to remedy that. And I think going forward with the season, we can really push the advantage on all the other teams.
Final question really quick. Did you have any final words for the team before they came onto stage?
When we come on the stage, I try and say good luck and try and give as much positive morale as I possibly can. I think they do that pretty much with themselves. You know, Zuna likes to scream, so that's how it is.
All right, thank you very much, Julian. Good luck for XTG. Let's send it back to Riv and Kobe to take us into the game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and let's check out the starting lineups and get right into it. On the blue side, we are going to have Cloud9. It's Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky at AD carry, and backing him up is Lemonation on support.
And on the red side, it's XDG. Up top is Benny. In the jungle is Zuna. ManCloud is mid. Smithy is the AD carry, and Bloodwater will be supporting him.
And I think the momentum, something that Julian and Jat were just talking about, is really necessary for XDG here. We've seen it help Dig when they got their first few wins. They're on a streak right now, and it needs to happen here.
Yeah,
they've already got the one.
I think they do because, Zuna especially in the jungle, he had a really good first game, but since then hasn't had a lot of really big performances to go off of and give him that confidence. And between these two teams, the junglers are picked very early in the pick ban phase, often because Meteos is such a big part of Cloud9, and Zuna's new on XDG. Have to see what kind of picks that they fight over very early in this matchup. Because last time we saw Cloud9 last pick their jungle was versus TSM, and the Fiddlesticks didn't quite work out.
Didn't exactly work. We'll see. It was definitely a composition they had coming into the game. They didn't want to switch it up, it seemed like. The last thing they needed, lean a little bit of AP, and sometimes you got to kind of put yourself on the tough end of things.
Yeah, they didn't have the Thresh, though, to combo with him, which is
that
the
Lantern's
most
so
spectacular
good.
thing. Yeah.
That's the combination. And we are going to see right here Olaf getting banned out. An 8th ban against Olaf here in the NALCS Spring Split. The most banned champion.
And a lot of those are targeted specifically at Zuna because that first game that he had that was so successful was on Olaf. So taking out a shot at Zuna immediately.
LeBlanc coming out as well. This definitely going to High. Getting the assassinations away from him. The Cloud9 can just, once they get that lead, it's over from there. So you don't want to give him that chance.
He does love Kha'Zix as well. So if you're going to start banning out mid lane assassins here, that one's got to be a pretty high priority for you as well. You notice that Cloud9 did not ban any mid lane champions. So they're not going to help XDG in that area trying to ban out Cloud9, ban out High at all.
Looks like Lemonation gets his Thresh. He has only played Thresh and Leona in the NALCS Spring Split. 4-4. This will make a 5th Thresh game. Let's see how he goes. He's 4-0 on Thresh right now. This will be a good pick so far. XDG to answer. And the Elise has been banned out. A lot of teams have kind of been leaving that to Zuna, saying, pick this. We know we can shut you down on it. But nobody gets it this time.
XDG does not want to let Meteos grab that because they know that he will jump right on that pick, one of his favorite champions coming out of the jungle, and they want to get that one off the table. With the first pick of Thresh there, and then also the ban, Cloud9 have effectively pigeonholed XDG sort of into either that Leona or Lulu pick would be sort of the next top 2 supports. And they can leave those till the very end, though, now that they've already seen Cloud9's support pick.
Lucian picked up for Smithy. Looks like he's going to get a 5th game or 4th game on that right now for XDG. And Benny, he can get a nice, easy top lane out of that Mundo.
Yeah, it's been a very successful champion, even on a lot of top laners that hadn't had much success before. All they have to do is switch over to Mundo, play a little bit passive in the early game, and then become a ridiculous regeneration machine later.
Let's see the communication here on the champion select. You can see the players now on the bottom, a little bit more going back and forth, making sure they are getting the right things. Everybody's on the same page.
So what the page they're on right now is, okay, Mundo is just locked in.
Yeah.
Mundo almost always takes teleport top. So Cloud9 are thinking we're looking at already the threat of split pushing. What are we going to do towards that end game if we do get to a scenario where Mundo is extremely strong and he is probably going to run teleport? We need an answer for that.
What do you want? Is that siege answer? What do you actually want? Could it be two things?
Yeah, it could be that, or it could be we need a better split pusher, or we need something like, someone who can beat him. They do want to lock in immediately that Kha'Zix I talked about, 4 high, one of his favorite assassins for the mid lane, and with the other, sort of top 2 mid lane assassins banned out, I really like that, snagging it early.
And that's impressive for him. He actually hasn't gotten a chance to play Kha'Zix. It's been banned 6 times, and the chances it's been their choice to grab it for Cloud9. So he finally gets it, and we're going to see it.
Yeah, plus it's comboed with a great early game jungler that can give him a lot of support in the early laning phase, where Kha'Zix might fall behind. Kha'Zix has amazing kill potential in his lanes, just from going extremely aggressive, going all in. But if he does that move, it opens him up to ganks, which could set him very far behind. All you have to do, combo that with a Lee Sin, he'll be right behind you, and you can play extremely aggressive.
Meteos' Lee Sin, I think we remember it was some 32 assists in the 2 games that he had.
The stats
literally very minimal in kills.
Great.
It's such a great catalyst to snowball the entire team. Looking over at the side, Man Cloud liking that Kale so far. He's 1-1 on it. Could be a good game here.
Yeah, not only is it a great champion just overall, but it's also great against the reset team that Cloud9 have already set up here. Very, very common pick into Kha'Zix, taking up the Kale so you can intervention on whoever his target is.
Pretty awesome pickups. A first ever pickup coming in for Sneaky, and Balls gets his Rumble this game.
Yes, the Rumble, that was pretty sure that's what the woo from the crowd was, because he's one of the only top laners that really still uses this champion. Definitely here in North America. Maybe Dyrus would dabble in it a little bit, but we haven't seen it so far yet this season. Balls is extremely confident on it, though.
This is interesting. They're leaving the jungle up for Benny, saying, he's had the carry in most of the games. He'll be up some 3 kills, and the next DG begins to falter, but they're leaving it saying, what do you feel most comfortable playing against what you see now?
Right, going into a Lee Sin, and also a Lee Sin and Olaf are banned, so his options have been cut down pretty quick here. Kha'Zix also is a jungle favorite at the moment because of the changes to Spirit Stone, so that mid lane pick is also effectively taking away another jungle champion that's very high tier.
Got the Vi coming in, 0-1 on Vi, but it looks like they're going to try to make it a win here. We said XDG coming off that much needed win, and it could give them really enough momentum to keep it going. They're a very early game team, as we pointed out before.
And with this set of champions, they've got a pretty good mix of everything. This Lucian Leona lane is a really strong brawly lane, even early. Vi combos very well with Kale as well, because Kale has a lot of damage that she can output when Vi comes in for the gank. And then, as we said before, they've got the Mundo split push. Meanwhile, Cloud9, pretty much a classic Cloud9 setup here. They got high on the Assassin, Balls on his Rumble for the early Dragon fights, and then the Sivir and Thresh lane is going to be very interesting for Sneaky and Lemon Nation. I have to see if Lemon actually goes with the Targons even on Thresh. Even though it doesn't execute, he does like to get the extra gold.
So what can they do against a split composition? What is Cloud9 looking to do here if that comes to fruition and they get split?
As I said before, they can have, if Kha'Zix gets to that point, he's a very strong split pusher as well. And they can actually, what you can do against split pushing is assassinate the split pusher.
If you can.
If he's got his Ignite up, then he definitely can do that. Also, they have the ability to force a lot of early team fights around Dragon. That's what Rumble brings to the table. That's why Balls goes back to him over and over again.
I like it, and we better see the action early while the teams load into the Rift. Let's check out with who you guys think is going to take the first win of the day. And according to LOLesports.com, 92% of you think that
no
Cloud9.
Surprise there.
Wow.
I mean, this is top of the LCS teams right now, top 1 or 2, and then Vulcan is, or XDG.
But what is that? What
right
has Europe told us about those matches?
Yeah.
That absolutely anything can happen. It happened twice, didn't it?
Yeah. This is North America, though. It's not as swingy over here.
Well, they said they come out. Bjergsen said they come out swinging in the early game, man. So we'll see. He said he learned a few things. But right now we got Cloud9 versus Vulcan on the screen. XDG, rather. Jat's got me saying Vulcan.
Yeah,
I'll blame it on him.
all of us up there.
We are on to the Rift, and we are going to see what these two teams have for each other. Like we said, Sneaky, a first Sivir game here. We're going to see what these teams have for each other. Zuna was kind of pushed out. We'll keep an eye on him in the jungle. He's on one of his really last picks in the comfort pool for him.
Yeah, Vi is pretty much the only trick that you have to learn when jungling Vi is the Vault Breaker flash. Either Flash Vault Breaker or Vault Breaker Flash. As soon as you have that move down, then you're pretty much good to go because her R is targeted. And all you really have to do in that case is rely on team communication, and it's not so much individual.
Sweeper start here for Lemon Nation. Looks like Cloud9 usually not having too much ward control in the bottom lane, but they're switching that up this game.
Yeah, the sweeper early. Sometimes when we see the early sweepers, there's a lot of late invade potential for teams. Since they're not going up against something like Zyra or Annie, they could actually still go for that. But it doesn't look like they're making any moves early. Every time so far, though, that someone has started with a sweeper, we have seen a late invade.
Creeping down. Let's see what happens. I feel like ManCloud is going to get a little bit of aggression towards himself early game here. And Meteos and High to get High going on that Kha'Zix. We'll have to see.
Oh, they cornered him. They could get a
Smithy! Smithy's sleeping. He's going to have to blow his flash. No, he takes E first. Great weight on the skill choice there.
Yeah. Pretty much everybody nowadays just waits with their first skill because of situations exactly like that. If you level it up super early, then obviously you're going to be at a disadvantage.
Great sweeper already being used there as the trinkets go down as well. A few cleavers over to Balls, but he's going to be all right in that top lane. Also, it's something to watch out. Balls is quite focused in any game that he plays when he gets rumbles, but he always makes an impact. So we'll see if XDG tries to shut him down.
And you can see what he was doing in the early game here. Even before minions had spawned, he's spamming his flame spitter so that he can keep the heat up. Keep it in that perfect zone between 50% and 100% so he gets the extra damage.
It's a little bit more of trying to keep active, and they do go. The level 2 gank coming in. Since when has this happened? And they're going to go hard on ManCloud. The Ignite's down already, and they get the aggression.
They changed 2 flashes, though, for only a single flash of Mandatory Cloud. And the Ignite down for High. That was a lot of summoners spent. They did gain the advantage of the map here, though. This is synergy between, and we don't like to use that word too much, but this is between the jungler and the mid laner. This is why all the mid laners talk about...
Oh, the E-hook! Bet you wish he flashed on that one. Looks like he's going to be safe for the time being, but barrier's blown down there, and he's blinking.
Yeah, and he had to pop his first health potion, so that's a huge win for them. Also, look at the CS he's down. 2-12 at the moment, plus there's 1 on Lemon Nation. Shoving in very early with Sivir, extremely common because she can do it so well.
Hooks all day. Good damage on the W and the Q. Boomerang coming out. They have aggression, so much aggression in every lane. Calling Zuna down to the bottom while they're invading the top side. These guys are just working perfectly.
Now, Lee Sin is a great jungler to choose if you're going to go aggressive in all your lanes like this. Balls, you could see, since he's so much AoE damage and he was charging that heat, he's going super aggressive, shoving up top lane. Bottom lane, Sivir lane, also going to be shoving up. And then Meteos makes his visit in mid. So they effectively shove every single lane up, and they can take advantage of Lee Sin's extreme early game power.
Looks like they may be trying to get a counter in mid here. Zuna just waiting. Bated breath sitting on the heels of ManCloud. ManCloud just forcing that wave into the turret, trying to choke out High so he can't get anywhere. Meteos seeing the same thing in the bottom lane. Smithy trying to put some damage down, and again, it could be some focus here. High, he kind of put the tell on. He goes very hard with vision already. Zuna is there to back him up, and it's not going to be enough to take down either kill.
So since both flashes were down, it's an easy lane to go back to. That's the all-in potential from Kha'Zix we were talking about. He can land a slow, and at this point, it's enough to make Mandatory Cloud act on defensive maneuvers, and they get the flash out of the jungler there. Zuna had to flash over Wraith walls, so they've evened up the summoner count.
As you mentioned that before, Ball's doing a great job of keeping that heat up. It kind of makes Rumble a champion you have to always keep your mind focused on. You're doing something else all the time, but he's doing it very well. 5 minutes, Meteos still inside of Zuna's jungle.
So that's the early game power of Lee Sin we talked about. You make the gank, even though they don't get a kill, because they took so much health from XDG, he's able to go in for the invade, taking away the big camp. You can see why he didn't bother with the Wraith, because the Wraith will just, or the White will just respawn since there's no babies.
We'll see where Meteos goes from here. He looks like he's trying to get the job done in mid lane so far. Bottom lane is pushed back now in favor of XDG as they try to suffocate Cloud9 against the turret, but Sneaky's farming quite well still, 36-22 in that lane.
Yeah, they started off immediately shoving that lane up and got a good amount of CS out of it, plus harass under turret. At this early stage in the game, it's actually much more effective to go for harass under the turret against the enemy team while they're trying to CS than to do turret damage, because you gain so much more power in the lane by doing that.
They might actually try to go for this. Ball's not getting 6 off that last minion. They go to Benny. Benny's got the ignite down. Meteos first blood and safeguards out.
Really sweet move behind him, and they also had a ward here pass, so they were looking for Zuna before they made that gank happen. And since he went around the back and saw no Zuna in the area, that's why they were confident to go for the dive. Mundo is pre-6, and they have the execute with Lee Sin.
Good choice here. I thought Zuna was going to head to the lane, but they keep it safe, and he goes back. We got a teleport in from Benny, and we'll see if he can keep the farm in that lane up. It's already balls at a 40-30, so he's got a 10 CS lead.
And you can see Meteos has not gone back to his own side of the jungle. He's making plays on XGG's side of the map and just roaming back and forth from solo lane to solo lane.
You can see this coming in already, and Cloud9 seems like they're doing it patiently. High maybe feeling a little bit of stress now. That last shot from E, no! Wears off on Kale, and ManCloud cannot get the kill.
Meteos probably going to have to soak up some of these minions as well, as High really needs to go
A little
back.
lane tax, why not?
It's very dangerous to lane tax against a champion like Kale. A lot of mid champions are going to have a huge advantage over junglers in the early game just because of the range. So you have to be careful not to lose too much health.
Meteos
Smite
waiting,
Wars.
trying to get it out. It looks like they call Lemon Nation up. He does start to roam at this time of the game, and he's just going to throw on a little bit of pressure. Looks to maybe sweep out some wards if
they
he
let
can
him
get him
back.
up here. He'll get sweep on that one. Very nice.
They let Mandatory Cloud go back to base there. I mean, Lemon was just trying to delay Zuna so that they can get people in position for this blue invade. That might be the reason why they let Mandatory Cloud recall, but it looks like High is going to just try and shove that wave in and make them lose out on CS. Very dangerous, actually, to fight in the XDG jungle without preemptive wards. Since he hasn't made an early path to that side of the jungle, it's too dangerous.
Being safe, grabbing his red. Looks like High is trying to pressure that mid lane and get it pushed up. Meteos is actually going to be taking the red for himself as High pushes that. So we'll see if they can get the gank for the bottom lane possibly coming in. We saw Lemon Nation with that sweeper, and he is everywhere right now, and he's been hitting hooks. And this time it's just for the walk-on.
Yeah, so a lot of junglers complain of when all their lanes are pushed up, how it makes it hard to gank, but there's a lot of different advantages. You just have to play the game a little bit differently when all your lanes are pushed up. Take advantage of invades at that point, and take advantage of letting your support roam, because your AD carry is able to wave clear so easily. They get sort of another man on the map, and you have to make moves elsewhere.
It looks like those moves could be made towards the bottom side. Zuna at half health. XDG begins to consider this dragon. This could be very dangerous.
Really, really dangerous. They have to back off from this one because the rest of C9 are collapsing.
The teleport is not up for Mundo, so they won't get him. And Balls looks like he's going to be staying in the top lane. So those two keep it going. Benny has gotten himself up in CS. His Balls went to back as well. So he's closed that lane a bit. High trying to put on the aggression in mid lane, and this actually could lead to an eventual dragon.
Wow, they got the ultimate already. So intervention is down, but I don't think that C9 will force a dragon because there's a teleport Mundo who's, well, he's burned his teleport already. Then they could force dragon. Just kidding. He had to burn it to get back to lane.
Right. But Meteos still in the jungle. I think he's got a year pass to this thing right now because he really has not left it. And he's going to go ahead and take this once again. And he is making life for Zuna very hard. In Champion Select, they took away his champions. Then they took his Lee Sin and put him on bye.
And you have to give the rest of Cloud9 credit too. Counter jungling is not a jungler's responsibility only. It's a responsibility of the whole team. You guys all have to work together. The solo lanes have been collapsing. Even the support roamed all the way up to that red before and placed a couple wards. This is a team activity here, counter jungling. We saw it first from Gambit, where Darien would help Diamond so much in the counter jungling. It's a very similar style here from Cloud9 coming out, where everybody's taking part.
Ooh, looking to get the Lantern in. Still going for the hook. They had enough damage to get that down under the turret and possibly get out in time, but the miss, it deters them.
You could see the communication, though, and the roam from Balls. He had made it all the way down to mid lane, too. So if there had been a fight to break out right here, even if there was a counter gank ready, Cloud9 were already in position to collapse every single person on their team, sans Sneaky.
Sneaky himself, it looks like he backed a little under 1,000 gold, got himself that pickaxe. He's got Zerkers just building himself up. Looks like he's getting pushed back, though. We'll see what he has to do. Kind of building for the team in that armor pen.
Yeah, he's
getting that on the hunt for the fights.
Yeah, exactly. And also Lemon is building for the team, too. You know, picking up that coin, both him and Leona are looking for the speed boost later. So this Cloud9 team is really going to be a strong team fight brawling team. As usual, they like to fight a lot more out in the open around objectives because they really do not have great range on any of their champions.
Sneaky's been doing a great job. He was quite up in CS, but we saw the roam from Lemon, and he's pretty much even in CS now, so still faring well in that. Great job, Zuna. He's trying to get himself in for the counters now, but Meteos says no.
That right there is why I'm such a huge proponent of defensive pink wards. Defensive pink wards take 5 hits to kill. If they're on your own side of the jungle, they're very easy to get to and defend.
High has been showing aggression all game. Meteos looks to piggyback on this one. The intervention goes down.
They burn the teleport, though.
Teleport is burned once again and stopped.
Right,
he just decides to go to top lane.
So he will have a shorter cooldown on it, but it will not be available again if they do decide to force that dragon. I still don't think that they'll go for it, though.
No, Meteos is on the top side. Actually, Balls is getting a roam on right now. His lane's fully pushed. This might just be for ManCloud.
Could be, because they know they burned everything off ManCloud in that last aggressive dive.
Oh, they throw it down. It's going to be missing. The red carpet, really nobody wants to take it on this one, but they get the kill. ManCloud shut down in mid.
So Balls is usually just spot on with his ultimates, but even though he misses that one, follows it up with the flash. They go all out on that gank, and then it's a safe dragon. Having taken down ManCloud, they know that they need to grab this one because Mundo's shoving as hard as he can in the top lane, and they want to let Balls get back there to defend it before Benny can actually take the turret down. It's past 8 minutes, so that extra champion reduction damage is gone on the mid and top turrets.
ManCloud, a very big heart of this XDG team, and any team, opposing team that plays against XDG will go for the heart immediately. You got to watch out. Those penguin jackets will get you killed sometimes. 13 minutes on the clock. Bloodwater doing what he can, also building up the coin, so they have their own bit of initiation, which really we have not been able to see yet. The dragon still waiting.
Dragon is not waiting. Dragon is dead as something that's dead.
Something that's dead.
Your fish, your pet fish from when you were 5. Sorry to bring that back up, Ruth.
Damn.
That was too soon. I'm sorry. 20 years is not
24
enough.
years later, it still hurts. 2K gold in favor of Cloud9. Probably that dragon that's pretty dead right now. And we see a lot of the CS is quite even. ManCloud, although dying in lane, he is up 10 CS, but the kill to High is allowing that kill potential to as well. Just keep shutting ManCloud down. And I'm sure that blue buff is looking pretty juicy for him right now, and they might want to take it.
Yeah, blue buff is definitely big for both these teams. Look at the bait in that Sneaky was trying to pull off right there. Meteos really wanted to come in for that one, but XDG did not actually go for the tower dive.
Like Cloud9 going mining, 2 pickaxe. We got one for High, one for
Balls is
Sneaky.
getting really deep in enemy territory here. He's going to get sandwiched.
Ooh, he's pinched.
He has no
He's
flash.
pinched. Right over the pink ward. There goes the assault battery. Is there going to be some excessive force? Yes, there is. The vault breaker as well. ManCloud swinging swords. The blue buff coming through with big time. The slow and Benny. Benny's going to get a little business on the briefcase.
You have to call him out because that was one of the rotations that you can really, really cost your team.
Yeah.
He did not have the jungler to back him up. He's so used to Lee Sin always being in this top red side jungle that he can go for that path. But since there's a ward here already from Benny, they catch him out. And a really good capitalization there by XDG.
Nice hit. I believe the ultimate there was quickly used by High to push them off. It was Sneaky. pulling out the solar flare in the bottom lane. His barrier is down after that engagement. Looks like Lemonation's here to provide a little bit of aid.
That roam from balls really cost them there. Enabled the top turret to actually go down since it was so weak from the early dragon.
We've seen they all still have an effect in these late game team fights, and more so than often. Balls comes through huge. It looked like he got killed 5 times in lane, or did get killed 5 times, and he'll come up and kill your whole entire team in the next fight. Cloud9 is always one you have to worry about. They got magic tricks up their sleeve.
All right, High is going deep, but ManCloud has intervention.
Here's one of those magic tricks right now. Who's got the rabbit in their hat? It's going to be the intervention, but not enough. Coming in a little too late again. It won't be canceled this time. And that might be Rumble grabbing the top turret for C9.
All right, it's going to be a long cooldown for Benny, but XCG is making a good switch here. They're calling up Zuna, even though they lost their mid laner. They're trying to make the best of a bad situation.
Yep.
Rotate to cover every single lane and try not to lose out on CS while ManCloud's down.
Meteos having an impact on Lee Sin. It's slower than usual. It's usually the assist to him, as we have said, but a lot of the kills weren't finished off on ManCloud in the mid lane, which kind of slowed them down. Usually we see Cloud9 taking off a little faster than this, but they've been kind of pushed off of these kills. Zuna's been holding onto ManCloud. Their synergy is growing a little bit.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch from Cloud9 in mid has been pretty strong, but Zuna's been doing his best to stop it. We saw him defend a couple of them, and Kale, very hard to take down because of the intervention. So it's extremely hard to finish off those kills, and you have to make a lot of repeat visits. Yeah, that's a slow fight.
Very slow. Slappy slow fight. Looking one turret down on the side of XDG. They've only opened up the top side of the map, so that's for Benny to use right now. It's not going to give him a whole lot of pressure. We'll see what they can do with it. 1 minute and 40 seconds for that dragon, and I don't think that teleport's going to be up.
Yeah, it's really too bad that he burned that one without getting anything back, because the next dragon that does come up, that could have been a huge advantage for XGG. That's the game that they're trying to play, looking for the long haul and looking for the advantage from their teleport in the top lane. Because it's burned, though, he's just going to have to ward up deep in that blue side jungle, and if Cloud9 go for another dragon, then he's going to try and pressure the secondary turret there. And they can even call for blue steals, which is really strong against the Kazakhs.
Or on the hunt, they lock it down. Bloodwater tries to throw it on the shield. He goes for the fade away. Solari, oh my gosh, that's a Smithy going down. A great grab in the death sentence. Very nice try on the solar flare. 2 kills, though, coming up for sneaking on Sivir.
And XGG answer mid. They're making the call to try and shove down 2 turrets here.
This is going to be big, but it's not stopped by Cloud9 either, Kobe. They are going for that bottom lane quite hard. They do have Sivir. It's not Xmithy in the mid lane, but they have ManCloud. They're able to drop down these turrets quite easy.
Yeah, they get the second one down there. That's a really, really big point of control for them now. They have so much control of the blue side jungle, they can actually set up that blue steal I was prepping. Now, this 3-man squad from C9 might have a tricky time getting out, because XGG are heading them off, but the AD carry and support are fairly far behind.
He gets him! The boomerang comes in beautifully. He throws down the Hail Mary on himself. Balls is right in there. His equalizer is down, and they find themselves in a jungle fight with not much vision. Calling just tearing through the right side of the team. Sneaky comes up with the first kill, and XDG cannot find their way out of this fight. A double kill coming in for High, and I think they're going to end it on that one.
High with the double hop out there to escape. He goes all the way to the back line after intervention wears off to take down Manto Cloud, and his team prepped up the second kill for him so he could get the reset. Turns it into a dragon. That's a huge swing for Cloud9.
Benny getting a little antsy. He wanted to get a few more attacks in. They do put down a pink ward, but it's a little too late. Let's see what happened here.
So this was actually prepped. Cloud9 follow the 3-man squad of XDG and cut them off. What a beautiful hook from Lemonation to start this off. And then, since Cloud9 just all go aggressive at the same time here, they get the early advantage in the fight, and XCG trying to answer. There's the High jumping into the back. On the bottom screen there, get Bloodwater low enough for the second kill, and High gets to escape easily. He was just level 11.
Using the vision of that fight perfectly, and like you said, Bloodwater did a great job there. He was peeling 3, but the assassination of High is very strong right now from the early game help that Meteos gave him.
Right, so that whole series of events was really prepped by Balls following very close on XGG after they retreated from the turret.
Better be following close now.
Man.
Bloodwater on the backside. Oh, are you going to leave
Take it.
Syndrome? Do it. Everybody wants you to. He's not going to hit it. It wears off.
They get the hook,
Bloodwater, though. That is a death sentence. The Hail Mary coming in from Kale. And it looks like they save one. Oh, he goes for the second one, but he gets knocked up. A great vault breaker pops him, but the dirt damage is being aggroed separately across Cloud9 champions.
Oh
Somehow they're all
God.
still alive, and they're not even losing that much health. No, they don't go for another kill. Everybody calm down.
High's still alive. He's so close. No, I got him.
Where's he coming from? He
Mundo.
teleports into the backside. Benny's already in the fight. Save him is on. What? Lemon Nation coming up with the flay damage and the kill on Smithy. They get the boomerang, but it's Meteos coming up with the kill. Shutdown onto Benny.
Having sort of flashbacks to Worlds here where SKT goes straight up the mid. They just get kill after kill after kill. But man, all right, we started off with a hook from Lemon Nation, as usual. And Sneaky able to follow it up with great harass. As soon as High sees these low health bars, he goes right in for it. Beautiful flash from Bloodwater to get out of the way there. And another hook from Lemon Nation right there. The flay as well. They're able to chase down 2, 3, and a third hook from Lemon Nation. They don't go for the kill though because of Benny teleporting in the back. He was able to finish off High. And then they turn it around with balls with the roam and a fourth hook from Lemon Nation landing in a fight.
Kobe, there's a reason he has had 4 games on Thresh and he has 4 wins on Thresh. Lemon Nation pulling out big plays for his team, bringing the exhaust as well for these fights to make sure that there isn't anybody getting zeroed out. So they even have countermeasures to the attacks.
That was a pretty good series of events for Cloud9. They got 2 of the mid turrets after that. So they were able to answer the first play that XGG made, and now they've equaled out the map control here, and they've actually even surpassed XDG because they can invade both sides.
Well, XDG has split the middle of the map wide open here, as well as Cloud9. We'll see if they use that to get into the buffs. They use that for this vision. We already see a lot more sweepers coming out for Cloud9, so they're going to control the map no matter what.
They definitely want to press their advantage, but High gets caught.
That's the kill they want. Where's the follow-up, though? They both turn away from that, not knowing where the rest of the team is. This is not having that vision. Oh, right on to High in the back line. A great job by Zuna, but is he too far? Benny trying to walk off on the red carpet, and Balls is going to give him a welcome home here. It doesn't let him go anywhere. Benny stays in, but he's still alive for some time now. Going down with ManCloud at the same time. Those guys, they go down as brothers.
Yeah, chasing that deep there, XCG have to have everyone on the retreat after they kill High, and losing 2 more members means that Cloud9 can actually knock at the inhibitor turret doors.
Meteos' build went from that ancient Spirit of the Golem into the Giant's Belt into the Moby Boots, things he can initiate for his team with and make things like this happen.
So I talked about in the early game how Cloud9 really likes to have the early game upper hand, but they've also built for this mid-game push. You can see Sivir going with the Last Whisper plus Bloodthirster build first, very early.
Yeah.
That's amazing wave clear as well as turret damage. So they're really hitting their power spikes very hard at this time in the game. That's why they're looking so dominant. They have Balls with his number 1 and 2 item combo, and then the same thing with Sneaky here. They're really, really hitting the peak right now, and they need to make the most of it. One inhibitor down is huge.
It was interesting the way Sneaky bought everything as well. He didn't change the longsword into a scepter right away. He had the pickaxe, and then he had the BF sword. It was like only damage. If it doesn't work on, the money doesn't equal damage, I'm not going to buy it right now.
Exactly. Want as much output as he can get, because once they catch somebody, they pop on the hunt, and they don't let anyone get away. XCG try and save some members that get caught, only makes more people go down in the end.
It's one of the biggest boys on your team right now, XDG, and he is taking quite a bit of damage from the Assassinator. That is High onto Kha'Zix. Benny getting seen again. What that tells them, though, is their jungle is completely warded.
And here, the sweepers are coming into play for Cloud9. As we said, they want to press this advantage that they have since this is such a huge spike for them. And they're trying to get much more control than just that mid-inhibitor down.
Well, we got the Hex Drinker. Hydra finished up onto High. His mid lane comparison is on that. Nazar's and the Sheen. High looking to get a quick attack in there that would really cause the fight to go in their favor. Looking for a quick power play here, but they cannot find it. They're forced to wait a little bit longer.
XCG fans need to hope for the team to be able to stall at this point. They really are looking to get to the point where Mundo's very, very tough to kill at the end game. He needs another item. And ManCloud needs to be able to get his Lich Bane. Once that's complete, then they'll have the chance where they can shoot high down out of the air very quickly. But
take him down before he hits the ground.
They have to buy time for that to happen, and they need a lot of time.
I don't feel like Cloud9 has even used all the tricks in their bag right now with this top turret going down. They also grab Dragon, omnipresent, in control of everything.
Almost the whole map is blue right now.
Yeah.
All lanes are shoved up. Both sides of the jungle are warded perfectly, and they go for the Baron. They have Lee Sin, so it's a very easy execute for them. Also, Kha'Zix with the isolation damage means they can burn through it really fast, and XGG have to be very careful about checking this. This is where Scrying Orb would come into play.
They're walking right through everything. We see the Baron goes down. There's the hook from Lemon Nation. He just hits that one to increase the amount that he's hit.
Percentage,
yeah, absolutely.
Hit percent for Lemon off the charts.
Kobe, that gold, 47,000 to, we'll say 35,000. Still an astronomical lead to have at 25 minutes, and XDG is going to need a miracle at this point.
They really do. As we said, stalling, they're going to have to stall for a very, very long time if they want to draw this one back to even playing ground. But the reason Cloud9 got that Baron so easy is because of the massive map control that they prepped it with. All 3 lanes shoved all the way up into the base of XDG, out at the Nexus turrets. And then both sides of the jungle perfectly warded.
We'll see what they can keep doing. Cloud9 did a really great job just out of picks and bans in this. Kayle and Lucian are the only 2 champions that XDG has found a win on with the composition they have together. So they made sure they were on champions that weren't exactly the top tier of comfortable for XDG. 48,000 to 35 as Cloud9 increases that a few thousand for every 500 that XDG is getting right now. They have so much control of the map and really go whatever they want right now.
So we have a bit of armor on Meteos at this point, on Lee Sin. And since he's such a mobile champion, if they do go for a dive, you know, he can start it off. And then if he gets low, he can safeguard out or something like that, or kick somebody to the back. But really, the fights at the side inhibitor turrets are really what's going to determine if this game stalls out at all or if Cloud9 can finish it off. Because the mid inhibitor is pretty much a given. You have to give that up. Can't fight Cloud9 in the open. But at a turret, XGG want to make their stand right now. This is where they want to fight, and this is the test here for Cloud9. If they can actually pull this dive off, or if they can just zone and get down the turret, this turret will go down extremely fast. As we said, Sneaky has gone with a very, very high early damage build here. They can take down the turret quickly.
Well, XDG has found a way to tiptoe outside their base. They have placed a few wards here and there. They have a pink down on Dragon that'll eventually be taken. Lemon Nation trying his hand at a quick hook over the shoulder. Misses out, but all of XDG stands in front of you now. The fact that Benny has teleport isn't doing any good.
And we have to watch Ball's ultimate right now because the Kayle ulti can save one person, but if Balls lands his Rumble ult onto several members of XCG, then that forces ManCloud to choose between one of his teammates' lives and his own life, which is very, very difficult choice for Kayle. And if he makes the wrong choice, High is going to execute him and hop right back out.
And once that happens, there's so many things to be dodging. A boomerang bling, like you said, the equalizer coming through, Lee Sin's kicking, missiles from Kha'Zix. There's the coin, and it looked like they get on the hunt as well. They do throw it. ManCloud's the focus, but he gets the self-intervention. He gets hit down. Lemon Nation, another kill in the game, and it's going to be Sneaky coming up with a third for himself. He has been good. No, he's 6-0-9 on the game. It's not going to matter, though. The inhibitor's falling, and I believe they're going to take these Nexus turrets.
All right, so Balls was actually the point man there, and he was able to tank up the turret. Good execution from Cloud9. They finished the game off clean.
29 minutes into this one, 18-3, a huge goal lead for Cloud9, and it does not look like they've been fazed by any of the losses.
Yeah, they go right back to the classic Cloud9 that we know from 2013. Dragon fights really turned it around for them. They used the Rumble extremely effectively. Even though Kayle was on the opposing team, High worked around it perfectly, going for the executes, keeping track of the timer on intervention, and even getting to the back line to kill off Mandatory Cloud.
That's really the first time we've seen strategical it wasn't level 1, it wasn't the level 1, but after laning phase started, we saw High on Kha'Zix and Meteos both head into that top side of the jungle. We haven't seen that yet. That early control was necessary against XDG. That's all we say, early for XDG. They shut it down.
That's why so many mid laners love duoing with junglers, and why junglers...
Who did Bjergsen want to duo with?
And why junglers also love duoing with mid laners, because, as I said, counter jungling is a team activity. It's not just on the jungler. Everybody plays a role in that. High went right with Meteos as soon as they wanted to make a move, and that's how you get the advantage. Even a couple seconds early game in the enemy jungler, if you're there first, then you'll gain a huge advantage.
So what you're saying is it's not always the jungler's fault.
Yes.
Well, that's good news for the junglers. So with that game, like I said, towards the end there, as it was kind of slowing down, and we said it had to be kind of a miracle here for XDG. The picks and bans, they shoved Zuna onto Vi. Kayle and Lucian were the only 2 champions that XDG found a win on in that composition. They knew what would hurt them the most.
Yeah, I mean, putting him onto Vi, the only thing was that Cloud9 are making moves before Vi is level 6. And before Vi is level 6, you have to land your Vault Breaker in any sort of skirmish, or else you're going to lose the skirmish. Versus Kha'Zix and Lee Sin, Kha'Zix has pretty easy damage output that he can rely on. It's just targeted. And Meteos was landing very, very good Qs.
He went in level 2.
Yeah. And
High was still level 1.
He was able to land that level 2 Q right through the minions, too.
Yeah,
so,
thread the needle.
That was pretty good.
Threading it clean. They get the win. We got to take a brief break right now, but when we come back, High will join Freak and Jat in the studio to talk about their decisive win over XDG. Then Dignitas looks for their 6th straight victory when they face off against Coast. We'll be right back.
We're fine. I got ulted. Leona no. Careful. Careful.
I'm not there.
I'm going in.
Not there.
I'm tanking for you. Okay, stop tanking. Okay, kill Zuna.
Yo, Mato's teleporting.
We're good.
I'm
Careful. Finish her. Kill Benny.
Kick him in the wall. Yo, this guy?
Kill Benny.
This guy?
Watch out. Luna, Xmithie's dead. Kill this guy. Can you guys get him?
Yeah. Probably.
Okay, red. Kick a jab. Okay, good.
Or push. No.
Okay, push mid.
Their blue might still be up.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS Spring Split. We're happy to be joined by the victorious Cloud9's Unseen Threat High. So you guys came back, really convincing win here. After the loss against TSM last week, how are you feeling coming into this week?
Well, you don't keep what happened last week with you this week. So, for example, if you went 0-2 last week, you just forget about that. And if you went 2-0, you still forget about it. So I haven't thought about that, actually, at all.
Cool. So you just came in business as usual. How are you feeling against XDG specifically?
Not different, really. We treat all teams the same, so it's not like we were expecting, like, I don't know. It's just we treat every team the same no matter what, so.
Was there any particular pick or ban strategy you have against XGG? Do your bans differ? Who are you targeting? Stuff like that?
Well, for every team, there's like certain things you can do versus each team depending on what they play, what they main. For example, well, I'm not going to say I guess because that'd be bad, but I would say, yeah, there's a specific strat as far as like 1 or 2 things that we do against them that we think is good, so.
Right. Well, one thing that everyone notices about Cloud9 is how well you guys team fight. And there were definitely 2 instances in this game where you just destroyed XGG in team fights. If we can get the first one up on the screen, I kind of want you to tell us how you guys communicate so well. Because we saw some of these with the voiceovers, and you guys weren't talking that much. Walk me through this fight.
All right. Well, so I want to go in this fight here. We saw that Kale burned ult. So we basically go in. We're focusing the front line. I jump in. I have to start kiting back because I'm low. We get 1 kill. I get the reset. I know Kale doesn't have ult, so I jump on him, get the kill, and then I just get out. So
because your whole team is just kind of ready for it. They're all waiting for you to jump in. Is that just because you played together so much?
Pretty much. We knew what to do, and I knew who to focus. I saw that Kale had no ult, so I knew he was dead, and my team was focusing the front line. So I knew as long as I could kill Kale, I have an escape route after I do kill him. So we wanted to fight there, and we just know how the fight goes. So.
Yeah. And there was a fight right after this one as well that was even crazier, and it happened directly after. Let's pull this one up on the screen as well. Talk me through what your team then was thinking, since you guys seemed to be in each other's head when this happened.
All right, so I wanted to get some damage there, but then I basically said I'm going in here. I knew I could go in by myself. I saw them low, no KO ult. And then the moment I went in, my team just basically said, hey, he went in, let's back him up. So they just had my back basically when I jumped in. I don't need to tell them to come back me up because they'll just do it.
Yeah, and then Lemonation was just landing hook after hook this
game.
Yeah,
it was really helping that he's landing off his CC too, so we were just getting free kills off that. And then Mudo suicide for me. That's kind of sad.
At least you got him back.
Yeah, they
At least he died.
got ace for that, so I would say not worth.
Yeah, well, vengeance is always sweet, of course, as well. So then I want to ask you then about your teammates a little bit. First off, I want to talk to you about balls, because you still bringing out Rumble here when everyone's playing mostly tanky top laners. You guys are running a lot of your old school picks. Why is that working for you guys?
Well, Rumble's a good champion. It's not that he doesn't fit the meta. It's just that the other top laners in North America don't play him as well as Balls do. You can look at the 7 other top laners, and none of them will play Rumble as good as him. And most of them don't even play Rumble. So it's not that he isn't good. They just don't have the option to play him.
Okay.
And it's the different play style with Rumble. It's definitely not a champion that you just pick to like AFK farm.
Yeah.
You want to make plays with it. You want to roam. You want to do what you can. So like when he roamed mid and got the kill on kill with me, that was a very good roam. And a lot of top laners just like AFK farming or PvE, as Dires would say.
Yeah.
So it's a different play style, and not every top laner can do it.
Okay, then I want to ask you about Meteos here as well. He went 10-0 and 41 in Lee Sin over his last 3 Lee Sin games. Tell me about how awesome he's been for you guys.
Right, so he's been playing a lot of Lee Sin and solo queue. He loves that champion, and is a very good champion depending on your playstyle. Our previous playstyle from the last split, I would say, would not work with it. We didn't really pressure the jungle. We didn't really pressure the lanes that much. And coming in this split, if you watch that game, we tried our best to pressure all lanes and keep their jungle warded and pressured it. So this time around, we have a better playstyle for his Lee Sin. So it's working out really well. It's an aggressive champion, and we're trying to play around that.
Well, it is interesting, though, that you decided to have him play Lee Sin because it's with a new playstyle. What made you decide to change your style from last season, knowing that you were so successful, 25-3?
Well, when you watch the best teams in the world, like SKT1, they didn't have the same playstyle as us. They like being aggressive. They like making initiative plays. They're fine trading things. So we figure if the best team in the world by far is doing something we're not, we should try and see what we can do too. And we're just adapting it towards our own playstyle. So we still have a bit of what we do, but we like what they do as well.
All right, hi, thank you very much. So we had Bjergsen on the desk earlier. We asked him the question we're asking to our audience, which is, you have any player in the North American LCS, who would you duo queue with, but not on Cloud9?
To win solo queue or to have fun?
Go with both.
To win, I would definitely pick Wild Turtle. He has like an insane win rate. I don't know. It's just, if he plays bottom, I can guarantee that he won't be useless. And if I play mid, I more or less won't be useless either. And when your AP carry and your AD carry aren't useless people, you're probably going to win. Because top lane can't carry. Like, it's very hard for top lane to carry. Jungler, they're not going to carry unless it's like a Zingy Karthus jungler or something. I don't know. The guy's kind of crazy. But for the most part, to win solo queue, you want your AP and your AD carry to be useful. And if I have Turtle, I know he'll do good.
How about who just to hang out with?
Not on my team?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. Maybe like, what about? Just kidding. I don't have an answer right now.
All right, it's fine.
I'm on
It's
the
Turtle
spot.
again.
I'm on the
It's
spot.
Turtle. Doesn't associate with anyone else. Still Wild Turtle. Guys, we're going to throw it across the studio to Riv and Jap for our next match. But as we do, listen in to one of the ways Coast hopes to get the upper hand over Dignitas.
I think the biggest thing we need to improve on is just kind of getting them to move where they have to come to us. And I think if we did like win those fights, then eventually, get it to work out.
So map movement, advantageous engages. The point of emphasis here for the 7th place Coast as they take on 3rd place Dignitas. Kobe Coast has lost the last 4 games and need to turn things around here.
Yeah, I mean, Coast is a team that isn't afraid to take risks if it does mean a chance of big rewards.
Yeah.
I mean, like Shifter's Katarina, 3 picks in a row. It's sort of an example of a risk that they've taken that hasn't seen the reward yet.
Yeah, well, you never second guess your picks, as Shifter says. Meanwhile, we've got the return of Dignitas. They have been in a hot streak right now, so when you look at the mid lane, it's sort of an old guard versus the young guns.
Yeah, a lot of the newer players have gotten the attention so far this split, but Scar is proving that he's still a threat and putting up solid numbers for Dignitas.
Yeah, whether they're a veteran to the LCS or not, we've seen the mid laner is a position that can dictate the pace and outcome of a game.
I think the mid lane's a relatively interesting lane right now.
The role of the mid laner right now is first, always hold your own. Yeah, you cannot ever become a vulnerability for your team. You always have to at least stay even.
I expect my mid to take control of the lane, either win the lane or just keep even in CS.
If the mid laner is 0-0-0 and has 300 farm in 25 minutes, then he did his job to me.
Second, your priorities should be to influence the map in whatever way you can.
If he can shut down whoever he's laning against and be able to roam or just have more wards out so you can have complete map control, you'll be able to get objectives really easy and you'll be able to pick the fight you want.
If you can get to the point where you're making plays top, bot, on their enemy jungler, that's where you really shine.
It can be anything from killing the enemy 1v1, getting a good roam, pressuring so you can steal a buff or get a tower or anything like that. It really sets the pace of the game.
Mid lane has the most options to control the game outside of, I'd say, probably the jungler. And that's really on each individual player to make it happen.
And that has to be my favorite part too, that first bit of action. It says, all right, now it's your turn. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
So let's check out the starting lineups right now. On the blue side, it's Dignitas. In the top lane is Cruiser, Crumbs in the jungle, Scar in mid. I'm a Cutie Pie at 80 carry, Kiwi Kid right behind him on support.
And on the red side, it's Coast. Up top is Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Nintendo. Mid is Shifter. The AD carry is Wiz Fusion. Supporting him is Daydreamin'.
Fusion, a little bit of haircut there. These guys are ready. Coming in all slick.
Gotta look fast.
Gotta look fast. Gotta go fast.
I think Reckless is probably the fastest looking LCS player.
Absolutely.
He is streamlined.
He is aerodynamic,
When he gets some of those Euro cuts over here.
That brings us to our featured matchup. It's the clash of the carries with I'm a Cutie Pie versus Coast's Wiz Fusion.
You could also call this matchup the match of ice and fire. And we all know who the fire is going to be in this matchup. I'm a Cutie Pie has played a huge part in Dignitas' recent hot streak, while Wiz Fusion has struggled in the first 3 weeks of the North American LCS, even though he looked good in the promotion tournament.
We'll see what they can do going into Champion Select. Both of the AD carries only have 3 picks so far. It's kind of like Jinx, Lucian, Caitlyn, so we'll see which kind of goes back and forth between those. It is our featured matchup. And, man, it's going to be a tough one. Like you said, Cutie Pie has been playing so well recently. Everything to him looks like a turret. That's the new kind of athletic coach they got behind them, kind of thinking in a different way and taking the game completely different from the start.
Yeah, in the last game I talked about it being really focused around jungle. This game, bottom lane. I think that there's going to be a lot of early game ban or picks, especially for Dignitas, focused at the bottom lane because their bottom lane has really been doing so much work. Not just I'm a Cutie Pie, but also Kiwi Kid, the support for Dignitas, has been making a lot of plays for them. Even though he still has a couple blunders every now and then, it's a new role for him. He's been making big plays as well.
Big plays, and that Annie has really been allowing a lot of that. 3 wins, 1 loss on the Annie, so he's got 4 plays on that already. I expect that to be banned out by Coast.
Yeah, the Annie and the Jinx, I think, are the 2 that jump out at you because Cutie Pie has been a terror on Jinx. Talk about killing
and
turrets.
That's a scary thing, too, because you think of Jinx and you're like, oh, put it with a lot of safety because she has no escape for herself. But they're like, no, we'll just kill you. Then you don't need to get away.
Yeah, they go for the demolition cruise style.
Yeah, right? More missiles and explosion is better. We're going to see the bans coming out here quite quick. I wonder if we'll see a Katarina ban. But I don't think so. It's going to be pointed at Shifter mainly, though, on this side at Dignitas. The Kassadin's going to be forced out, obviously, on the red side. Or Skara might have a chance to play that.
It's actually funny because Shifter and Skara are the two most likely mids in the North American LCS to play Katarina. But I don't think Katarina is deserving of a ban. So it'll be funny if one of them actually does pick up the champion because they both know how she works in most matchups, probably all matchups.
If he picks it again, I don't know. There were some socks eaten on Reddit last time he picked it. They said, I'll eat my sock. So I don't know what people are going for this time.
Third time was not the charm, but they could just push it to 4 here. He said never second guess your picks.
That's right.
And roaming is such a huge part of Coast's playstyle. It just kind of fits with Katarina. That's why they keep going back to it, because
they're almost
champion
forcing him to pick it. They're like, nope, you get nothing. You're forced to ban Gragas because Scar is going to take it. We're going to see a Wukong here. If that Katarina comes out again, I'll be mind blown.
So banning Gragas against Dignitas is a classic, really. People have been doing that for years. Literally
and when you
been doing that for years.
That's what started with Ziggs, Dignitas' whole steamroll they have going on. Scar getting that Gragas the one game, and everybody has been blown apart since then.
Yasuo is still up, though, and that first pick Wukong from Dignitas means that they're already prepping a Yasuo composition here. He's a very strong champion right now, and Skara has put in a lot of Yasuo games. I would not be surprised if they do a late Yasuo pick so that they can protect him from a bad match. Wow, Ziggs is pretty hard. But he can go for kills on Ziggs still.
This would be interesting. We know Shifter as a Ziggs player. He does play Ziggs, but he hasn't showed us to it yet this split. I would have actually thought of Kale here, but we get the Lucian coming in, and that's the first time we actually have WizFusion taking up Lucian for a game.
Lucian is going to be pretty strong for WizFusion. Maybe they'll be able to get going early and have an effect in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the bottom lane for Dig, I talked about that being such a hot spot for them. They got both of their
Demolition.
picks. Those are the two most highly prized bot picks. Look how happy they all are. They're just so ecstatic that they got not only their first pick, but also the bottom lane of choice for this team. Cutie Pie, his face almost mirrors that of Jinx there, how excited he is.
Yeah, right? You saw the smile on his face. All the turrets are going down this game, even in enemies coming down the lane. So we're waiting for the picks here on the side of Coast. We've seen Olaf, we've seen Shyvana, Elise, and Wukong in the jungle for them, but it may be Pantheon this time with a lock-in. That is going to be a new one for Nintendo.
So, yeah, the Pantheon is a really popular jungle nowadays because of the power of his early ganks. And since they lock it in with a Leona, that bottom lane, I already talked about how Lucian has a good kill potential early. Now, with a Pantheon and a Leona, it just gets ridiculous. There could be a lot of action, and they could go at the heart of Dignitas here. Even though they got Jinx and Annie, you can go for the kills.
Awesome pickup here. Still smiles on the faces. You can see him, Skara. Skara's losing it over there in mid lane. Oh, man. This is going to be an awesome composition. A lot of fire. A lot of death coming down from Dignitas.
A lot of area of effect damage here for Dignitas. They got Cutie Pie on his favorite champion, Kiwi Kid on his favorite champion. Cruiser has had the most success on Mundo, so that's basically now his favorite champion by default, whether he likes it or not. And then they've got Skara adding all that magic AoE down on top of this Wukong. There's ridiculous team fight here for Dignitas. So they're going to look to get early turrets, and then they can have early objective control after that centered around Dragon because their Dragon fight is so strong. Really what Coast is going to have to do is get those early lane kills. They need this Pantheon to really have an early game effect. They want to get early kills on Pantheon, either bottom lane, or they can even get them top lane with Renekton.
And these picks don't surprise me from Coast. Ziggs being a first-time pick from Shifter. Pantheon on Nintendo. We know Nintendo for the Leona in the jungle, the Fiddle in the jungle in the previous splits. These guys are, like we said, not afraid to try things.
So Shifter did use Ziggs in the promotion tournament, I'm pretty sure. And it's an all-around amazing mid-champion. Man, is that thing annoying to play against because of the long-range harass / wave clear that just happened at the same time. So he'll definitely be happy on that champion. And it means that he doesn't have to actually walk to the other lanes to extend his sphere of influence. He can actually just throw down long-range ultis to help out.
Now, do you think this meta currently provides for Scar to be going in the bottom lane with Karthus still?
So Karthus, you know, he's pretty good in 2 versus 1 lanes.
Yeah.
Back last season, Reggie was quoted as saying, you know, never go against Karthus as a 2 versus 1 because he's so strong at them. His weakness is getting dove, though, and Pantheon is the king of diving. So I would not want to put that Karthus in 2 versus 1 situation. Pantheon will dive your ass really quick.
Definite hard hats in that situation. A little too much danger. The champs are locked in, so let's see who you locked in to get the win here. Over to LOLesports.com. Another 90%er. 90% of you think Dignitas.
I guess
keep that streak alive.
There's just like this wagon that's going around. Everybody in the LCS votes all the same way nowadays.
They're offering goldfish. I got to get on that train. Free goldfish if you get on the bandwagon. So we'll see what these teams have for each other. Coast looking to bring out the Ziggs, the Pantheon for the first time in this matchup. Crumbs brings out the Wukong again. We thought they would go for Yasuo, but it does appear that the Renekton was pulled out in the game overall.
Yeah.
Coast was looking at that Yasuo too.
Talking about how annoying it is to play against Ziggs, Yasuo doesn't have a better time than a lot of other people. So Sakara goes with a safe farmer here, which has really worked out for them. Him on more long-range farm champions has been a lot more successful for Dignitas than him on Assassins. Because when Scar plays Assassins, he shoves up a lot and he gets ganked a lot, and he really makes himself vulnerable. But he's had success on champions like Karthus and Ziggs because it makes him play more safe.
Talking about not safe, all these Renekton's coming out with the Doran's Blade to start lately, straight into the Tiamats. Real aggression there.
Yeah, he could shove his lane up pretty early. I like this. This is much nicer here. Both of them just showing off how big of an explosion you can make. Shifter actually has the upper hand here. You can see he has literal bombs, and Scar's just working with those little Skittles. It's kind of sad. Look, he's demoralized. Look at his face there.
He's like, I don't want to be on the screen right now. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Turn off the names.
My explosions are just as powerful as yours, Shifter.
This is. I'm gonna actually do a quick Wraith here. Scar is like hovering that. And they're like, when Wraith comes up, I'll help you.
I'm really interested to see if Nintendo goes for the level 2 gank like Meteos did last game, because Pantheon is another champion that can go for the level 2 gank just after 1 buff. They're very uncommon because the other jungler can try and make you pay for showing that early, and junglers usually want to secure both buffs. But people like Pantheon and like Lee Sin have such high kill potential just at level 2 that the possibility is there, and you really catch your opponents off guard because they're not used to looking for jungle ganks until past 3 minutes.
Yeah, you fail that and you're in deep don't say that. So 2 minutes on the clock. We got Crumbs going for red. We'll see what he can do. Jade Wukong for him this game. Like we said, he played it quite effectively last time. We're going to see if he can out-gank Nintendo here in the aggression. Cruiser knows that it may be tough in that lane. And it is a 2v1 overall, but not the Karthus switch we were thinking about.
Yeah, so they go for the 2 versus 1 switch once again. Dignitas did this last time that they got. They do it fairly often when they get Jinx. Mundo and Renekton are both decent at clearing jungle camps, but you could see how Cruiser was already prepped for this one. Starting that Burning Agony, just taking out the Race plus Wolves very, very quickly. There'll be a camp up, actually.
He knows what he needs to do. It's dress down day. He's not business Mundo right now, but he's still working it. He's got calls to make. We see Nintendo getting a little bit of help from Zion Spartan as they share up the experience on the red. Bros making their way through the jungle.
So the turret damage actually will be pretty heavily in favor of the Jinx lane, even though the champion reduction is on that top turret. All of these members can go right up to the turret, whereas Leona's going to have a little bit hard. Oh, well, never mind. They're not even sending Mundo to defend the turret. They're just giving it up. In that case, undefended, the turret should go down pretty similar.
I don't know. This turret looks pretty strong, Kobe. It's got a mean face on it, and the bottom one as well, but looks like Coast could take this one down a little faster. Both teams with the siege wave as they come in. That's the third wave to hit. They're going to use it effectively.
So Mundo is actually a jungler, and Crumbs is actually a laner here. We're going with the tri-lane.
It's a game swap, not a lane swap.
Both these guys going tri-lane. Like, Renekton has also been relegated to the jungle as well. He's just having a harder time than Mundo.
So everybody's farming it up. We'll see what they can do. Still pressure in second tier here in the top and bottom.
It's only the outer turrets that have that champion reduction damage. So once you get past that, you get to the second turret, it goes down like butter here. That thing does not have the extra reduction. So Jinx really has a huge advantage now.
Yeah, that's where that passive comes into play. Real nice, keeping that Gatling out. It's charging up that attack speed. Bottom lane getting pressure. We're getting deep into this game. 4 minutes in, looks like the lanes could start to get split here quite big. Second turret goes down on both sides.
Now it's the game of chicken. Who's going to pull back first? Because they're just heading straight for inhibitors here.
Inhibitor turrets at 5 minutes. This is what we like to see. Getting in each other's face. Zig's going for it. Inhibitor, they are in the base at 4.5 minutes. It looks like Lucian wants to stay. Wiz Fusion's like, let's go, we got more to do. But everybody's back into the bottom lane, and the Inhibitor turret is 25% away from falling.
Better be careful, though, because Pantheon's coming in, and they got Flash. The chopper!
Level 3 Panth, nice job by Cutie Pie, pulling that out. Still stunned on Kiwi Kid, so they're relatively safe. They just they got some pets here they got to get away from.
All right, so the things to think about with this strange early game is that we've gotten global gold for both teams. We've accelerated this game. It's actually an inflated early economy here because both teams have a lot of early global gold, and they should be getting those teamfight things, those teamfight items much quicker. And we'll have to see how the rotations work out because Dignitas don't want to give up on just 2 turrets, and they're already switching over to mid.
This is acceptable. Enjoying this quite thoroughly. We see a lot of that grouping in mid now, though, Kobe.
And late game, you're going to have like Leona ultimate for long range engage, and Pantheon for his man drop, he can get behind you. But since it's so early, since they've inflated the early game here from Dignitas, they actually don't have a lot of great hard engage from Coast. They have to land that Zenith Blade to go in, or they would have to have Nintendo come and flash in, come from the side, look for a flank onto Dignitas if they do decide to siege up.
Looks like Scarl will be going for that Rod of Ages. Once he gets it finished, it'll be 10 minutes before he's fully built on that. Still far away, though. The Blasting Wand to come in there. He has been pushed out of lane so far. He's only down in CS from that bit of going back to purchase. We'll see Coast now. Like you said, the lanes and the economy kind of upped a little bit, and we see a little bit of early roaming from everyone.
Dragon is still very dangerous to do. Since it's so early, it does a lot of damage, and they would want to do the sort of Mad Lifestyle micro of the Dragon and have somebody go close to it to get it turning, and then you go out of auto attack range, so that has to retarget to avoid that damage. But even doing that is dangerous because of the vision from Dignitas.
So Pink Ward plays just above Dragon. Coast to hold that for a little bit, but how much pressure can they actually keep in that area? Right now they control the vision. It looks like they may have something in store for this bottom lane at Dignitas.
Now, if you go at the bottom lane, which it seems like a good option at first because of the crowd control that they have down there to set it up, it's actually, there's 2 globals on Dignitas they have to worry about. So it's actually sort of a trap from Dig. They're saying if you go at our bottom lane, Annie will land the stun, and it'll buy time for teleport to come in.
Let's see. Annie may land that stun. She actually throws down the choppers first.
No
they
turret.
say, let's hold the stun. This is going to hurt. Oh, the flash on the barrier. Who thought he was going to get out? Not me. Wiz Fusion getting a hit there. It's not Crumbs being 6, but he is 5. Big kills coming in here from Cruiser. The teleport was used to get into the fight. Wiz Fusion still there. Cutie Pie has completely kept his distance from the fight. He knows what the result would have been.
So the trap does go off there. They are able to use both globals to get back in and answer 2 kills. But since Wiz Fusion was able to get the kill first, they got the first blood money. And it's actually a pretty even exchange since Ziggs was able to add his semi-global damage with his ulti, forcing Cutie Pie's flash.
See that one more time.
All right, let's look at the mini-map, because look at the roaming, actually. We see Renekton had made his way down here a long time ago. Here's the engage that we saw before, and yes, Cutie Pie does get really low.
I love how Kiwi holds the stun.
He's actually going to be able to save it, yeah. And the ult does come from Scar and the teleport, but Renekton arrives very, very soon after Mundo here. And he comes in hot with his ulti already popped. That's so that he can gain that passive Fury. That's why you would do that instead of saving it to when you get low. And it ends up being a pretty even trade because everybody did such a good job of rotating down to that bottom lane.
Action and reaction. Coast looking to keep on their toes in this game. They've been put a little on the back burner here with the bit of lead that Dignitas has. But they know that Dignitas is also just a train not going down the tracks right now at full speed. With the amount of wins they have, they're not going to let a win go by so easily. Or I should say a loss.
And pretty soon we are going to hit the point where people are actually level 6.
Yeah.
For Coast, it's going to be really big increase in power because they'll get that hard initiate that I was talking about. Leona can stop them with the long-range solar flare, and then Pantheon is also going to have the opportunity to gank these long lanes.
Just ride the sun down from the sky. coming on top of the ults.
Everybody's grouped up. Renekton's the only one not at the party.
There's a good damage on the bomb, but that means they have to initiate in. They have Nintendo NACS. He doesn't even get to stun anyone. It's Daydreaming right in the middle of the fight right now, trying to be that Leona, but he cannot make it happen. Not a day at the beach.
You can see with the accelerated pace of this game, everyone's still low on life.
Oh, it's going to be 10 HP to Wiz Fusion. Woo, getting out of that one, it was very scary. They are not going to be able to contest any more of this. I don't think on both sides.
These dragon fights are so spectacular and they're turned around so easily because it's still this early in the game. Nobody has that much HP and everyone's going down so quickly that they're able to turn these fights on their heads at a moment's notice. Just like one ultimate makes the difference. That's half somebody's life.
They've pushed the game so far ahead from where they should be. They're like, wait a minute, we actually can't do this yet. And that's from turrets being pushed in the top and bottom. We're up to the inhibitors, and everybody's just trying to make the next move.
The rotation down from Shifter here is definitely going to catch out both these bottom lanes. There's no flashes left.
They're creeping. Oh, walking over the minefield. Kiwi Kid throwing the stun. He gets it out, but Spartan, he's going to let himself go down. A great Aegis out of Cutie Pie. He will go down as well, trying to dodge back and forth. He does deny the assist to Leona, so he did what he could.
All right, that means 2 people down. They should go for an objective, but look how quick the death timers are going to be up. It's so early in the game, there's low levels. They're going to be alive in time to try and answer. There's a long lane pushed up top, so Dignitas actually have a pretty big creep wave up there, and Scar is already rotating to it. That top turret is really low, but it's dangerous because he's Karthus and he can't escape.
He will try to just walk out right now, shoes tied. He doesn't want to have any danger. And a great job by Coast. Overall, we kind of saw that same engage happen twice. They just went down there. Mega Inferno Bomb was flash barriered coming in from Cutie Pie, and they just repeated, rinse and repeat.
It's one of the old advantages against the lane swap where the duo being down bottom from Coast means that Coast outer turrets are still up down there for the dragon fights. So they have safety. But Dignitas have to extend really, really far out into the open there. And without Kiwi Kid warding behind them, they didn't have any turrets to fall back on. Oh, this is a face check. It's going to be danger.
Nintendo not looking too good. Quick blow on the cartridge. Yeah, it still doesn't work.
So with the same, everybody's lacking health. Everybody's also lacking wards. There's not a lot of vision down on the map. So we're seeing a lot of these picks come out. Very interesting game that we've come on here.
Very, very interesting. The gold only 400 apart, and that's no core item in somebody's pocket. So we are looking for at least a little bit of momentum to be grabbed here. After these lanes were pushed, we did just see Skara trying to go to the top side to no avail, was forced to back off. And we haven't seen a big Requiem really turn a fight either. So hopefully Coast is still remembering that as they go deeper and deeper into fights and get lower and lower in health.
Yeah. The one down bottom just kind of making it go even.
Yep.
Now they have their own globals, though, because Nintendo has hit that level 6. And Pantheon, he can make Dignitas pay for the long lane down bottom, even if they do ward behind them, because he doesn't have to come through wards. So that bottom lane is very dangerous for Dignitas right now.
And interesting from Kiwi Kid, whether he's just kind of let it slip by, but he did not switch to Sweeper when he went for his Sightstone. They're just leaving that up to Crumbs.
Yeah, I mean, the jungler does a lot of roaming too, so getting early sweeper on him is good. But Annie, especially with Kiwi Kid's style where he likes to roam a lot, looks like he has decided to swap as well.
Yep.
And listens to
just
Grandpa
wasn't time yet.
Good advice.
We'll see what they have. Pink wards are abundant in the inventories of both sides, so both teams remembering to keep the map control privy in their mind. Looking at the top builds, buys, and CS, 96 Zion Spartan, and that's the aggressive build.
It looks like Digger making a rotation mid, though. They might even look for early tower pressure. Going against Ziggs is extremely hard to catch them out of position, because even if Shifter is far away, he can clear a wave instantly with his ult. And once he gets in range, it only takes him seconds to clear that thing out. It's very hard to get those early shoves in.
Spartan still going hard against Cruiser. We don't actually see him with the Tiamat build after the Dorans, as most Renekton's have been going.
He has been going early defense here because of the accelerated pace of the game. He wants to be the tank for his team. And I love what he just did right there. He waited till Crumbs got close enough to him that he could then recall or then back off without tipping Crumbs off that there's a ward down there in the tri-bush. Crumbs actually wasted time and wasted his sweeper in the wrong bush because Zion didn't move until he was in immediate danger. But now, Crumbs has just come through the lane.
They don't matter.
Now he's in trouble.
It's
there's
10 to 9.
There's a monkey in that bush.
Crumbs, he draws him right in. See how long he waits for this. Kiwi Kid is kind of hovering down. I don't know if they're fully waiting for him. Cruiser's like, man, let's go, let's do this. Come on, I got the alligator in my teeth. Let's go. There it is. The clone goes out. It's going to be big. Zion Spartan, can he get over the wall? No, it's such a thick wall. Oh, man, tripped up on his own tail. And here comes the man drop in. Wait a minute. Oh, that could be too late. You don't want to do that. The man drop flash. Very, very nice.
Follow
Crumbs
from
goes in. There it is. He has the gap closer. Now daydreaming. The rest of the team, do they have what it takes? Oh, he clones it, but still takes the damage.
Whew. That was an aggressive follow from Crumbs right there. He was split seconds away from not finishing that kill and dying himself. But a good job as well by Cruiser trying to land some cleavers, lay down that cover fire, and allow him time to escape.
I was just about to say, Coast has been so patient in their actions. Usually we see them going for things that would put them behind, things that actually hurt them a little bit. That entry into the fight late did kind of put a tick on them. Now they have to start stopping this split push.
And Scar is really happy with this. You know, being able to split push a lot of extra farm with Karthus is very valuable because he hasn't gone early power.
Oh, there is a lot of AoE coming out and globals. Very nice shot down as the Requiem from Scar pretty much initiates that fight.
Well, they got Tibbers at the end there. Good stun from Nintendo to finish off the bear. But man, the flash initiates from Kiwi Kid are always something you have to keep in the back of your mind. As we said before, this Dig team, not only is it great at burning down turrets quickly because of Jinx, but they've got crazy initiation. Annie and Wukong, ridiculous AoE combo that they can pull off.
And nobody's moving out of that rocket once you're popped up.
All right, so let's watch here.
Synergy.
Kiwi Kid getting close. Bam, he lands a two-man ulti. Immediate follow-up from Skara, who's still farming, by the way. He's very happy just farming while getting kills from his team.
It's a good stun on Tibbers.
As I said before, he's gone with the ramping up build. Early Rod of Ages means that he doesn't hit his power spike 10 minutes after you buy that item.
He won't be full form for a while. He does have the needlessly large rod, though. He's looking to make an impact with that damage. It's not just going to be a defensive build for him. See him and the team kind of moving down to the bottom side. Power in numbers here. Everybody moving in party, hip to hip. Double buffs onto Skara previously. That's going to be very nice for him in these engagements.
So Dignitas right now, all they have to do is stall because they're the ones with the teleport. And Mundo's up there, split pushing. So as long as they can stall Coast and poke them, they want to get as much poke as they can. They're starting off the dragon though. They want to force this one. Coast are making Dignitas start it up.
Skara's hatching mines as he walks through the field. Cruiser's in the middle of the fight with Sadism on. And it looks like they are able to lock him down quite good. Crumbs tries to get the Cyclone off, but everybody's doing it in defense.
Shifter zoned the whole team with his ulti there. And Cruiser was left all alone in the middle of Coast. They were even able to take out Mundo.
Oh, the culling, the attack speed, or rather movement speed, wasn't there from the W passive, so they don't continue. It's just to keep him back. Good damage from the rocket, but it's not enough to deter him or take the dragon. That goes in favor of Coast, and they don't pull in the lead yet, but they are staying even with Dignitas.
The zone control from Ziggs is ridiculous around early dragons. That's something that's actually glossed over a lot of the time, but he was really able to pretty much decide that entire fight there. The team collapses back, which is the right move, and you watch all of Dignitas, even after they get hit with the bomb, they're still hesitating on the outside while their tank gets burned down. And those just couple seconds of focused fire from Coast is all the difference that they need, and there's no more that Dignitas can do to contest the dragon.
Dig still looking to get initiation in as you see the inventory, the Moby boots onto Kiwi Kid, looking to get himself right to the front of the fight and hopefully get that initiation. We just saw it under the turret, and we saw it give Dig a bit of a lead, but Coast is still scratching. They're clawing back, and they're not giving up.
Yeah, that last fight was very well played by Coast. I have to say, there are multiple ways to tank. Zoning is really the best tool that you have. And by zoning, it means just making the damage of the enemy team, the AD carry and the mages, too scared to use their damage and use their abilities.
Yeah.
So you're buying time for your team, which is pretty much the same as you actually tanking the damage, except all you're doing is zoning them out, making them too scared to enter the fight.
Seeing the Athenes on Shifter, he is also second itemed a needlessly large rod. They know that they are the ones to carry him and Scar, that is, for these two teams. Cutie Pie has not been having the usual game. Usually he's 3-4 kills up and has a great lead in CS,
Hey,
which the lead
he's
is
got
there.
the turret kills, though. That's what he's
Does have those
focused
turrets
on
going
nowadays.
down.
Look, everything's a turret. Boom, got another one.
There it is. He's getting excited. Like he says, once you get that mobility and AD carry, it's unstoppable. And we'll see if that is provided for him in the fights to come. We're getting up to 20 minutes. They are going to start really pressuring each other. I believe the dives may start coming in from this team, Coast, as they get the siege on.
Both AD carries going early Bloodthirsters. They will hit their power pretty much at the same time here. And everybody really with only one core item so far. They've all sort of stalled out. And the map is so open that it's really all about who can get the better positions and the numbers advantage in the small skirmishes on the side, because both teams have really strong globals.
It's going to make it hard. They have good warding, pretty much going down everywhere, up and down the river for both teams. More so for Coast. They are really in position to take this game over. They're down almost 2,000 gold now. That lead stretched a bit.
Yeah, it's a very even game. They played it pretty well up until this point. And without the dragon being there to force fights, it's sort of degraded back into the farm game here.
Definitely
now,
more composed Coast.
Dignitas, because Lucian's up top, they should be able to get this turret very easily. And Coast have to make the decision right now if they want to actually continue with this split push or if they want to start grouping up.
That's interesting. Dignitas doesn't have super turret siege, but they have chompers, wall, everything that doesn't allow you to get through the turret as they are sieging it from pretty close range.
Yeah, I really do like Jinx in the sieging game even because she can turn over to those rockets, which is long range as well. And those flame chompers that you just mentioned are a great tool. So I do like that combo. Plus, they're also relying on the threat of the engage. They don't have to go for the dive, but they have the threat of Kiwi Kid and Crumbs. We saw how Kiwi Kid before, split-second initiation, that has to be in the back minds of Coast, even if they're at their turret. And it sort of is the same idea where it's a psychological effect of that flash Tibbers, forcing them sort of off the tower.
And we heard Nintendo in the previous, in the bumper before the show, if I heard him correctly, say that it's kind of a waiting game. We need to wait for them to come to us. And that's almost going to work with the composition they're looking at.
But man, you don't want to wait too long because look.
That's true.
Karthus, he's fully stacked on his rod, plus he's got a death cap now. So he's hit a huge, huge power spike. And that's all AoE magic damage. There's not a whole bunch of magic resist coming out from this Coast team. When he pops Requiem, that's guaranteed chunks out of every single member of Coast. At this point, it's going to be at least a third of Shifter's HP and other squishies like Wiz Fusion. So it's very dangerous to do the team fight right now for Coast because Scar just finished that death cap.
I'm surprised we don't see the Locket of the Iron Solari coming out on the side of Coast. It's going to be a lot of damage, even from both sides. The Black Cleaver being finished for that Cyclone stack, the damage coming in from Wukong is going to help Cutie Pie so much.
Yeah, they've got really well-diversified damage sources on Dignitas, so it's hard to itemize against it since you have to balance all defensive stats. You need health to back up your armor and your magic resistance. And really, it's all about catching someone out of position. Coast, as we said before, they really want to make use of the long-range engage that they have with the Leona and the Pantheon to try and catch Dig away from their AoE game that they want to play. Dignitas really want to get the combo off. That's where their strength is.
Looks like Coast is waiting for that they are going to come to us situation right now. The pink ward is almost the initiation of this fight right here, but they both back off as Dignitas does get a bit of vision control. We're going to see Dragon in 15 seconds. The posture is heavy from both teams.
And Cutie Pie cheated a little down to that bottom lane to grab a couple extra CS, and Dig actually were gaining money from all three lanes at once. So the lead slowly eking out towards Dig's favor. Now, while Coast are sort of in an indecisive position
around Dragon, they know they have to make something happen very soon. So there's the long-range engage coming.
How about this for soon? Nintendude coming in with the man drop. Grand Skyfall does
Teleport
not
in the
get
back.
too much. Oh, they don't see it coming from the backside. They do. Nintendude and Shifter call it. He satchels over the wall, but Nintendude's left with his team. It's Daydreaming trying to get out. A great calling from the backside, but Wiz Fusion could be in a bad spot real quick. They get Daydreaming off as well. The Requiem hasn't even been used, and the double kill coming in for Skara, coming up big on the fight. Wiz does what he can, taking down Crumbs, but they are still engaging. Zion tries to get the stun down. Cutie Pie's there. The Rockets are on. He dodges it. A great stop and stutter to get himself out of line.
Stutter step from Zion, letting the zap go right by him. Really nicely played. That was almost a double for the Kiwi Pie. Bottom lane at the end cleaning up, but they weren't able to get it. However, they retain control of the map, and that's going to mean the Dragon for them. So they get the giant reward. You see a really good call by Dignitas backing off. As soon as they saw the Pantheon circle, they call for the teleport in back and just circle around Coast. They get a lot of the AoE off on at least 2 people, but Scar gets taken down so early, he can't continue to move with the fight. At this point, Requiem does come down, though, and that will guarantee the extra advantage for them, getting them low enough. I love how Kiwi Kid did not give up on the play either. He goes into finish Shifter, even gets him by himself.
Throws down the Ignite. Make sure he goes down. Oh, that stab. Zion Spartan. Learn that in gym class.
Keep your finger on that S key, because that's one of the best juking tools, especially, I guess, if you're a Wukong there, Crumbs, is extra opportunities to make use of that.
So damage builds from both of the junglers. I guess you're going to get that out of a Pantheon on a Wukong. They've been trying to do what they can. It is a 4-2-4 Wukong with 143 CS, though, trouncing 0-5-4. And you see 63 CS. Nintendude's been having a tough time.
Yeah, he is. And that's why he's sort of behind on his Warmogs that he's trying to build. Pantheon loves that Warmogs. If you're going to build a single defensive item, health is always the way to go, because it'll protect you in both cases, since Dig's damage is so diversified. And Pantheon really just wants to be able to live long enough to get off multiple uses of his passive. So probably going to try and rush that Warmogs next before even upgrading into that Black Cleaver.
So Glass Cannon Skara looks to finish up a Void Staff as his next item. But he's actually been really safe in these fights. The Chompers, the wall, zoning potential of Kiwi Kid hasn't allowed Coast to get anywhere near the back line. It's always been a man drop that's been too far out of range for Coast to get to.
Yeah, they want to get it comboed really well with a long Solar Flare. That would be the ideal situation. Solar Flare trying to catch out one of these high priority targets that are fairly low health, but they just haven't been able to do it. Dig are so good at spreading out when they see Coast's attempts at the initiation, and then re-engaging as soon as Cruiser joins the fight with his teleport.
Dig feeling the fact that they are ahead. We see Kiwi Kid picking up a needlessly large rod. Talisman's finished, and that was the next thing he went for.
He got power happy after that that kill on to Shifter there. I think the power has definitely gone to his head. He might be going for a DFG.
Let's see. It is the first kill on the Shifter, so it was a 3-kill shutdown. He gets a bit of gold out of that.
I love seeing the support Annies with DFG, because your support in the end game ends up being able to solo the AD carry of the opponents now in Season 4.
That's a ridiculous
The tables have
advantage.
really turned around.
Oh, the tables could turn as well here, or just keep being flipped in favor of Dignitas. The wards are going down. Do see that Coast they seem quite unsure about this invade. They're playing the more, you still need to come to us, but we're looking for you very slowly.
They need to make use of their sweepers to try and catch Dig out. As we said before, they want that long range engage. They're scared of the AoE, and they really need to make use of the jungle walls to try and get a spread out team fight.
Such a good stop on the siege.
Though.
I don't know if they're going to be able to. Oh, yeah, they are definitely coming up train style. Annie's on the caboose. Kiwi Kid will be the last one to engage on this. And Zion Spartan, he could be a little too far back. The Randuin's going off, and Daydreaming, he's trying to flex his muscles. get his way into the fight, show that
Oh,
surfboard.
foul's been
Crumbs is
activated.
in. They're trying to, they get it onto the 10, dude. The man drop will not be apparent in this fight. And the culling also getting blown out of this. Cruiser's gonna eat it up on sadism though. Kiwi Kid on the back line. You can see him trying to stun up, or charge up the stuns to get into the fight. Daydream in the back, but they have great coordination on who they're killing. Turn on to shifters, barrier is used. Requiem comes down if they can't capitalize on the kill themselves. Skara coming up with that kill. And it's just one after the other. A shutdown there. Missing on the zap, the flash over the wall. That's enough for Dignitas on this one. 4 for 1.
Still, it was even a very close team fight. They got a lot of members of Dig very low, and all the area AoE of Dig was blown on, either 1 or 2 members because they were chasing. But since they took out Nintendo before that even started, there was basically a 4 versus 5 fight, and Dig coming out ahead. I really like how Kiwi Kid backed up his AD carry at the end too. So that's maybe the 8th cleaver that Cruiser has landed in this chase.
There were a lot.
Keeping Coast around. This is really the big point, is they caught out Nintendo and just obliterated him before he got any damage off. Then they spend a lot on Zion here. It's the Wukong ultimate just on the tank. So that's a lot of resources spent, and Crumbs gets pretty low since he's going with the damage build. But they are able to finish it off since Shifter will go down to Requiem no matter what. Here comes Kiwi Kid. Just in case Cutie Pie was about to go down. He had barrier as well. Even he wasn't expecting the flash from Kiwi to save him.
Kiwi Kid is everywhere right now, and he knows he can be. Doing a great job for the team. We did say trouble last spring for him, but he has turned the tables. He's, what is it? Was it most kills? I think Cutie Pie might have taken that over, but Kiwi Kid has been playing exceptional for Dignitas.
Yeah, I think a lot of Dig's players have been really improving their gameplay since the beginning of the season. It's really showing too. Crumbs especially as that
and now
shot caller. He's really confident now, and you can see it in their movements. As I said, when the long range engage comes, they immediately spread out. Everybody's sort of on the same page, it seems now with Dig.
And when your shot caller is almost 100 CS above their jungler, that's even more confidence to come in. Crumbs was the first one getting kills, had a hand in first blood.
And he's used that confidence to just buy all these offensive items. As you said before, if you're going to use your ult just on the tank, then it puts you in a risky spot. But if he can get to the squishy backline, he'll just obliterate everybody. He's just gone full offense here, and it's going to be a powerful Cyclone that does come out.
Getting tougher and tougher for Coast to come back. Zion Spartan is, as we said, going for the tank build on Renekton. But that leaves Nintendo building the damage from the jungle, so they've switched that. Swap that there.
The old switcheroo.
Switcheroo.
Coming from Coast. They actually really need to make a play with Nintendo, I think. Catching somebody, trying to get a man drop on a single target, and getting that kill to turn into an objective, because they've already shown that it's very difficult to win the straight up fight now. And you need to prey on someone who's out of position. They do have the tools to do it, so Coast fans should not be disheartened quite yet. They've got tools to come back. It's just going to be a long, hard battle.
You're definitely going to have to turtle inside that base. You can see Wiz Fusion taking consideration into that magic damage that's being thrown at him. He throws the Spectral's Cowl in there right after the Triforce has been completed. These guys need to stay alive for quicker than one spell reel from the enemy. These fights are going quick.
I do like the Zanyas as well from Shifter.
Yeah, just picked it up.
He can Zanyas that Requiem, so at least one person won't be taking that damage. That's actually shot through the roof since the Void Staff has been added on top. I mean, Scar has really got a really high impact Requiem.
Well, this is that game to bring out the Banshee's Veil. And we see a Spectral Cowl over that Spirit Visage, so they're going for a few of them.
Mundo split pushing again. It's kind of Dig's easy call to make. They can just soak up extra money on him, and then the tankier that he gets, the further away from Renekton that he gets as far as the gold lead is concerned, the better for Dig. They can just have him running around the back lines and slowing people, as we've seen. Very effective in the chase.
And with that, we've seen different split pushers. What do you kind of have to provide as a split pusher?
It looks like Zion split pushing to answer Cruiser here is going to be a 2 versus 1. So you want to be able to at least take one person and wave clear, but he can't. This is going to be a tower down here probably. Oh, he's able to get the wave clear.
Got to bring big muscles to the table.
Still one at least.
That's first on the list. Or be a crocodile. Seems to work pretty well. We'll see if he can keep this 50%, just above 50% turret heavy. It looks like the rest of the team is coming to protect. Kobe,
all right,
this could get dirty.
Watch for this turret dive, because Cruiser, if he gets close to anyone, he'll take turret aggro just because of his Sunfire. And if that happens, Crumbs can immediately jump in there with Kiwi Kid and get that AoE combo off. It will be an explosive team fight. Even though it's under the turret, Dig can actually end it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Zion will be the only one walking around after all the damage.
Summoners are up on both sides, making sure. Looks like everybody can really get where they need.
Look at that Scarra poke from the side there. That's creative.
A little vision. Wall gives you vision, so he's going to be able to see what's going on over there. Looks like they get good damage onto the turret. That's Jinx being Jinx. He was really the only one hitting it. His Cruiser, he's playing the guard. He's a riot shield.
Yeah, and also Coasters don't want to fight that outer turret. They send Pantheon top. Pantheon probably the best to go answer a clear wave because he can join the fight from almost half a map away. He's going to have to walk down a little bit, but he can jump pretty far. The only thing is he has to not get caught before the fight starts here. If either jungler gets caught out again, then it'll be a
you mean junglers? Yeah, that could happen. It's a dark place in the forest, and Nintendo didn't bring a flashlight. 16-8, 35 minutes into the game. It's about an 8,000 gold lead we're looking at right now. And definitively, Dignitas has really won the lanes. But kudos to Shifter. He does have the CS lead, and he knows he needs to be on the one to carry for his team, and he holds that position usually.
Yeah, if the jungler getting caught out early, the squishy jungler. Wow, Crumbs, way to stay calm. Woo. Stay calm. Use Smite. Baron secured. If either of the junglers going, they've both gone damage here. So if either of them gets caught out, then it's a huge detriment to the team, and you immediately lose your control over the objective, which Dignitas immediately pounce on. And man, is it a rough game for Nintendo here. 0-7, really feeling it.
I was very interested to see how Dignitas would do once they get to the turrets, but they're so big right now that they can just go right under them. Coast has nothing to stop them from going in. Looking at that featured matchup of I'm a Cutie Pie and Wiz Fusion coming in 4-1-6. Cutie Pie did start to get the kills under his belt, and we've seen him start to make a few more plays.
He's been dictating really the pace of the game since the opening minutes. With that rush top, the top turret is really flimsy right now. It's very low already. If Dig push on one of the 3 lanes, I would definitely go for that top lane because they don't even have to dive the turret. All it takes is a couple of attacks, and it'll go down. Then they can have the flash initiates, and it will be very, very rough for Coast.
Now looking at Cutie Pie, we've been seeing a lot of static Shiv lately. But a few Phantom Dancers have definitely been finding their way into inventories.
Yeah, they've got amazing wave clear already, with Karthus and stuff, so didn't have to go with the static Shiv. He's just going massive carry mode right now. And if he turns that BF sword into an Infinity Edge, that's like the classic sort of AD carry late game build right there for hard carrying. Synergizing the Infinity Edge plus Phantom Dancer means that your team fight damage is going to be ridiculous.
Well, they're already pretty ridiculous in the damage area with Crumbs going in very hard. Like you said, building all 3 damage items before going defensive. It's something we've actually been seeing from a lot of junglers. Junglers in EU were also building Spirit of the Spectral Wraith and the Elder Lizard on most of the junglers they were using.
And it's a playstyle that takes confidence to pull off. If you're not sure in your moves, then you're going to go down very quickly. If you don't dodge a CC ability, then you can be punished very quickly. But you have a much bigger impact on the plays, and that's what Crumbs wants. He wants to have the power in his hands.
We'll see how he can handle that right now. Actually looking at Nintendo's...
Whoa! Top turret is fully regen, by the way.
Yeah.
I forgot that
inhibitor
turrets do regen over time now. That was so long ago. It's back to full life.
Well, usually we only just see them taken down, right? The team's there. It's definitive. They either hit it or they don't.
That's a good little reminder.
We were here so long ago. That was a mere 20 minutes. But they were here early in the game. We saw these turrets pushed in. A little bit of history lesson. And now we've come to this. The mid was opened up around 12 minutes in the game as everybody... It was a very early roam with the top 2-tier turrets being... or top tier first and second. I'm good.
Top tier terror?
A lot of alliteration here with T's. But that kind of slowed down the game, we said. It brought them to a point where everybody had a little too much money and a little too low level to deal with everybody.
Yeah, so with that, the regeneration of inhibitor turrets, it does limit the options a little bit. They can't go for that just burst it down, and they want to group up. Cruiser does get tower aggro, and there they go.
Nintendude X does not live through this one. Going down instantly, he has been the focus in these fights. Wiz Fusion able to drop Scara, but still from Death Defy, he can bring down the Requiem. Zanya's off by Shifter. Zoning Daydreaming out to the right. They can't pass through the wall. Scara did as much as he could before going down, and even after death, he's having an impact. Zion Spartan tries to dive in. The Flame Choppers gets him locked up, and he does go down. Cutie Pie's taking some turrets down.
Ooh, so even though Scara goes down, he gets the guaranteed damage, as we said before. So a 1-for-1 trade with him and Nintendude is not even, since Scara hits the whole team with his Requiem after going down, and they're able to get the inhibitor. That's basically the only hurdle that was left for Dignitas. Now they have that open way into the base of Coast, and they can just ward up the entire map and easily secure the next objectives like Dragon, pretty much free gold, Baron as well. So there's what I talked about. Cruiser gets the tower aggro just from getting close, and then it's the initiate from Kiwi Kid. Crumbs goes in to follow it up on Shifter here, and Shifter is able to get back all the way to his Nexus turrets, but that zoning from Crumbs was allowing them to take down the turret that entire time. Cutie Pie made quick work of it, and then they get the inhibitor as well. This Solar Flare only hits Cruiser for the slow, so that means that it's an easy counter initiate for Dig in the end.
Trying to take those last chances that didn't work out for him. Going back to the inventories real quick, looking at Nintendude buying the Tabis over Merc Tread this game, and he's facing so much magic damage in crowd control.
Yeah, I mean, there's just all kinds of damage from him, and him getting caught out doesn't really matter what defensive item. I guess if he is going to get stunned out, then you're like, yeah, I want Merc Tread so I don't get stunned as long, but he's just been getting blasted so often. Yeah, maybe a little tenacity might have been a difference in the early game. The world will never know.
0-8-4 coming in out of this one. Has been having a hard time, but he's still trying to keep his team in, and he does not have a problem engaging these fights. Problem once he gets in the fights, but still making sure there's talk and calls going on. Keeps the team at a level where you can get back into the game. That, however, is very far away with Dig grabbing another Dragon. Huge gold lead of 71,000 to 57. And there's only 4 turrets left on the map here for Dig.
They also got a couple more tools for diving here. We've got a Crumbs GA, so he can dive. And we also have Scara with Zanya's. So now he's got an option as well. There's a very, very, very dangerous tower defense for Coast right now because Dignitas are very ready to go for this kill.
They want it almost immediately. Flash burned on Cutie Pie, but he's still on the backside. Switches over to Rockets, focusing the turret. Crumbs, Scara zoning. Whoa, going in with Defile to the middle of the fight. Throws down Zanya's. They seem so like they have the upper hand here. Wiz Fusion on the backside. Cyclone right onto him. Everybody's picking and choosing their own fight, and Coast can't handle it.
Yeah, they just got obliterated. That's probably going to be the end of this story here. Dignitas with a confident dive and a strong push on Nexus turrets.
The train will not stop at this station. Please pass go. Please collect another win. Dignitas stays on the streak. 41 minutes in the game against Coast.
Really well played. And I don't know really how Coast wanted the picks and bans to go, but it seemed like Dig got all the champions that they want. Every single one. As I said before, the Jinx plus Annie combo has been great for them. Cruiser's best champion is Mundo. Well, statistically, his best champion has been Mundo. And then, Crumbs and Scar really just get to pick up whatever they want in the back. It seems just like really exactly how Dig laid out the game plan.
Like you said, Cruiser on Mundo. 4 wins, 4 plays. Oh man. Cutie Pie giving us a bit of a flash Tibbers there.
Get the full word on that? What was that thing?
I think it said Longhorns.
Texas, I guess? All right. Bit of an odd shout out.
Scars from there too as well. They're just showing some love. Fans saying, we know you're out there, guys. Thanks for watching. Because they have been playing amazing. Dignitas was really faltering in the beginning of the season, and then out of nowhere, they just start blowing people up. Even after an off week, and they have 3 games this week.
Yeah, hot streak continues. Another very convincing match from Dignitas.
6 straight wins. Who would have thunk?
Well, Dig probably, because they did it last season. They went on a big 3 after losing the initial fights.
Yeah, but then they
like
lost to one of
toying.
the bottom teams, so
True.
it's any given Saturday or Sunday, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, people oftentimes are very critical of even pro teams. In League of Legends, one game is not, you can't look at one game and say, oh yeah, that team is way better than the other team just because they won a single match. There's so many small things that can happen in a single game that can tip the scale heavily in one team's favor. It doesn't mean that they're a bad team if they lose a couple.
Baron usually has a hand at that.
Yeah, Baron has a pretty big hand.
Trying to get in for this mites, trying to make it happen. But remember, send your moments, your favorite moments from today's games to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. Don't forget, 140 characters make it good. First, we've got to take a broadcast cool down. When we return, Cruiser and Crumbs join Freak to talk about their latest win. Then Evil Geniuses look for an upset against first place TSM in our next match of the day. Don't go anywhere. Oh, they don't see it coming from the backside. They do. Nintendo and Shifter call it. He satchels over the wall, but Nintendo's left with his team. It's Daydream and trying to get out. A great calling from the backside, but Wiz Fusion could be in a bad spot real quick. They get Daydreaming off as well. The Requiem hasn't even been used, and the double kill coming in for Scara. welcome back to the 2014 NALCS Spring Split home of Snazzy Feet. I'm Rivington Bislin III, and joining me for the next 2 games is none other than Joshua Jet Leesman.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I got to watch the first 2 exciting games. I'd say much faster pace than we've seen a little bit in North America here. Let's hope the pace continues.
Absolutely, even faster. We want to check in with what you've been saying. Earlier we asked you which NALCS Pro would you want to duo queue with and why. There were some really great responses, but unfortunately we can't read them all.
So a couple of them.
Here's a simple sample. And the return of Fable says, Afromoo is a great support who would feed me kills and make me laugh all through the game. There is no better support for a marksman.
Yeah, I mean, if you want some examples of his fun supporting, go look up Support is So Easy by Afromoo when he first was an AD carry and started playing support. He's a good guy.
Jagente says, I duo with I'm a Cutie Pie because I'm a die-hard support main, and he's my spirit animal.
I kind of want a follow-up tweet and find out what spirit animal I'm a Cutie Pie actually is, but you know, it's a dangerous
Someone
task.
with a lot of hair.
Duo queuing with I'm a Cutie Pie because sometimes he plays a few things that are outside the meta, I would have to say.
Yeah, this is true. Andro Gat says, I'd love the duo with Lemon Nation. He's the man with the plan, and he and his notebook could carry me to an ADC victory.
Hey, Lemon Nation, one of the few supports that has always been right at the top of the ladder, so he definitely knows what he's doing. I don't know if he's going to work for the whole team with the notebook, but definitely for himself.
Yeah, and as always, we appreciate the great responses. Now we're going to throw it over to Freak, who's joined by 2 members of the Rampaging Dignitas.
Thank you very much, Riv. And Rampaging is right, you guys. On a tear right here. Welcome, Cruiser and Crumbs to the desk. So coming off that win, same team comp as in week 1. How did that happen?
Yeah, well, you know, we were drafting our strategy against Coast. It's been 3 weeks since we played, and then we were thinking, we're going to do this. We have a little whiteboard. Okay, that's what we're going to pick. This is what we're going to ban. And then we finished the whole thing. We're like, this is the same thing we ran 3 weeks ago. Okay, I guess we'll run it. So we ran it, and then we figured, okay, nobody's going to expect this, right? You spent 3 weeks, and then you didn't change anything. You're running the exact same thing. I mean, it's just reverse psychology or some sort of mind game.
It's got to be reverse psychology.
Got him.
Yeah, got him. So you guys actually come through every week, and you plan out for all your games coming into the week, basically?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So then coming into this, you guys had 2-on-1 lanes, and Cruiser, you're in this weird situation where
Jungler
two turrets...
number 2.
Yeah, pretty much. And you're like, all right, so I'm going to do nothing. I'm going to go jungle for a while. I'm stuck in a 2v1. Like, tell me what goes through your mind when this happens and your turrets start falling.
Well, Mundo's actually really good at taking jungle camps because of his W. It does a lot of damage, and you can just clear Wraiths and Wolves and then back Wraiths, Wolves. And then you can actually clear White. And that gave me a level advantage for being in a 1v2, so that's always good.
So I actually have a question as a follow-up, because very few top laners ever get into 1v2s except in the pro scene. So the turrets go down, the lanes start to reset. How do you play like the ridiculously long lane where there's like 2 total turrets left?
It kind of depends on like how many creeps were left over for you. Like if there's an extra cannon minion or something, a lot of times you'll just try to freeze it and just farm it out, and then hopefully the top laner has to push his wave out. So then with TP I can also make plays as well. So.
All right, so with you guys on the desk, we have a replay about 10 minutes into the game. Crumbs, you're waiting in the brush as Wukong for like a minute and a half, and finally Zion Spartan pulls in. If you can get that on your screen, guys, walk me through what happens here.
So I was waiting for him to move up and dash because I wanted to get him with the dash. I actually ulti his first dash out, I'm pretty sure, so then he has to flash out. He misses the flash. And I have red buff, and I have Spirit Lizard with Brutalize, so he's going down pretty easily. So then I can finish him off, and then Pantheon doesn't cancel his drop. He goes in. My team's like, don't flash after him. Like, I'm flashing after him. I'm killing him. So then I just go after, and I kill him right before his team collapses, because any second later I would have died, and then Zigzal barely make it out. Double kill. Excellent.
I think those cleavers saved you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you got 2.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have done it without you.
The follow-up from the top laner, I like it. So that was obviously a really good play with you guys. So we got later into the game. I actually wanted to sort of point something out. So you got a smite on Baron within a quarter second of it being in smite range.
Yeah, I'm that good at smite.
Was that partially luck, or do you really have that kind of reflexes?
Well, you know, I know the timing of the ability, but I'm pretty sure his ability did more than my smite. I was like, well, might as well go for it. So then I just smited and got it.
Yeah,
I don't really think about it too much. I didn't even click on the health of Baron. It's just all,
really?
Yeah, I just instinctively, okay, now, and then
wow,
I got it.
Yeah, I watched over. Went from 1,000 to 840, and then within about like an eighth of a second from being at 840 with a 900 damage smite, you got it before Zig's bomb. Instinct. The key to jungling.
Yeah.
Just instinct. Okay, we have another replay for you guys, though. Top lane this time, 35 minutes in. Can we get that on your screen? It's a really good team fight. Cruiser, if you want to take me through it.
I remember we were chasing them down for a long time with the cleavers, like just slowly chipping away at Renekton. And Scar gets a lot of damage down. Karthus at like this point, if he's not addressed like heavily, he does so much damage.
He used to end up being a frontline tank for a while.
Yeah, pretty much. I just try to get my slows down, try to take as much damage as I can.
And you force the flash from Daydream. Nah, he got out.
Yeah,
it's all right. Four is pretty good either way.
Yeah, 4 is good.
Gotta say, it's pretty nice. So you guys talked about setting up for every team, for every game you have in the week. So you guys came off pretty well so far in this game today. You guys had a week off. How did that slow you guys down? Or you still feel like really good about these games?
I still feel good about the games just because I can get back into it. But this is not the time where you want to take a break because we weren't able to go to IEM Sao Paulo. And then we had to spend 2 days just watching LCS because we couldn't scrim because every team's playing.
Sure.
And then the day after it's the break as well because every team's having a break. So that's 3 days break. And now I was jittery. I was like, I got to play. I need to play some League. I need to compete just because we're on a winning streak and you don't want to stop there.
Sure.
And I'm really glad we're able to continue it even after such a long break and be able to come back and still win. I was pretty nervous going into this game, but we just got our stride back again and it feels like we didn't take a break anymore. So I'm really glad for that.
You guys don't scrim any challenger teams?
Yeah, we do, but they play in the LCS as well, so they don't scrim either. So
okay. All right, so then one more question for you guys, right? 6-game winning streak. You've got Curse in 2 games, and you've got another match, XDG, at the end of tomorrow. What do you guys do to prepare now for the rest of the week?
For the rest of the week?
Yeah, just like for 2 hours
all
the next day.
All our preparation is pretty much done.
Okay.
Like, it's all written on the whiteboard. We were waiting for XDG's game to try to see what they were going to play, and we got a pretty good idea what we're going to do.
Yeah. And you just relax and just get ready?
Yeah, we just chill out.
All right.
Cutie Pie duos with Saints, so he knows ins and outs of Saints. So he's in the 2v2 showdown bot lane.
He's going to know all about it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, thank you very much. Congratulations on your 6-game winning streak, and we'll see maybe continue to 8 by the end of the week. But, guys, we've got more games going on. Let's send it back over to Riven Chat at the caster's desk to take us into our next game of the day.
Thank you very much, Freak. It's time for a good old-fashioned rematch with Evil Geniuses versus Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Dignitas's winning streak here because now it's 6 games. But TSM has the longest streak in North America right now, 7 straight wins. It actually ties their 2013 streak when they won 7 games at the end of the spring split. So TSM's made the complete tour of the North American LCS, beat every single team in succession. Now the question is, who's going to stop them?
Yeah, they're getting headhunted as they're in pole position. And while Evil Geniuses are coming into this game off a win, they may be looking to start a streak of their own. After all, we did just see their former teammates of 8th place Alliance take down 1st place Fnatic.
And Alliance has really turned it around. Now the other 3 parts of that old Evil Geniuses team are going to want to do a whole lot more. But interestingly enough, it kind of falls on a Pobelter because he has turned in some strong performances. When EG wins, Pobelter is generally hard carrying that team. But all of Pobelter's work can be undone if EG continues to make some big mistakes. Against Cloud9, everyone remembers the crazy vibe that happened with Snoopy. He was just going way into fights, getting Pobelter caught with KO ults. He has to play smarter. When Snoopy plays smart, they generally play pretty well. He can't go too far.
And while TSM are the ones to beat in the NALCS, they still see Evil Genius as capable of pulling out a surprise and a team to be taken seriously.
TSM is arguably the best team in the league right now. Their team synergy has improved a lot. Their shot calling's been very good. Bjergsen's come in, he's a mechanical god, so they're just a very, very strong team.
After scrimming EG a bit, I know that they have a lot of different comps. They think a lot about the game, and they have like some setups that people don't really expect. That's really what they do well, I think.
Last time we played TSM, I don't think I had a very favorable matchup. I had Ziggs into Zed, and he's a really good Zed player, so in that sort of matchup, then there's not much that you can do with Ziggs. Hopefully this time I can put up a better showing against him.
I think Pobelter's actually really good. He's been playing the game for a while, and he's still really young. He played really well in relegation, so once he gets back to form, I think he can be a really good player.
These guys met back in week 1, so they definitely had a little time to stew over what happened.
Yeah, but the thing is, both of these teams have improved a whole bunch since week 1. We'll see who's improved more.
Well, let's check out the starting lineups and get that improvement on the way. It's Evil Geniuses on the blue side. NACS in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Crepo and Yellow Pete, AD carry and support.
And on the red side, it is the fan favorites TSM with Dyrus in the top lane, Odd One in the jungle, Bjergsen right there in the mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and of course X Special with some amazing plays last week on support.
And it looks like they did some safe quarantining. Everybody on the team looks healthy
they
this
look better.
week.
They've had the week to get off. I mean, if TSM was playing sick last week, I'd hate to play him this week when they're fully recovered.
We saw what happened to Voiboy when he was sick last week. It really affected the game. We'll see if TSM is actually all better and they can come into this game very strong. Gragas has been huge for Pole Belter, but it's also big for Bjergsen, so we're expecting the Gragas V zone.
The Gragas is very interesting in this matchup because Pole Belter has won both times he's played it.
Yeah.
Bjergsen's also played it twice, but he's actually the only champion Bjergsen has lost on.
Makes a difference. That Teemo pick haunting the minds forever. So into the picks and bans here. EG versus Team Solo Mid. Elise is going to be the first one out. No Spider for this game.
Not too big of a surprise there, knowing the odd one. 3-0 on Elise, his most victorious jungler. Wonder what else they're going to be going with here because they're taking their time, surprisingly, with the first ban. Normally you see, since these teams prepare, like Dignitas was just talking, they prepare for all of these games before the week.
Yeah.
They think that the bans would be a little bit faster.
Looks like they were saying, we have to ban Kassadin, just ban him anyways. Like Special doing a lot of talking here.
Red side ban.
The picks and bans, yep, the red side, Kassadin. We got Vi going out as well. Both junglers have had a chance at playing that.
Evil Geniuses. Obviously, Vi is incredibly potent in the hands of the odd one because he can help Bjergsen. But it's also kind of safe to just get her out of the game.
Yeah.
Snoopy did not have a good showing on Vi that last time.
No, he's overall 0-3
a little bit wild with those Vi ults.
On that champion. Well, when you get Flash, you're along for the ride there.
Surprisingly, it's his most played.
Yeah.
Also his most defeated.
Yep. Mundo going out on this one. Olaf gets banned out. That's actually towards both junglers as well. They've had a hand on that.
The strange thing is this Olaf ban keeps happening against Team Solo Mid, but they barely brought it out in the LCS. I mean, Odd One has played it twice in week 1, and they haven't let him play it since. Cloud9 banned it as well against TSM last week.
And you got to consider here, Snoopy is kind of the one you would think that has the lesser of a champion pool in the jungle, but they ban out 3 junglers off the bat.
I know, I think this could absolutely come back to bite Snoopy a little bit, because Odd One has a lot of versatility. They just throw in another jungler ban, so if we consider Mundo also a jungle choice, which it is since Snoopy has won on it, 5 junglers banned right at the start of the game. That's
crazy.
Some ridiculous targeting.
We can see where the focus is here for sure. It's going to be an Inox on Renekton. He likes that. He's 1-1 so far.
And Inox having to go with the Crocodile. He was victorious, I think, on his Nidalee. He's obviously 1-1 on Renekton, but I like it when Inox plays the more, I want to say, risky champions. I don't necessarily like him as a tank player. It's a little bit of EG conforming to what other people are doing, and they've never been that good at conforming. If I think all the way back for Evil Geniuses, the Aurelia top lane for Wicked, the Anivia mid lane for Frog.
Right.
Obviously, those guys aren't on this team, but they've had success when they stick to the stuff that they really know, and that's like an Urgot or a top lane Nidalee, but they go through an engine instead.
With the focus of the bans in the jungle, it's going to be a LeBlanc pickup for Bjergsen. Who would have thunk this got through?
Who would have thought he plays LeBlanc? Craziness. He destroys people on LeBlanc. But because they had so many jungle bans, this is kind of Pole Belter saying, I can handle it. Pole Belter's one of those guys who, you know, these are 2 17-year-old mid laners. They don't have much fear against each other.
They don't know what fear is.
Even Bjergsen was talking about how good he thinks Pole Belter can be.
Can be. That's something we put on Pole Belter, is that he is very 50-50 sometimes.
Gragas is obviously still on the table. 2-0 on Gragas. Yeah, 50-50. I'd like to see him play something like that.
Pantheon was seen last game for Nintendo X.
Snoopy's kind of wondering about this pick, whether he wants to throw it down.
Oh, wow. They show a big hand there.
They do.
They
might want to be comboing that with Soraka as well.
Get the mana battery going. Do you still remember the passive?
The
Zon.
No.
Touch.
Zon touch both augmented.
There you go. There we go. I like this. Pole Belter's.
For EG's composition right now, the Pantheon is telling TSM generally that they want to gank and shut down Bjergsen very frequently. So they'll still combo that with a very strong play from Pole Belter, but it also gives them the opportunity to run a fairly tank-heavy team, which is why TSM would be smart to counter this with Sivir right about now. The more move speed they can have, the more they can disengage a team of very short-range champions.
See, they have 5 seconds to lock in these picks. The Shyvana be an interesting pickup. Dyrus has only chosen Shyvana on blue side with 3 wins there. But it's the first red side Shyvana form, 4th time being played.
Yeah, I think TSM is just killing two birds with one stone. They don't care too much about the blue side, red side as far as Shyvana goes. It's more about Sivir to somewhat counteract the very short range of EG's team composition with the move speed, and also just because Shyvana is typically amazing with the move speed of Sivir. It allows her much more stickiness when dealing with targets.
Burnout is the real pedal to the metal on that one with the On the Hunt. It's going to be a lock-in for the Soraka. That's the combination they showed us last time. We saw that back in week 2. It's going to be Yellow Pea and Crepo on that again. Ooh, a Fizz.
All right.
Pobelter has brought up a different champion almost every single week.
Yeah, only champion he's played twice is the champion he's 2-0 on. But this Fizz now against the Blanc, it's an assassin battle. There's going to be a lot of dodging and juking coming around. What he's going to want to do is block the Sigil of Silence detonation or make sure he's up on his Playful/Trickster when Bjergsen comes in on the Blanc and tries to mainly use his Distortion because all the Blancs max that first.
He does give Pobelter a champion that he can get the same amount of damage that Gragas does on. He can make an impact on Fizz, and we are looking, like you said, the Monkey could be picked up. Crumbs tried his hand at it last game.
With 4 to 5 junglers banned, this is not too outside of the ordinary for TSM. If they do a different jungler, I would say it's probably Nunu because Odd One has a lot of experience on that, but Wukong makes more sense in the context of this composition. It'll get everyone much lower. Since EG is a team of very resilient players, they're going to be grouped up anyway, so TSM's just stacking more and more AoE to shred through Evil Genius.
Speedy spinning Cyclone to go into a fight.
It's going to be a fast monkey.
It's going to be a fast monkey. And it looks like he'll get some Primal Rage out in the early part of the game. If he can get where he needs to for Bjergsen, that's really the focus we're looking at here. The Fizz-LeBlanc matchup isn't something we've seen in the NALCS Spring Split this season.
No, not quite. I really like this Team Solomon composition because I don't think they had this plan from the very start, but normally you think that a team that might be so AoE heavy in a sense with Shyvana, Wukong needs to find that singular team fight, and teams are very good at spreading out. EG's not going to be that good at spreading out. Pobelter is the only one who can really be extremely elusive. Everyone else is going to be bunched up, and that's just going to fall right into the hands of TSM if they play this right.
Do you like the initiation of the Grand Skyfall into the swap? Is that something that works, or is it kind of like an all-in they have to hit?
I think that initiation could work for them, but they have to be really far ahead because they are putting so much of themselves forward that they risk a heavy counterattack from a Shyvana ultimate or a Wukong ultimate.
We'll see. They got it picked of what they want as the teams load onto the Rift. Let's see who you think is going to come out on top. According to LOLesports.com, 86% of you think Team Solo Mid is going to take their 8th consecutive win.
But as far as TSM matches go, 86% is kind of low.
Yeah, we just saw 2 90s.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of 90% votes already today. So far in the year, I'd say I've seen more 90% votes than ever, yet also bigger upsets than I've seen in quite a while. So fan votes are fun, but they don't necessarily always tell us who's going to win.
No, it doesn't. What was the fan vote for Fnatic versus...
There was a 96% vote over in Europe that was wrong.
That was wrong, absolutely. And it was a very strong game, but it just goes to show that even the top teams, they get complacent, they're going to be taken out. We're going to have to see what happens coming into this one. It is a situation as such, top versus bottom. Team Solo Mid versus Evil Geniuses, and we are on to the Rift. The fans are ready. Let's get this game underway.
Well, as we saw the sign, Burger King trying to do it his way on the Blanc. 3-0, remember. He has just decimated people on that champion. Very mechanically skilled champion. I've seen so many of the Blancs just fall flat on their face. It does not happen with Bjergsen.
You always feel like it's kind of a high risk, high reward, but for him it's just high reward. He takes the risks and he makes things happen. The bushwhack.
This is nice.
Will it happen?
Yeah, they're not losing too much for grouping up like this, and they're hoping to catch X Special or Wild Turtle early. Obviously, EG is taking another risk here with the Urgot pick. He's a little too far away. Yeah.
Oh, good dodge. 4 legs are better than 2.
Why did he just go in for another one? There's nothing in the brush. Safe.
No, there's nothing there. Come on down.
Wandering a little bit more, Wild Turtle. What could go wrong?
So at this point, you think TSM is considering, usually we see people at every portion on the other side of the river. Something's going on.
Yeah. EG invades much more than teams in the LCS specifically. Coast versus Dignitas last game. Saw a lot of dancing, blowing up things in mid lane. This is an attempt to make something happen. What EG is hoping by waiting in this brush is to either doing a delayed invade, which is going to get scuttled by Wild Turtle right now.
10 gold, though. 10 gold. Don't get too excited.
10 big gold.
EG's in the lead now.
Well, they put another ward there. Huge lead. 1 CS right now on a Yellow Pete.
Yep. That's crazy. He's going to get that Brutalizer any minute now.
Well, he will get it faster because he started with the longsword.
Yeah.
Something he did the last time he played Urgot as well. Oh, Belter.
That's something Bjergsen was even talking about in the interview we had with him today as the instant aggression when you get to the lane.
Well, here's the thing. Belter started with the Crystalline Flask and a bunch of health potions. So even though he lost that trade, the percentage of health overall, as long as he can heal up, was greater for Bjergsen because he won't be able to heal up consistently after all this.
Getting those Qs in, trying to be aggressive. Bjergsen getting his distortion move as well. So they do keep trading one after the other, eye for an eye so far.
It's going to be a fun lane.
Yeah, it will.
I'm wondering how quick the ganks are going to come, especially when Belter realizes Bjergsen's been using his distortion a lot. Normally that makes the block close to ungankable, you know? But if Bjergsen's using it so much to harass, it leaves the door open for a Snoopy gank.
He can get that silence in now with the Sigil on. He has level 2. Belter is playing very safe at this point because he can't exactly get the same damage in. Let's see what the junglers have to do for each other. Will Belter decide? No, the Ignite going down quite early. Looks like he's going to be forced out for a sec.
Well, he's used all of his regular health potions, and he's got 2 stacks left on his flask. One is about to use another one, I imagine. Yeah, there it goes.
Yep.
May have over-traded a little bit with Bjergsen.
Thinking that his burst would be better, or that he would get in the mind of Bjergsen, but we know Bjergsen to be a very solid and steady player, as we see in the bottom lane.
It's a hook.
Could see some action, force the flash already. What does that do for a jungle Wukong? How good are his ganks?
Well, I think pre-6 jungle Wukong's ganks aren't that spectacular. He's generally a very fast farmer of the jungle and would rely more on counter ganks. Right now, though, Snoopy trying to come in. Big creep wave.
There's the distortion used to get out. Doesn't have that again. Looking for the flash over the wall.
Can they close
on?
on?
Get it. Oh, he gets it. It's going to be the red buff as well. The slowdown. They get the clone to go up, but they have the vision on Bjergsen. First blood.
That's just what the doctor ordered for Belter. Honestly, it didn't seem like a very good game for him, but Bjergsen continued to press up and up in the lane. And the Pantheon ganks, this is why he's frequently a banned champion, because of his ability to camp and dictate the action in the mid lane.
Snoopy really bringing up the aggressive junglers into his champion pool. We know him for previous seasons of, the Cho'Gaths, the Maokais, things that really utility for the team. Great job so far. The top lane, Inox and Dyrus, are going to be going at it for a while here. We're only 5 minutes in, so not too much from them.
Something we've been seeing a lot more from Renekton's lately, ever since the item changes with Spear Visage and Sunfire keep getting nerfed, is incredibly aggressive early game Renektons. They will go Doran's Blade, sometimes 2 of them, straight into a Tiamat, and really try and take over the lane. It's almost like they've gotten better at going aggressive. Jungle ganks are less frequently coming into the top lane, and Renekton can really go all out without the fear of having to tank through a 2v1 gank. So expect Inox to try his damnedest to push Dyrus into his turret and kill him.
Bjergsen trying to stay safe with wards in the mid lane. Inox doing just that, pressuring and pushing that turret in the top lane. Belter's safety to the bottom side. So mid's kind of mirroring each other right now. We saw the Yellow Pete was blown. The flash was blown on Yellow Pete in the bottom lane. Crepo is trying to keep him safe. They're keeping levels right now, so they're okay.
Well, as long as they keep the farm close, it's okay for them right now. EG would like to dominate the lane a little bit with Urgot, but I do not think it is required. Urgot's main role is kind of as an AD carry killer in the late game. He will build his Brutalizer, the Man Immune, hope to get a Mirror Mana Transform, but because he builds so much armor, because he can swap the other AD carry in, that's really going to be his focus, and he can pull that job off regardless of being ahead of the farm or not.
They're still looking for the odd one to make an impact. Bjergsen felt the pain of Snoopy just a few minutes ago. Nice playful and trickster there as the chain goes out, and a good trade of damage. Belter taking a little bit on that one, but he might be baiting in this attack.
Yeah, Bjergsen is relentless with his harass. The one thing that kind of differentiates the top tier mid laners from just the good ones is how smoothly they get in their auto attacks within their harass. You think as a mid laner it's all about your spell damage, but the majority of Bjergsen's harass in lane is actually just working with that LeBlanc auto attack again and again in lane.
He's keeping Belter right under the turret. Fizz not exactly having the greatest wave clear until he levels up quite a bit. Looks like he takes another shot from Bjergsen. Like you said, constant harass always on his mind. Seeing the odd one move towards the top lane might finally get a little action on Inox, but it would really only be to push him out here.
Yeah, Odd One might just be farming until level 6 here. You can see he's a little bit low on health, about half mana. Just having the Spirit Stone and Boots, it would serve him well to just farm up until level 6.
Well, level 6, Bjergsen hits it in the middle of the wave. That's going to be enough. And the Ignite, they're in the Playful Trickster. He just makes it look good to get down.
Yeah, that was Pobelter hoping to hit 6 and getting aggressed upon at level 5, whereas Bjergsen was able to mimic his spell and deal a fatal blow. So they're battling right there in the mid lane. You can definitely see that's where the majority of the action is focused, both by the jungler picks and just by the fact Bjergsen has been dominating everything.
And it was close. Pobelter hit 6 while he was pretty much dead.
Yeah, while he was on his pole.
Pretty much too late. Big Special trying to move out of this one. Good damage. But they don't have too much vision in this bottom lane. I don't think they need it. Like you said, Yellow Pete and Crepo playing it safe. They're not trying to put themselves in any sort of dangerous situation. Snoopy's getting Pobelter going in the mid lane, and they're going to keep doing that.
Yeah, I would say EG wants to get more of a lead here, because if the Odd One and Dyrus can continue to farm up and Bjergsen is continuing to be successful in the mid lane, I think just the AoE team composition of TSM will be superior to EG in team fights. EG has to do a lot more outplay than TSM does to win this game, so therefore EG needs to be farther ahead in lane.
Well, they're doing a great job. 59 on Yellow Pete right now. Urgot having to get pretty close for that CS to Wild Turtle's 65. So he's keeping himself up there, but Wild Turtle,
Here comes Pantheon.
Oh, the Pantheon man drop. They hit 6 quite soon with him, and Snoopy looks to make another play, trying to have a second hand in these kills, and it does not work. A great split from TSM as well.
Yeah, they almost were able to lock down X Special there. It looked like Crepo had the silence on X Special, but he was still able to flash away in between the Pantheon stun. That was extremely close to being a kill for Evil Geniuses.
51 CS to Bjergsen in the mid lane against Pobelter. LeBunk's pretty good at farming once he gets that W up, but not the easiest farmer, so kudos to him for keeping that
against Fizz
ahead.
is one of the big things.
Right.
Fizz is normally the one on the back foot in these lanes. And Pobelter just taking much unneeded harass. Double chains.
It's such a great initiation. Pobelter tries to Q in, and he gets the chain on right away, assuring damage.
That was for no counter harass. Odd One might try Lantern Gank right here if they can get it right.
Oh, will they be able to throw it back to him? Special. They put on the hunt.
No Lantern.
And that was a little delayed. They kind of hesitated a little bit there on the throw. 9 minutes on the clock. They are attempting to get more kills under the belt. Right now, it's just a solo kill from Bjergsen in the mid lane for Team Solo Mid.
Definitely a little interesting. They did burn the flash from Yellow Pete, as you said.
Yep.
So now Bjergsen on the roam, since he has successfully deflated Pobelter's health in the mid lane. But Snoopy doing some nice defensive warding to stop that from happening. I really do think EG's sticking in this one, which is an accomplishment itself against TSM, since they are the first place team in North America. But they need more.
They're giving respect here. They know Snoopy can make plays on that Pantheon as soon as he gets back to lane. He does not even hesitate to throw damage.
Oh, he
at
did miss
Pobelter.
one chain. Pobelter!
Oh! Chum the waters just off to the side.
Yeah, with the Ignite up on Pobelter, something like that would be a real threat to Bjergsen's health. Pobelter just missing his chance right there and falling even farther behind in CS.
That's what's so fantastic about these assassins, is they even take us by storm sometimes.
There's a lot of fanciness in these mid lanes lately. Bjergsen on LeBlanc, on Zed,
Yeah, on
against
Zed. His
Gragas,
shadows are
Fizzes.
just
People
ridiculous.
jumping all over the place.
Crepo looking to pressure here, getting the stars called down onto Wild Turtle. It looks like Xpecial, the all-star of the support, ready to save him. The play is just too great to continue. Ward's going out, pretty much regular for both sides. It's only a few right now, and they're not even really being utilized to make plays. They're just keeping it safe. 72 to 52 in that mid lane. Pobelter still falling behind a little bit, but we just talked about his kill potential. It's still there.
Yeah, there's kill potential actually in a lot of places right now. Knowing that the Odd One is level 6, 7 with his Spirit of the Lizard Elder, Flash Wukong ultimate is almost a guaranteed kill in most lanes. Additionally, next time Snoopy drops.
Like right now, Grand Skyfall again onto Xpecial. Yellow Pete just on the outside. It's gonna go to Snoopy. He's 101 on Pantheon, and they may make a move to Dragon.
Yeah, here's the interesting moment, because they did burn the Pantheon ultimate, but took almost no damage. How much harass can TSM throw back at them? I think this is an actually very dangerous Dragon if they tried it.
Rinse and repeat, get that stun down from Pantheon. A great Cyclone from the Odd One to the backside. Turtle's forced to barrier. Oh, he flashes into the wall! 2 for 2 on missed flashes today across the spring split here in NA. Bjergsen looking to go down now. Great coordination and control from EG.
Wild Turtle with the missed flash. You do not see that very often, but that is a huge play for EG. They put him out of his comfort zone, really. I think TSM expected EG just to go for the Dragon since they are such an objective-focused team, Riv, that when they jumped him around the corner there, he was just on tilt a little bit, and he messed up, misplay.
For that fight, Snoopy had the Lizard finished, so his Spirit of the Lizard Elder, and Odd1 just came out with that, so had a pretty big impact there.
Getting the Dragon afterwards is just what the Doctor ordered for. Yep. Evil Geniuses. I said they needed to do more, and they're starting to do it right here.
They got you covered.
They also avoided getting assassinated by Bjergsen on the side of that fight, which is quite important.
The coordination from EG, definitely methodical. Would have thought once on Bjergsen, go a second, go a third time, but it's been 2 Grand Sky falls to the bottom lane and just locking down Xpecial. Someone who actually does bring momentum to the team as well.
Yeah, it's also kind of the lane that Pantheon can gank at this point. The early ganks from Pantheon in mid lane because of the jump stun are what he does, but now that Bjergsen can mimic his distortion, it's near ungankable.
Yeah,
if Pobelter outplays him in a 1v1, that's about all they can hope for. The ultimates are rightly being focused in the bottom lane.
There's a bit of that wave clear we were talking about. He has it. Now the yikes for sure. Oh, Chum the Waters is only going to hurt a little bit.
Bjergsen just landing everything. Getting the chain is the key for him in these fights. Knowing that Pobelter wants to use his playful trickster to farm.
Well, he's got a lot of those chains. I don't know where he pulls
Pantheon's
them from.
trying to get him.
1, 2. Oh, no, back in the middle of the lane. He has forced a flash here, but he's safe as he heads up north.
Bjergsen knows what he's doing. He flashed in the right direction. It was a very forward-placed Pantheon ultimate by Snoopy, forcing him to flash backwards, but...
Would have been timed well if he was still walking. Like you said, the distortion's going to make everything hard right now. But
as long as you burn a flash.
Yeah, they got the flash. Very nice there. 8.2 to 17.7 thousand gold. It's only a slight increase, and to TSM, that really means everything's even. The way they fight, the way they're able to coordinate in fights is something that is usually able to surprise us. So don't count them out. Snoopy grabbing up the red buff. It looks like he's going to do a bit more clearing before he makes another approach. It's almost been dependent on that Grand Sky fall.
Well, they're trying to get another gank in here with Wukong, but they swap him back. Not a good swap.
What? They swapped him in. Odd1's still there for the Cyclone, but was this a good enough bait? Are they able to get another fight? Odd1 goes down. Yellow Pete knew exactly what he was doing. Tries to flash out in the end there. It's going a little bit awry, but Snoopy just picking up every kill.
Just a bloodbath in the bottom lane right there, Rip. 3 kills for 2. And Yellow Pete and Crepo knowing the power of the Urgot Soraka when you just stack the armor buffs on top of each other.
It boggled my mind for a second.
Completely stopped that damage. It seemed like it was the most foolish thing they could do. And if it wasn't for some crisp play by Wild Turtle down the stretch, could have easily been a 3-for-1.
He did get his Bloodthirster now in his pocket stacked up. He's been trying to do what he can in that bottom lane. The CS lead has just been grabbed by Yellow Pete there, so you can see the bottom lane has been in each other's face quite hard. And the damage there by Pobelter is going to make him back off a little bit, play some careful CS.
Yeah, this is a really tricky part in the game for Pobelter's Fizz. Most people when laning against the Blanc want to itemize a bit of magic resistance. Usually they go for an Athene's, but that's not typically in Fizz's build. He generally wants to get a Lich Bane and a Zhonya's Hourglass, and since he hasn't made it to those points, he can't really fight back against LeBlanc right now, and he has no defensive capabilities, so he's getting wrecked.
A little scary that LeBlanc gets a lot of that burst out of multiplying, or not multiplying, but stacking on top of that first spell. And NACS really can't trade with the top lane Dyra Shyvana anymore.
He's lost that lane. He had his window, I feel like, with Renekton to try and pressure, but now that they've hit level 11, Shyvana's all about the power. And you know, he itemized a bit of magic resist, so maybe he could stop that Bjergsen gank if he went for it.
Ooh, a lot of paths being crossed right now. And it looks like Bjergsen, he is definitely going, don't miss, he got it.
We've seen missed wall jumps.
We have seen missed wall jumps, 2 today.
Yeah, thick walls. Oh, here comes Wukong again. They do not have Soraka.
Oh, they missed that. Are they going to be able to flash flay? Yeah, it is the flash flay coming in. The box is not up yet, so they may be able to just waltz out of this one. A lot of HP is there for the dive, but the minion wave is not.
Yellow Pete had just picked up his chain vest as well, so the armor that TSM was trying to blow through was immense right there. Just goes to show you why.
Whoa!
Ooh, man, you cannot get your hands on Bjergsen.
Look at that, and he even gets back for harass.
Of course he does.
Of course he does.
Now, all the jungle bans. Odd1 actually not that effective on Wukong so far. So you could say that's somewhat effective because Snoopy's 3-0-3. Odd One struggling a little bit, but when you do that, you're paying another cost against TSM. That's one of the great things about their team right now. You cannot take everyone out of their comfort zone. Too many threats. Bjergsen's LeBlanc is paying dividends.
Having all those junglers banned out has seemed to help Snoopy. This first game on Pantheon at 3-0-3 has really gotten the team going. Dyrus again, as we said, this lane is getting just harder and harder for NACS. The mid lane almost ready to go down.
And as he continually tries to defend this one, he takes more and more damage. Snoopy trying to save him.
Oh, a flash from Raids! Can they get the kill on him? Clone going up, but they got the blue buff to stare at on this one, and it's going to be a refresh for Pobelter.
The burst from Snoopy's Pantheon was unreal. No defensive stats on Bjergsen's LeBlanc, and they catch him going aggressive again, and they save the turret. What a great gank right there by Snoopy, waiting until the exact right moment.
Yeah, it's been about power. It's been about the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith and the Lizard item on junglers lately.
Yeah, and additionally, Snoopy has some windows for his next gank. Knowing that X Special used his... there's going to be a fight up here.
Oh, he's only got a few, but he... Oh, I like it. Keeping in front of NACS, making sure the pace is kept there. The burnout's going to come back on. Not enough, though. Dominus keeping him up.
Another Dragon being forced because they know that Dyrus is all out in the top lane, and there's still no Bjergsen. Great moment by EG to take another objective.
Like you said, crisp play, consistently coming through. The communication for Evil Geniuses is definitely on the up and up.
Yeah, EG is actually looking really good today, considering it's been a very up and down year for them. And TSM looked near unstoppable last week against Cloud9.
NACS not technically having to stop his back for this, but they call Snoopy to the top lane. So
yeah, they're trying to get Dyrus out of here.
It's going to be big. They're trying for both sides of the map here.
It is a 1v2.
Special, waiting as long as he can. No, he can't get the stutter step.
She's got
Not going to happen this time. He gets out. It's box on one side. He's waiting for the box. It's too much slow. Krepo from the side of the map. No, he's in mid. Can't get the help from the heal.
Yellow Peak getting caught out of position, and TSM using the capitalization potential of Sivir to chase him down. Nice move there by TSM. Wild Turtle's going to need to get a lot more farm than that before Yellow Peak can take on Wild Turtle 1v2.
Now TSM is moving their power around the map in groups here. We see Bjergsen coming up in the mid lane. Snoopy is the jungler matchup, and they meet in the brush. Snoopy taking some damage. Cyclone, wait a minute. Dyrus, the ultimate's close to coming up. It just comes up. Will he Dragon Descent for the fight? No, he is going to be getting out of this one safely, and he still has it up.
That was really Bjergsen Rome that got them big right there. Can pull out the chase.
Whoa! Wow! Wait a minute! Back and forth!
What just happened?
I have no idea. Dyrus is going in, and Wukong, Odd One, coming up with a kill, and it was Odd.
That was awesome. First off, what ended up happening there was Pobelter fake chased over the wall, knowing Bjergsen would distortion back, and then Eid back over. So he almost baited Bjergsen to come back. I think that must have been what happened, but the fight before that was huge for TSM. Obviously, when the Odd One can get his ultimate on two people and it's a 2v3, they just wrecked them. This is mainly because Inox was so far behind Dyrus, but this was the fight right here. Okay, let's see, because he gets damage on Bjergsen. Bjergsen distorts, and as he jumps back, he knew he was going to come. Flashes over to chase then and finishes him off with an ultimate. That was amazing prediction by Pobelter.
We said it has to be the outplay that comes from these two guys. They've chosen the champions on LeBlanc and Fizz, and we've started to see it.
Gold pretty much even now.
Yeah, this game is amazing between EG and TSM. You said you didn't want the pace to stop. It's keeping up right now.
Absolutely.
Got 4 kills onto Pobelter, but he also has 3 deaths. Bjergsen and him, you can see they've been going at it very hard. Usually, either of them have about 8 kills by now, but it's been a bloodbath.
Yeah, and there's a couple things working in this game right now. TSM will have the superior team fight most likely.
Yeah.
Because how much AoE damage they have and how grouped up EG is going to end up being, unless EG plays this one really well. There's also another factor at work. Soraka is considered by many to be amazingly strong late game as a support. And if you can escape the laning phase, it's almost like it's GG from that point. Especially if EG can get more tank stats on their team. But there could be some action right now.
Oh, they get the swap. It's going to be on to Pobelter. Will he be able to get back out of this one? Yellow Pete taking a lot of damage there. Oh, Pobelter was in a perfect spot in the fight.
Everybody coming from TSM.
After the swap. Snoopy can get into this one. Bjergsen in a bad spot, though. Dyrus now trying to get himself in the fight. Takes down one. It's the battle of the bruisers now. Dyrus versus Inox. The bottom lane is all out. Falls to the wall as well.
Oh, the heal.
There's that heal. The armor stacking as well. Dyrus onto Inox. There's the burn. There's the kill. The ignite was used, and he's got a haul tail out of here.
All right, double kill right there for Pobelter. 3 kills for 2 overall. EG with an advantage off of that one. Pobelter on the chase.
He is going to try to get himself in the mix. There is no Dragon's Descent to get out of here. And it looks like he does his flip back and forth to keep it safe.
All right, one additional thing that we have to point out as well is there's 215 farm on Yellow Pete right now. There's only 165 on Wild Turtle. That lane has gotten out of hand in a sense. They actually can't close into range of Yellow Pete because they're too scared of the swap. Oh, is Pobelter?
Just a poke, just a love tap. Just he had
Oh, sneaky. You can tell Darius wasn't looking. You're kind of just like poking the giant, and you're saying, hey,
wake
he
up.
realizes you're waking up. All right, let's check this fight out again. Hook comes over, and they immediately swap the odd one. Luckily, the clone gets hit by a shark to maintain this a little longer. They're going to just keep fighting up here, you can see, because Pete, again, the low health heals. That's the new change to Soraka, is keeping them up right there. A great catch by Snoopy, chaining some stuns on Bjergsen to finish him down. This is just such a crazy fight because they're spread out in multiple areas, and it's the sustain of Soraka in these fights that benefits her. When she can get multiple resets of her cooldowns, it almost always favors EG because the fight will be later at that point. They will heal from lower health and get more benefits out of the heals, and that's generally why they won that 3v3 in the bottom lane.
They played it very well. The swap was pretty scary being under the turret, but like you said, that farm on Yellow Pete, Glacial Shroud, things that'll keep him alive in these scary situations. Hard hats on.
Yeah, hard hats on indeed. This game is crazy. Got some tank stats coming through as well. That's going to be the really important thing. If Yellow Pete and Inox can put themselves in situations where TSM is focusing them, they will benefit even more from the Soraka heals. I mention this almost every time we see Soraka, which is twice a year apparently. Ooh. Is that a Pantheon? No, he canceled it really quickly.
Yeah.
That was weird. He's going to have it up in a few seconds. But when you have tank stats, the heals are much more effective because the healing amount is the same, but depending on how much armor and magic resistance you have, more damage has to be done to you comparative to the heals. So tanks benefit much more from healing in League of Legends.
All right, now we'll see if they can get the focus to be on those tanks. You still have to worry about Snoopy. Put on a new jungler again coming into this game.
Just as Bjergsen's back in base, the timing of this could not be worse at the moment for TSM. They need to stall and wait for Bjergsen to get there, and they're successfully doing so.
EG's been in the right spot at the right time throughout this game. It's given them that 1,000 gold lead they have right now and possibly the win on this dragon, but they're being pinched.
You know what it was there? Even though it was a potential 4v5, EG does not want to get caught in Wukong and Shyvana, followed up by Sivir. That's the danger that EG wants to have. If EG wants to win this fight, they need to come at it from multiple angles. It would be Snoopy and Pobelter in the back line, everyone else spread out amongst it. And here comes a fight from TSM. Let's see if they can get
on the height gets on the hunt locked down. They go right to the dragon pit. A huge from the water to go down to the middle. Beautiful damage going on to Team Solo mid, but they trade back onto Snoopy. It's a distortion out of the fight from LeBlanc. Bjergsen says he wants no more. Double kill for Dyrus. Looking for another one. Wild Turtle comes up. Pobelter, 400 HP. Flame Breath. The Chomp is flashed. No, he gets the damage. It's going to be 100 there. The Ignite goes down. He just took down Inox with that earlier. Dyrus gets a double kill in this one.
And I think TSM might run straight to the Baron pit after that fight. What a huge swing in the momentum of the game right here, Rib. They found an AoE fight. Everybody on EG is dead. They decide not to do the Baron.
You said they don't want to fight that, and it looks like they should not have.
Yeah, what ended up happening here is EG split up and then didn't prioritize their targets properly. When they dove in for X Special, you can see they all got grouped up right inside Shyvana and Wukong, and they took a whole boatload of damage. And then two of their main damage dealers chased after Bjergsen and were unable to finish him off, which meant Dyrus and Wild Turtle could finish off the rest of them. Yellow Pete was just trapped in the river right there and could not escape at the end of it. Nice hook by X Special. TSM outplayed them that fight.
That's not a fight you want to have TSM come out on top on, especially with the ace. That's the first dragon of 3, though. EG trying to keep themselves on top, but that was a lot of money going over to Team Solo mid. It looks like they continue it as well. EG trying to get a little bit more out of this one. They shouldn't.
What were they doing there? That was a unfortunate move right there. Snoopy actually tried to ult in and get a kill onto Bjergsen, but it ends up costing him his life. So pressing a little bit too hard, I feel like, EG right now. Still pressing up at a turret. Here comes TSM.
Again, the On the Hunt is on, and they don't want to waste any time. A good flash on the hook, but that means it's going to get scarier for the escapes. Pobelter on the backside. NACS getting torn down. Dyrus, again, is just unkillable in the fight. Crepo doesn't have that heal we saw last time, and Team Solo Mid is taking over.
We've seen this a few times from EG. As soon as they sense that they are slightly behind, they will force almost immediately because they want to get back right away. And it ends up taking them farther and farther behind this team fight. Another example of that, they were trying to push mid in effectively a 4v5 scenario, and TSM had the Sivir ult up, chased him down.
A vicious cycle that keeps continuing. The bottom wave is ready to be pushed in as well. This couldn't have been better timing for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, now TSM really coming in strong. We did say their team composition was going to be stronger at this point in the game, and they're bearing the fruits of that right now. Odd1's been able to be more involved in these later team fights, and at the moment, Snoopy with the 3-0-3 start has died 4 times since then.
It was a little different seeing Odd1 on the champion, a champion that's usually a wait till 6, because he did just that, losing the first gank to Snoopy in the bottom lane, and that kill we saw on Bjergsen for first blood. So with being set back, his first chance at Wukong has been quite successful.
And now he's able to get some of the items coming in too. If he was able to pick up a Black Cleaver, actually, it will have a huge benefit. It'll help Siobhan a little bit because she does some physical damage, but mainly just help Wild Turtle with those ricochets, penetrating almost all of the potential tankiness from Yellow Pete and Inox.
Well, we know EG for being able to go to that late game and kind of find their way, find that needle in the haystack when they get the last chance. Team Solo Mid's making that pretty hard with the lead they've gained now.
I think TSM's now just looking to move around the Baron area, knowing that they have an advantage already in this game, knowing that they want to force team fights in choke points. There's a lot of choke points going up to the Baron pit, and they have good vision on where EG is approaching from. There's the ult.
The Muramana is finished off here. I wonder how much damage Yellow Pete can do. There's Dyrus going in. The man drops to the backside. They are on the back line. Is there the peel? Cyclone gets kind of knocked up right as it hits the team. Snoopy's in the fight, trying to take down Wild Turtle. Inox goes for him as well, and yes, they finally get down that DPS of Sivir, but it's going to be a tear, an obliteration of EG here in the fight, and TSM has a field day in mid.
You can really just see the compositions coming into work right here. Everyone on EG was in a small, confined face. The Burnout, the Wukong, the Sivir ricochets, shredding all of Evil Geniuses. A great fight force there by TSM, and they get the Baron as a reward.
TSM's going in on these fights so hard, there's no one to really swap.
Yeah, and you'd think that this is a little bit too aggressive, but because they were able to catch Soraka right at the start, the duration of this fight wasn't that big of an impact. No extra Soraka heals can come in at any point. And then you can just see it's a mess. This fight is total chaos, which means TSM has more overall damage. This is exactly what they want. The healing is down from Evil Geniuses, and they just get wrecked.
And you can see just how aware TSM is of the fight as it starts. They were out in the open and they could see everything, but they still threw down a ward. The little things that could matter in a fight, TSM's doing over and over.
Really key, actually, if they caught Crepo at the start of that fight.
That was huge.
He was not able to use his wish, and just because of how, it was a fairly long fight there, actually. If the Soraka ultimate would have came in, it may have had a much larger impact. But obviously, that's why TSM took the fight. They saw where Crepo was, knew his flash was down, took him out. Whoa! Whoop.
Just a 1-2 there. You got a CS out of it.
One
Oh,
more.
could he been a Q? Oh my word! He doesn't get it. Yes, he does. There's the dot there from the Trident.
Well, that's Pobelter for sure. They got the Baron buff up, and they know it's a 4v5.
We've been waiting for that Lich Bane. Finally got it.
It's more about having Lich Bane with a little bit of ability power as well, which is exactly what Pobelter has right there, making that magic damage proc do even more. They can't get control back in the game just off that, though. Wild Turtle making sure to keep the pressure up in the side lane.
CX special with the Randuin's on. He did just use the Talisman of Ascension. He had the safety of the Randuins to get away, but that just goes to show these guys have more money than they know what to do with. If you're buying that already.
That's now a 10,000 gold lead. Dyrus as well. Not much is killing him at this point, knowing that he's sitting on 13,500 gold.
3 grand.
Just realized he's 8-0-8. We don't notice top laners very frequently, especially Dyrus, because he tends to just play PvE, but holy crap. 8-0-8 right now on Shyvana is a rather absurd score, and that's because of, I think, kind of the way the team fights are playing out. Since they're so condensed, and so long, just the fact that Dyrus is in there dealing burnouts the entire time is what's making him so powerful.
They throw on the talisman here. Are they going to go in for the fight? The switch around onto Special. That's a kill they definitely needed, but it doesn't make taking turrets any easier.
Yeah, well, they mobbed up on X Special right there. The more that EG can get these pickoffs, the better it is for them, because they're trying to outlast TSM Baron buff as well. They've gotten the Baron buff off of 2 people, and they might actually want to try and fight here knowing there's a support down. They're going to go for this dragon. There's a chance they get completely wiped out if they go for it, though. Oh, dear. They're going.
They did it last time. This is exactly what TSM pushed them into.
This could be really bad. Here it comes.
Looks like they will try to fight this. Yellow Pete's ultimate is not up for this fight. Dyrus is right in front of Inox. He's actually not hit the back line yet. Very patient with the Dragon's Descent until the full team is ready.
And there's the ult.
There it is. There's the Dragon's Descent. The Cyclone goes in as they communicate with each other. Snoopy's going to go down. One more hit from Dyrus. He is in a 3v1 right now. It was a 4v1. Inox and Pobelt are trying to find solace on the left side here of the Tri-Brush. Bjergsen coming over the wall, but it's Pobelt going back in. The kill's going out. And now he's fighting the clone. Inox with the clone kill. Pobelter with the real kill. 17-25. And TSM still loses one in that fight, but they get 3.
Yeah, and that was a 4v5. Remember that. That's how strong the brunt of TSM's composition is, especially Dyrus on that monster Shyvana. Sneaky moves by Inox trying to get out of here.
Not here, you don't see me. Pobelter's looking to make this out. That was the Talisman of Ascension. Is it fast enough? Randuin's! The Randuin's isn't there! Oh, get the Randuin's in range! No! Oh my gosh, the Lantern's not gonna kill him.
Well, at least you saw him. Sees where he's at.
Oh, the tricky fish. So slippery. Pobelter gets out.
Sneaky moves. Pobelter doing his best. Maybe they're still chasing.
They are on the hunt. I don't think they're fine. Man,
it's not worth it.
That Zanya's buy he finished on the last bag just saved his life.
I thought X Special was gonna get a little closer to him when he had his Zanyas up. Yeah.
I don't know. He ignited and he's like, oh, the ignite will go after the Zanyas. No, we'll kill him with the Lantern. Oh, the Lantern didn't kill him.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Light up a fish.
We'll see. 6-2 is the turrets. They are in favor of Team Solo Mid here. The map quite open, and they are starting to remove the fog that is on the side of EGs. They have 3 wards on that top side of the bottom half of the map, and 1 on the bottom half.
A lot of ward right there. But if the last fight was any indicator, being it a 4v5, sure it was a 4v5 with just a support down, so maybe like a 4.5 v4 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
It's a fraction.
Wild Turtle is absurdly strong. Dyrus is even stronger. The Black Cleaver coming from the Odd One is shredding and allowing Wild Turtle to do even more damage. EG actually needs a bit of a miracle to come back in this one. It's been a close, extremely exciting game so far. You know, 43 kills throughout. EG definitely putting up a tremendous fight against the #1 team here in North America. But TSM has assumed control in this game. And they're going to be looking to make a strong push here. I think with how strong Dyrus is, I think that's probably the tankiest build known to man if we were to actually do the math on his items. 356 armor, 4,667 health. Rather scary Shyvana right now.
And he's still doing damage.
He could just go into the turret and probably kill it by himself without dying.
He's participated in 19 of the 26 kills on his team right now. I'd say that's pretty good.
He's had a good game. I could say that for sure.
Talisman of Ascension off on the backside by Crepo. They just felt like running around real fast. 63,000 to 53,000 as it ticks up a little bit here in favor of Evil Geniuses. They can't really use the Grand Skyfall right now. It's not something that is in their bag of tricks. Everything's in the front of them, and we'll have to see how this team can stop the siege. Dyrus, God, he's got like Kevlar all over his body right now.
So that's just an example of how powerful he is right now. TSM's going to be looking for something. Let's see if they decide to go back because Baron is up in about a minute.
He's just saying, swap me, I dare you.
They're definitely waiting for the next. That would be a very bad idea.
That would be a real bad. He has Dragon's Descent up.
Swap a Dragon into your team. Take you right back out.
Don't leave the Crush Station to initiate in this one. It's not going to be a good idea. He does have the Frozen Heart. Yellow Pete is pretty tanky right now.
Yeah, slows attack speed a little bit. Oh, the hook on Inox.
Inox, they're able to go for the tank immediately. That Cyclone was amazing. jumping right into the fight. They are going to be forced to get back out real quick as they watch that heal. The mitigation, the star calls coming in, but they are able to pressure through, push through, and persevere in this fight. Snoopy's going to be going down. The hook comes in. It is the death sentence and the double kill. Team Solo Mid takes over the base.
Clean fight, clean game by TSM. 31 kills, 36 minutes, and a victory.
The surrender coming in from Evil Geniuses. The second run of Soraka Urgot. Not going to happen the way it did the first time. Team Solo Mid with the win. They keep their record going here as the first place team in the spring split.
Yeah, that was definitely Dyrus' most impressive game that I've seen so far in the 2014 season.
That was like the Jace game where you see him bring out the hammer and slam it on the desk right after, right? It's like, what was he doing up there? Oh, Dyrus is 8-0-8.
Yeah.
What?
Oh dear. That's something you're going to have to worry about. Obviously, Evil Geniuses as well. Looked a little bit crunched after that game because they were in a position to make some plays, potentially win. They should not hang their heads. They are getting much better as a team as the season progresses. They just wanted to reflect in the standings.
Yeah. It's getting a little difficult. A lot of teams are able to kind of decipher the strategy they're looking at too early in the game, and EG's not able to play trickily enough. Once they saw that they were getting man dropped on all the time, they're like, let's just group. What are they going to do then?
Exactly. They had so much better grouping. I just kind of want to point this out because I like gigantic defensive stat numbers and how stats kind of multiply with each other. Just bear with me.
Bearing.
346 armor. Let's just call it 350 armor for Dyrus. The way armor works is if you have 100 armor, it theoretically takes 100% more damage to kill you. If you have 350 armor, 350% more damage to kill you. So if he has 4,500 health, multiplied by 350% damage. If you don't have any armor penetration, just for the math, 15,000 physical damage has to be dealt to Dyrus to kill him at that point in the game, which is why he could just sit in the turret and not take any damage.
15,000 is quite a bit. I don't know who really produces that type of damage at all.
The fountain laser.
Plus you're regenning.
Because it penetrates.
And the headband. Yeah. Fountain laser. All right. Mobile fountain laser, Riot, please. We're going to see if that can happen. Sometimes Dyrus gets too big.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was a crazy,
good game. I like the
fight.
jukes that we saw from Poe Belter and Bjergsen as well. There's a lot of highlights in that game. You know, obviously, it does go in the direction of the fan vote, but that doesn't really tell the story of the game.
No.
I definitely feel like Evil Geniuses played a hell of a game. It
We
was
saw
just TSM
a lot
that
more
came out
strength
on top.
from them for sure, and absolutely more to come. We have more games today, but right now we're going to throw it down to Kobe, who's standing by with Crepo.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Crepo after a very tough loss. Now, you guys went up against the top team in North America, and you showed up really well. You played the beginning very strong, and it looks like you had a really cohesive plan with the jungle bans and the picks coming out. Do you want to walk us through the beginning of this game and your plan?
So we learned that you cannot target Bjergsen now. It's pretty impossible because he has so many champions he can play on such a high level that it's just wasting mana. So we try to hit odd one, put it on a non-comfort champion. Then we went into the picks and bans, and we had the Renekton early to get some aggressive top laner going that could hold his own, so we could focus on mid and bottom. We weren't actually sure whether we do Soraka Urgot. We could basically Urgot is so rare that nobody knows how to play against him correctly, and that was kind of what we were aiming at. Just throw people off guard. There was a possibility of going for a really aggro bot lane and then having Pantheon do that. Maybe that would have worked better for us. But yeah, basically we tried to put them out of their comfort zone, try to surprise them. But if this composition at one point got behind, we would lose super hard. There was no way. We had no wave clear. It was all about these fights, and you saw that mid game. Once we gave away 3 towers in a bad fight, game was pretty much done. We could try and create some picks left and right, but it just wouldn't help.
All right, so yeah, once you guys did get into game and you started executing these plans, you still had some success with aggressive plays with Pantheon and Fizz mid. Are there anything in the game that you guys can take and build on this? Where do you guys really go from here?
I really liked what Poe Belter and Snoopy had communication-wise. The first kill on Bjergsen, it was really clear. It was Poe Belter shouting, okay, he has no jump, Snoop flashed over this wall, get him. Poe Belter followed. It was clean cut. We already knew what was going to happen because they called it. They got the kill, and it showed us that at least we're improving in that regard. Bottom as well, communication was good. Even when Poe Belter died, he was like, yeah, I fucked up. So be it. Oh, well, in the less PG-13 words. But so be it. He made a mistake. Nobody was mad. We're like, okay, how do we fix this, Immediately from base, let's look at those drakes. We had good dragon control again. Most of them went our way. So we're improving, but we just let it slip again. Happens a lot and happens too much.
All right, well, still strong performance. And just before we throw this over, our next game, coming up here, we're going to have St. Vicious as a support. Your support player. I just want to ask you real quick, what are your thoughts on the St. Vicious support?
Interesting.
All right, good thoughts. All right, we're going to send it right back up to the guys at the desk.
Interesting indeed.
Interesting indeed. Thank you very much, Kobe. We got to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, X-Special joins Freak and Kobe at the analyst desk, and then it's our final LCS game of the day when Curse looks to take a win away from Dignitas. We'll be right back.
There's the ult.
Miramon is finished off here. I wonder how much damage Yellow Pete can do. There's Dyrus going in. The man drops to the backside. They are on the back line. Is there the peel? Cyclone gets kind of knocked up right as it hits the team. Snoopy's in the fight, trying to take down Wild Turtle. NACS goes for him as well. And yes, they finally get down that DPS of Sivir. But it's going to be a tear, an obliteration of EG here in the fight. And TSM has a field day in mid.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. Kobe and I are joined by TSM's support X-Special. How you doing?
Could be better. Wasn't the cleanest game, but I mean, we came out on top, and that's always good to see.
So what went wrong?
Lots of things went wrong. Our bot lane, we didn't do as well as we usually do, and I think Bjergsen had a slightly rough start, but he sort of did well in the end. And then Dyrus came in really hard and just kind of smashed everybody and for burning fire, Shyvana.
So I do want to start out the first question because they chose the Urgot Rocket lane because a lot of people haven't played against it. To you, what's the most important thing about laning against an Urgot Soraka lane that you have to keep in mind?
So most people haven't been playing against Soraka much, and they definitely haven't been playing against Urgot much. And people often forget how much damage Urgot does. And people don't also forget the philosophy against Soraka, which is don't focus one target. And that's what we kind of did improperly. Every time you focus Urgot, Soraka heals, 100 armor, you focus Soraka. That's how you're supposed to do it. But we weren't exactly doing it correctly, and we often fought without Ignite, and it's just really messy. We lost a lot of fights bottom in a 3v3 with the jungler, and that was not good at all.
What do you feel about a support in general? Do you like the pick? Is it strong?
It's definitely a niche pick. It works really well with Urgot because Urgot just does so much damage early on, and Soraka is weak early on, and they kind of make up for each other for make up their weaknesses. But again, Soraka is okay late game, and Urgot is just non-existent, and that's kind of what happened. Once they lost their lead, there was just no coming back.
What do you think about the strategy of not as if you were giving tips to people going up against TSM?
Oh, dude, I welcome it. I should tell them to not ban out Bjergsen. Actually, don't ban. Just don't do any bans.
Just don't ban.
Yeah,
Good tip.
But yeah, Bjergsen just he really likes that LeBlanc. He does really well on it, and even though he got ganked early on, he died first blood. He still came back hard, and he just did really well against the Fizz. And Fizz, I mean, he is more of a mid-game champion, and he just got destroyed. Late game, no effect. Like, we just never gave Fizz the opportunity to go in.
Yeah.
And we played around Fizz, and Bjergsen just played really well in his lane, and we were really happy with that.
So I actually want to ask you, what does it mean to play around Fizz? What do you do as a team?
Yeah, so Fizz, he's different from a lot of AP champions. For example, LeBlanc, right? She goes in, goes back out. There is like a sort of process where she has to go in, but she can also get out of the fight instantly. Fizz, on the other hand, he has to go in and he stays in. He has no spells to get out from. And what that means is that when we constantly move back and kite back, and Fizz is constantly chasing us, he has no chance to attack us, and that's how we won our fights, but not giving Fizz a target to attack.
Oh, it's nice. So actually, let's kind of put that into practice here. We have a replay of a team fight on the river about 24 minutes in. If we can get that on the screen, especially if you want to take us through this battle.
All right, so I don't know what this is, but okay, so Pantheon's kind of got caught here, and he just explodes. He didn't get to initiate, and we were in a position where, I don't know, Darius is just super fed, and he just does so much damage, and I was surprised I didn't go down first. I think Aldrin died really early, but literally all we did was focus Pantheon, and then we just keep focusing. Darius does so much AoE damage. Turtle is still in the back. He didn't take any damage at all, and we just finished off target because we have Sivir ult to chase, and then we landed good hooks, and we literally just won because Darius is so fed. And we weren't giving, like, nobody died to Fizz except for Aldwin, which is okay.
Yeah, whatever. Aldwin dying is not important. Good hook, of course, finishes it up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we got, get Dragon off this. Yeah, we were kind of hesitant with our calls there. We actually were thinking about going to Baron, but then we saw the Pantheon was coming back up, and he saw it all. It was just like, it's really weird playing against a Pantheon jungle because he has that global and he has smite, so it makes it really hard to do objectives like Baron quickly.
Yeah, so what if this EG plan had really worked out? Like, they had a really good plan coming into this game. If you go up against like a Fizz that gets going and a Pantheon jungle, how would you guys have reacted if the early game was a bit tougher?
If it was even harder than that, it would have been hard to come back. But fortunately, Bjergsen on LeBlanc, LeBlanc beats Fizz in a lane 1v1 for sure, and Fizz is not supposed to get ahead, but if for some reason Fizz managed to get ahead, it would have been really hard for us to come back because what happened is they would just run on us, they have Soraka all and stuff like that, and we would, Fizz was just kind of two-shot people, and our only way to fight this would be to just constantly come back, use Sivir to run away, and use Talisman to run away, and just constantly throw spells at them, and hopefully they get chased down far enough where they have nowhere to run, and we can slowly turn them. There is no way we can fight that 5v5 without having to run away.
Okay, so then I want to ask you what sort of happened as you got into the mid game, because you did get ahead, you got a bit of a lead, and Crepo had said that the team comp they were running, if they got behind, they would probably stay behind, and they started forcing things really hard, like crazy Pantheon jumps, a lot of all-ins, just like swaps for single kills. How do you fight against a team that just like turns it on super aggressive mid game?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, we knew that they want to fight Dragon and stuff like that, and we knew the only way we can fight is if we constantly kite back. And that's really the game plan that we had, was just literally don't give them a target to hit. We told Darius, he's Shyvana, right? Usually you dive in Shyvana. No, don't do that. Just hit the closest target. Let Turtle, let Aldrin AoE, let Bjergsen just kill one target super fast, and that way we were not like running the Soraka heals and just slowly getting poked down. And so they're the ones getting poked down, not us. And that's the only way we can fight it, because this is how strong a team comp is in an actual 5v5.
Okay, so then moving on, you guys, of course, had a good game by the end of it all. You come through, you win this one. You're sitting here at the top of the standings. How do you keep yourselves in prime shape? How do you keep from slipping a game?
It's really tough. Honestly, our game against Cloud9 was really close. Even this game was fairly close. We were like, I think we lost Dragon, like maybe 2 kills really early into the game. Our communication kind of shut down a little bit, but it was really just the team being like, hey guys, their team comp is early game. We're mid game, late game. Just make sure we hold out, keep laning phase, don't die anymore, and we're gonna be okay. And then that's kind of what happened. And we were just really lucky that their team comp just doesn't scale into mid and late game, and we managed to win because our mid and late game were just better.
So I got Crepo's thoughts on the Saint Vicious support that's going to come up here pretty soon. I want to get your thoughts too. Have you actually played against it at all? What's your experience with the Saint support?
Yeah, surprisingly, I was in a game and Saint was last pick. I usually play support in solo queue, and Saint was like, "Hey man, I want support." I'm like, "Sure." I pick AD. I go with Saint. I think we get dumpstered bottom super hard. I think we were like 3 and like 12 or something. We were doing decent early on, but then once like knowing when ganks are gonna come in, knowing how to fight like level 6s with ults, just knowing just the little things about support that people don't usually know, Saint doesn't have yet. I mean, he might have learned it by now, but at the same time, it's something that takes a lot of time to learn, and usually people don't get it in a couple weeks.
So you're going to be matching up against him tomorrow. How are you going to take advantage of that lack of knowledge that he has?
I just hope he goes down bottom 2v2, and we can show Turtle, or we can show Saint with Turtle, just how bot lane's supposed to be played.
Wow. All right. So then, got a question for you. Our Twitter question we'd asked our audience. I want to ask you as well. Who from the NALCS outside of TSM would you duo queue with, and why is it Saint Vicious?
Well, I mean, sometimes like you don't want to win all your games. Like if you want to drop out a challenger or something, then yeah, it's great. I'm just kidding. No, it's just like he plays support. I play support. It's just not the right person to duo queue with.
But who would you actually play with?
Oh, that's a tough question. There's lots of players that are good, right? I mean, okay, so outside TSM, I think LMQ's AD, Vasily, he's actually really good. He plays really aggressive. I like that. He kind of goes for risky plays. He plays really similar to Turtle, but I think Turtle like just beats him in terms of mechanics. So, I mean, I would say Turtle, of course, but then, Vasily, he's a close second. Just he has that aggressive playstyle that I like to see. Just doesn't have the mechanics back it up yet.
All right, so one final question for you. What are the goals of TSM this season?
I mean, really, the goal is going to be the same for all teams, win Worlds, right?
Okay.
And for TSM, it's really, like, we want to win Worlds. At the same time, we want to really get ahead of the NA scene. And to do that, we need to do really well this split, do really well next split, and hopefully do well at Worlds. And that's, again, that's our goal. But the first step is really just to dominate NA scene and then move on from there.
All right, Special, thank you very much. Congratulations on your win, and we'll see you against Curse tomorrow. Guys, we got more games, so let's send it back to the desk with Riv and Jat for the play-by-play of the last game of the day.
Thank you very much, Freak. Yes, indeed, we have more games. It's our final LCS game of the day. I Will Dominate and Curse versus Crumbs and Team Dignitas.
Yeah.
Chat, this is the first time this split. These teams are facing off.
Yeah, last team to play each other, but listen, these teams have a rather long and tangled history. I kind of want to get into this because some people don't know. Anyway, Boy used to be the top laner for Dignitas. Now he is the mid laner for Curse. Cop, the AD carry for Curse, actually first played competitively as a AD carry sub for Dignitas against Curse and was picked up after the game. And it keeps going. Crumbs used to be the jungler for Curse. He left to become the top laner for Dignitas. When Crumbs left, he was actually replaced by Saint Vicious as the jungler of Curse. Then when Saint retired, he was replaced by I Will Dominate, who was the former jungler of Dignitas. But today, Saint's supporting for Curse, and Crumbs is jungling for Dignitas. These teams have bounced back and forth.
So that means it's Crumbs in the library with the revolver.
Absolutely.
All right, we got it.
It's ridiculous when you think about how much these teams have swapped players, because both these teams, with most of these players, have been around the competitive scene for a really long time.
Well, at least you know where the talent is.
Yeah.
It just keeps getting recycled. They're two teams that have intertwined history, but they also share a mutual respect. And Dignitas even credits Curse with some of the champion innovation we've seen so far this split.
Going into the season, I thought that Dignitas was going to be sort of middle of the pack, but they've really outdone themselves. They are like top 3 right now, at least in the standings, and I think that they are looking to be a pretty strong team.
I think Team Curse has a really interesting pick ban phase. Like, they prioritize certain champions over others, and they're definitely one of the first teams to introduce stuff like Wukong, Karthus top, Akali middle, stuff like that.
I definitely think that they're strong, but in scrims for some reason they seem to like underperform. Like, they'll do just a lot of random things that I can't see them doing in like a pressure situation. So we normally beat them in scrims, but I expect it to be a completely different game on LAN.
All right, so with that, I expect it to be totally different. We'll see if that's the case.
Perhaps. I mean, I Will Dominate an extremely aggressive jungler. Saint Vicious, I expect to be a very aggressive support. This might be a bloodbath.
Smite on support isn't aggressive.
If he brought Smite on support, it would be rather amusing.
All right, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Curse. Quas in that top lane, Dominate in the jungle, Voidboy in mid, Cop at 80 carry, St. Vicious on support.
Yeah, big surprise there. On the red side, it is Dignitas. Cruiser in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Scar in mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Kiwi Kid laughing as always on support.
And we got to remember, last week, Voidboy was not feeling well. We actually had to kind of cancel out picks and bans because of the seriousness of how he was feeling at that time, and it affected his game. First blood was about 2 minutes to 3 minutes in.
Yeah, Voidboy felt really bad about that. He said he cost his team the game later in a tweet, but it's a big bounce back week for Voidboy. He's always someone who's responded very well to adversity. He's bounced around teams a little bit, Dignitas to CLG to Curse, then he does the lane swap, but he is always one of those players who's able to bounce back and come in strong. Crazy
He performs.
aggressive.
He does perform. A lot has been put on his shoulders. He's commonly recognized as the a player that can sway the game and completely turn the way it's going. The Kali play, other champions that he brings out, allows him to do that. The bans now, that red side Kassadin, but the Kale going out for Skara here.
Yeah, that's a rather interesting ban right there against him. It's obviously been banned. How many times?
Four
It's been
times.
banned 4 times against Dignitas. So it's definitely one of his main champions. I wonder if they're a ban of Gragas as well, as long as they seem to be targeting mid lane champions.
Yeah, Gragas was kind of that win that fueled them coming into this. It's really just been, like we said, that train on the tracks moving at full speed to keep shoveling the coal in. Could be one more game here against Curse, a team that's kind of trying to find themselves still.
Yeah, Curse has been struggling a fair bit so far. Dignitas has recovered from their struggles. If they don't ban Pantheon, I think Curse takes it right away here. Just knowing how successful they were when I Will Dominate jungle.
And we just saw what Snoopy could do with it. They were really setting up the early part of the game, but weren't able to make the moves late game. We'll see if it turns out to be different here. The last ban coming in is Wukong.
So, surprisingly, yeah, there's the first pick, Pantheon. Surprisingly, Wukong is a champion I Will Dominate's played twice, defeated both times on it.
Yeah.
So, very actually surprising move there by Dignitas. They just fear the Wukong more so than the Pantheon.
Yeah, it looks like Kiwi Kid's Annie got banned out this game. He's going to be forced onto Thresh, but they take that for him right away, seeing that Curse doesn't grab up the support for Saint.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what St. Vicious ends up doing here.
I think we all are.
Yeah, I mean, he made Challenger playing nothing but support in solo queue, but one really interesting thing I find about St. Vicious is how damn aggressive he plays on support and how much he dies. He actually averages 6 deaths a game in solo queue on support. Obviously competitive is a slightly lower death environment, so expect that to go down a bit. But I think he's going to be all in almost all the time.
We'll see. You can still really be making plays for your team if you are dying. It doesn't mean that you had a terrible game. We'll see if he can actually put himself in that situation, because it's a tough one to have. Vi being picked up on the side of Crumbs. That's going to be his 3rd play on that. 2 wins, so why not make it a 3rd? Looking over at Cop. Been liking
Both
this
these picks would be great. That is so good for Curse right now. Not only do they get Draven for Cop, which he is successful, and you can see how pumped I Will Dominate is. Getting the Gragas away from Dignitas is huge. Scarlet, monstrous Gragas player. It is pretty much far and away his favorite champion. I think Scar might default back onto something like a Karthus, even though Karthus is really not that good against Gragas. Just can't say enough about picking that away from Scar. I think he was going to go for that 100% if Chris didn't take it there.
And that's strong for Voidboy. We know him as one of the top laners that would also take Gragas as well into that lane when it was viable. So, and even if it is now, could do it.
What if they quassed it in the top
What
lane?
if they quassed it? Why not? Curse is a team that would actually do that. Quass, we still don't know much about him. He plays strong and he will win his lane, but I don't think he's shown us everything yet.
No, he's played a few unconventional things. He's the guy who's taken Karthus into the top lane.
Yeah.
Oh, Yasuo. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, yeah, whoa.
Maybe it actually is a Gragas in the top lane.
We'll have to see. These are some awesome picks coming out. Saint, he gets himself a bit of an aggressive support.
Yeah, the Alistair I'll get to in a minute as well, because this makes the last pick for Dignitas all the more scary. They don't know what they're laning against. It could be a Gragas or a Yasuo. If it is a Yasuo, Diana would be spectacular against him, I think, because she can close through the wind wall and then hit him with all of her spells.
Get that lockdown affected.
I believe the wind wall strips off Diana's W when she jumps through it, so he would have to wait if he did that. What?
Whoa.
So Voyboy actually played Akali against Yasuo and destroyed. It was against ManCloud.
Yeah. Back in week 1.
Skara has played Akali before. He is very good at it. This is going to go way back in time. 2011 IPL 3. He played Akali almost the entire tournament from the top lane and destroyed people with it. So he knows how to get going on Akali, even if he has to dip into his past to do so.
I love these picks so far coming from the teams. We are going to get Quas on Gragas coming into this, so a whole lot of new coming from both teams. Voyboy, I believe, has seen some Yasuo play. He does have a win on it, so we'll see if he can go strong in this game. You said the Akali matchup was in favor of Voyboy last team.
Oh yeah, it's in favor of the Akali,
yeah,
most likely. If Skara ends up playing this one. These team compositions are damn exciting to watch right now. Also, the fact that St. Vicious is on Alistar, absolute frontliner
on
at
support.
this point.
On support, got to remind.
On support,
it's not jungle Alistar.
There's a whole boatload of crowd control coming out from Curse to hopefully support Yasuo and Gragas in the solo lanes. I'll delve into the team comps a bit more later because these are really exciting.
Well, while the voting happened, I don't think any of that was taken into consideration.
No, the voting happens before.
The voting happens before, so let's check in with LOLesports.com to see who you did vote for before those picks. And it's 68% of you think that Dignitas are going to come out on top, our closest vote of the day.
Yeah, well, with the winning streak that Dignitas has been on, I'm actually a little surprised it's not a higher number, but people are still trying to figure out if Dignitas is for real or not, because they've went on this amazing win streak after everyone had written them off at the start of the year. They haven't, other than Cloud9, they haven't really taken out the Titans of the LCS yet. This is just another win they have to take to continue their streak.
I think it's only Team Solo Mid who's beaten everybody, right?
Yeah, in a row.
In a row,
exactly.
right.
Dignitas will have to take out Team Solo Mid a little bit later if they want to continue.
They got to wait. They do have a big 3-game weekend since their bye week. Dignitas is coming in with a heavy schedule, and this is the second game of the day for Dignitas. We'll see what Curse can do in their first game of the day. They have been watching and waiting for this to go down. We are on to the Rift. We see Cruiser getting his Mundo again. He played it earlier, got the win, looking to make it 5 in a row.
Yeah, Curse's team composition is well balanced damage-wise, but in a slightly different way than you'd expect. A lot of times when teams want to play Yasuo in the mid lane, they have trouble fitting in magic damage for the rest of their team comp, and especially when you consider a Pantheon jungle, you'd think Curse is going to have a real struggle doing it.
Yeah.
Very few AP top laners are played. Normally something like Rumble would be what you would see, but the Gragas, big surprise pick, and I really like it against a Mundo. I really do think that Curse picked the Gragas, thinking Voyboy could go mid lane if he wanted to with it.
And then they see the
And then once they saw the Mundo, they said, all right, we're doing this top lane. Because Dr. Mundo is a very non-interactive laner. He will basically just try and survive and farm, which means that Quas can completely survive in that top lane and farm to monstrous proportions.
A body slam, keeping him safe in the long lane. Usually you don't see
if he wants
that.
to escape.
Right. He starts with the Doran's Ring. So it looks like they're going to keep themselves just farming as you would. Cleaver's Barrels, looking around the map though. Both teams are kind of a poke comp, or pick comp, I'm sorry. How is that going to work out as they come to the game? It's just going to be a bloodbath.
There's a lot of assassination potential, absolutely. And very squishy people. As far as Curse is concerned, the Alistar is the only one with the potential to be very tanky, unless Quas does something crazy on Gragas, which means if Curse falls behind, I think they're in more trouble than Dignitas will. They have a lot of damage follow-up. They have a lot of people who can dive in, but if they're all diving in while they're squishy, they're going to get peeled really hard by Kiwi Kid's Thresh and not necessarily be able to take much out.
See Kiwi Kid with the sweeper to start as well on his side. Looks like they're going to keep a little bit more control of that brush in the bottom lane and not allow too many engagements. We said Saint was going to be aggressive, and that's a good way to keep it down.
Yeah, Alistar is actually not that strong of a laner. He is more about his team fight presence. I think Cop and St. Vicious are going to be playing very passive. Cop's just going to be worrying about getting his adoration stacks. We're going to keep tabs on these because Cop is one of the best people at stacking adoration stacks.
We saw that
He had a game earlier in the LCS where he had 650, and there was a fight around the Baron pit where he was like an inch away from getting kills 4 or 5 times, was never able to get it, and then he lost half his adoration stacks. But anyway, he's going to be stacking Adoration. St. Fish is going to be defending and peeling for him. And when they get gank support from Owl Dominate, then they go aggressive. But outside of that, they will be super passive.
When they get this right here, that gank support, Cutie Pie
like
keeping
this.
it safe. Can he get the Aegis on? You're definitely in jump range, but is the team ready? He wants to make sure they can follow up. They flash for Kiwi Kid, going in very strong there. They get his flash, but he doesn't go very far. The red buff is on. The headbutt is there. The kill for Cop. First blood.
Well, he cashed in on his Adoration right there. It just wasn't very much because he hadn't stacked in so long. But that's exactly what they're trying to do in that lane. They play on their back feet until Owl Dominate comes in, and then they stack the CC. They got both the jump stun from Pantheon and the pulverize from Alistair before Kiwi Kid could flash away, and it allowed them to secure the kill.
Very interesting choice to blow everything off a Kiwi Kid on that one. They don't go for the Cutie Pie.
Well, it's because Cutie Pie would have been able to flash and dash away, which means they couldn't have closed after he flashed, which means that was the only guaranteed kill they could get.
Considering every in and out of the fight before Curse came in, and it showed with the kill. First blood under 4 minutes. We'll see what they can keep doing. We've seen the early aggression of Pantheon paying big today in each game.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's such a feared pick. So many team compositions, especially when they're squishy like this, really rely on getting ahead early. Pantheon is just the perfect guy to fit into that puzzle.
See what Cop can do. He gets it back, a quick scepter, so he's going to have that damage advantage in lane. He's nicely pushed, so they go back at the perfect time. Already about a 700 gold lead coming in here. Curse is going to try to keep extending this. Looks like Pantheon may be making a head towards mid.
Yeah, as Quas actually putting a lot of harass down, knowing there's no gank pressure up there regardless. But about the mid lane, a little surprised Scar started with Cloth Armor 5 potions. He's got a gank coming in. He's going to have to burn flash at least.
There's a stun going down. The Shroud's going to be there. Sane is also roaming middle. There's the headbutt into the wall. And the pulverize, knowing that the wall would stun him up a little bit. Beautifully and calmly played.
Level 3 roam by St. Vicious after they shoved up the lane, caught Scar completely off guard at that point. That is something that Zcant probably would not have done in this situation.
No.
Saint shot calling, ganking, jungler instinct coming in right there, comboing a gank with Owl Dominate.
Well, you said the laning phase for Alistar wouldn't be that strong, so...
The roaming phase sure is.
The roaming phase coming up with some big kills. 1,000 gold in the lead now. Crumbs being called with Kiwi Kid to middle. They are causing Dig to react heavily here.
Yeah, what an impressive roam right there, shutting down Skara. Scar wanted to rush the Seeker's arm guard. That's why he started with a cloth armor instead of a Doran shield.
Smart.
But he ended up dying. The extra health and the health regen from the Doran shield may have saved him in that situation.
Like you
Tricky
said,
call.
Maybe not a call we would have seen with Zcant in the game, so that voice proving useful so far with St. Vicious on support. The teleport back for Cruiser in the top lane, and Quaz has not been doing too bad in this lane.
Yeah, that's, like I said, non-interactive lane.
Right.
From Mundo. So Quas is free to farm. He's actually out-farming Cruiser. Mundo gets out-farmed by almost everything at this point. When he transitions down, it's going to be very important. But the Dignitas composition is actually something we haven't talked about much. They're way more conventional when we consider it. They can have double tanks that dive in with Cruiser and Crumbs. They can be the tank buddies that go in and just try and brute force down Cop. Kiwi Kid is going to try and peel the assassins off from Curse, and a lot of it will really just hinge on how farmed Scar gets, because Scar and Vi going in together, if they can't finish off Cop like right away, it's going to be trouble. Cop will finish them off. Voyboy will be unleashed onto the backline and destroy I'm a Cutie Pie, and so much actually hinges on Scar's strength in this game.
Well, they're going to have a lot of threats to focus here, depending on how big Quas gets. Dominate's going to be doing damage. Voyboy and Cop on Yasuo and Draven, so Curse really looking to bring the pain to these fights. We'll see if Dignitas can get themselves big enough and defended enough before that happens. Cop 32 to 56 in that bottom lane, so the back kind of hurting there.
That's kind of the
lost his roamer.
The thing that happens when you lose your support to mid lane. Obviously, Curse puts a lot of importance on helping out Yasuo in that lane, since Akali can decimate him under the right circumstances, and that is the price they pay. They're losing heavily. If we think back, even though Curse was able to get a kill, they were losing that lane pretty badly before. Like as we said, Alistar's not a good laner.
Right.
So Curse definitely getting pushed in a bit.
And as you said, that Akali versus Yasuo has been swapped in the top and the mid lane because they didn't like it either.
Yeah, they're getting completely out of that. This is nice too. It's mainly a swap due to the itemization. The Seeker's Arm Guard is not effective against Quas's Gragas, and he might be able to blow Scar up now.
Very well played.
Especially
the jump
with
to
this.
the middle.
There is a
Skara,
counter gank coming,
do they
though.
have a pink ward? They have 2 pink wards to be used in this. Skara gets hit up quite hard, but the assault battery comes in big. Oh! He dives right back into the fight, and he thinks he's going down, but he doesn't. Very nice, and the excessive force damage coming in. Quas almost going down here. Is he going to go under? They got the red buff. He turns the other way. You faker.
Well, 1 for 1 right there. Kill onto... Wait, who was the kill on? Gragas.
Yes.
Yeah, I was looking at the mid laner.
Huzzah.
Got
Well, he is in
confused
the
for a
mid
sec.
lane now.
And onto Skara. So I'd say that was just a nice counter gank by Crumbs. You usually get destroyed by Pantheon's ganks because you can't really predict where they go. You can't see them coming. But knowing that Curse had already kind of showed their hand, that they were trying to shut down Skara, not only did they do a roam up early on in the game, they're now doing a Pantheon gank and a lane swap. Just meant some good stuff from him. Great punch by Crumbs. He stopped the jump from I Will Dominate with his ball breaker.
That could not have been timed any better. And Skara doing it as he should. Much damage before you die.
Yeah. Just cannot really peel Akali. She has too many jumps.
She got bounced, what, 800 range out of the fight. Right
Come
back
right
in.
back.
Punch you in the throat.
No problem.
9 minutes into the game. 3-1 here. It's about 700, 900 gold lead. They're going to be getting it pretty well for themselves. Looks like Curse will just be taking these jungle camps. Dominate's going to wait for that ultimate to come back up. And we can see that Boy quite close to a static shift. Already has that Zeal up.
Yeah, that's the item Yasuo generally goes for. Double crit on Yasuo just by his passive. Crit chances doubled, which means people go static shift Infinity Edge and 5% crit on their rune page, which is what Boy does, to reach 100% crit and get the reliable damage.
Looking at the build from Cop. Starting with the pickaxe himself with that early back and the kills that he got. He was looking for damage in the lane. He's facing up against Cutie Pie, who's got his BS sword on one of his first backs. And that CS lead still in the bottom lane and also in the jungle. But we have to consider that Dominate has been affecting the lanes with ganks.
Absolutely right here. Cop, Adoration stacking up for him, actually. Sitting on a lot of stacks. You can actually see those I Will Dominate waiting in the wings. His Pantheon ultimate is up. Here it comes again.
That's what he was waiting for, Jack. Going in, the lantern. Oh, he's
cancel it. Everybody calm down.
God, everybody's fooling
He decided
today.
not to. Keep jungling. But when he canceled it that early, like before the enemy can see it, its cooldown isn't really crushed. It's a 5-second cooldown. He can come again.
Oh, he can come again, but this time Crumbs is on the backside. They were feeling this, and it looks like it is going to be right into Kiwi Kid. He goes to blow his flash. The exhaust is still down for him to use. He uses it. The Draven ulti coming through. Cutie Pie looking to take down Dominate, and they go very hard in the 2v1 in him. Cop, he can't even get the chance to do it. Cop goes down, though. They trade 80 carry for 80 carry in the Retribution kill, and it just leaves Crumbs insane.
Yeah, but Cop got both of those kills cashed in. He had about 140 stacks of Adoration before that one and got some big money off of that gank. He is going to be a very strong Draven right now. If we actually look at the gold, he is ahead of I'm a Cutie Pie by 300 despite being down in the lane. So I'd say very successful gank once again by I Will Dominate and Saint Vicious. Yeah, just they lock down Kiwi Kid so fast. They jump right onto him and they hit him in the dead center, which means that Pantheon ult does more damage. And just watch how Cop catches axes throughout this. It's ridiculous. He even caught that one as Crumbs went through him. It's why Cop is so good at Draven. He played it all throughout the summer split, trying to get this going. Always able to get one after the other, keep both of them spinning, and just enough damage at the end to take him down.
He almost lived there. That was a minion kill
Really
from all of
close.
the auto attacks that were in the air there. Great job catching the axes.
Dignitas was able to take the dragon, obviously.
Yeah,
we
the
saw
dragon
the low
after
tip.
that.
Keep the gold close in this game, which is incredibly key to stop Curse from just destroying this game with their global gank pressure from I Will Dominate. Not to mention how they have so many squishy people, Quas, AP Burst on Gragas, comboed up with Yasuo. It's going to be very tricky.
They're doing a great job of keeping the vision up, so they are the first ones to act on these fights and not be caught off guard. You see in the bottom lane, a few wards, just the regular wards to keep them safe. And Cop, he is kind of waiting. He doesn't have anybody to babysit him right now, so he can't farm this.
Yeah, he's getting abandoned a fair bit, but he's getting the help when he needs it.
Yeah.
It is a fair trade if you're an 80 carry right now. Your farm isn't all that matters. A lot of times it's your kills. Got the wave stacked up. Catch a few more axes.
It's very interesting purchases from Curse here. A lot of consumable wards being purchased. The rush of the Talisman of Ascension with no Sight Stone and Vision for Saint.
Yeah, he is definitely trying to take his presence throughout the map. This is something some Alistar players like to do when they're ahead, is just rush the Talisman. Alistar is all about move speed. It's about getting into range for a headbutt and pulverize. And additionally, it's about the cooldown reduction. It's the best stat you can have on Alistar since he is so reliant on his headbutt and pulverize. The closer you get to 40%, the more effective you become. I think we're just going to see another.
Yeah, the man
Pantheon
drops
right here.
one
Yep.
after the other. A vicious cycle here. It's going to be the Lantern. A very nice
Goodbye.
play as well, but it's not going to be enough. The culling. PewDiePie puts himself in the fight. He says, oh, I think he's a turret. I want to take that
Cruiser's
down.
here.
Cruiser comes in. Here comes Crumbs. Flashes. Assault and battery into the fight as well. An excessive force will be used against this Curse squad. They are going to get one. They are going to get two. Saint looks to do what he can as a mad cow, and he looks to dodge the last cleaver.
All right, 2 for 2, but the teleport did have to be used by Cruiser right there, and it's crazy. Where I was thinking about how much adoration we're going to count for Cops. This is going to be great. He doesn't have big stacks of it because he's getting so many damn kills in lane at this point. Curse, though, more pressure out of that one. They did not have to use the teleport. They get a turret in return, and they trade the 2 kills for 2.
First world problem. Too many stacks, too many kills.
And just look how fast they burst down Kiwi Kid. He has almost no chance in these ones. Well-targeted man drops by I Will Dominate. I'm a PewDiePie, definitely trying to stay and wait for Crumbs to come in. Very close to being able to turn this one around. Just got bursted down right before Crumbs could come in. And there was very little the Curse could do to a monster Mundo who came in at that point.
Saints Alistar play really on
It's been
point.
pretty good.
The headbutts
Yeah.
into the wall is fantastic because you get that extra bit of just kind of lockout, and then you pulverize him into the ground. Making sure he's getting everything he needs as Voidboy and Cruiser going back and forth up top. Cruiser knows there's some damage to be had there. The static shift is finished, and even if Akali comes up, pink wards are had to be exiting or entering these fights for the kill.
Yeah, and Yasuo is very dangerous at this stage in the game. Laning phase, generally in the mid game, is what's weak for Yasuo. Yasuo's got a very strong level 1 to 3 because his E can do so much damage early once you stack up a few dashes with it. But then he needs his items to bring him back in the late game. And he has a static shift now. He needs to get his Infinity Edge before he becomes powerful again. But based on the fact that he's sitting on that 1 kill, has more farm than the enemy mid laner in Skara, means that things are going very well for Voidboy's Yasuo right now.
Very well indeed. If you have an Akali jump on you right now, there's enough power on Curse to explode Skara. He has been very docile on an Akali for this portion. He hit 6 quite a bit ago.
Yeah. There's not too much impact that's been seen by Skara. I think a lot of it just had to do with how pressured he got early on in the lane. He's also been mitigated greatly by the fact that they swapped Gragas into his lane after he had itemized for Yasuo.
That was a great move.
Yeah, really just adding insult to injury there with that lane swap.
Looking at Quas, 100, 154, and you got to consider it's kind of between Cruiser's CS and Skara's CS as those lanes were swapped, but he's still winning, and he's still providing some great play. We've always looked at him on Curse to say, when is he going to come out? And it's just consistent. Maybe it won't ever be amazing. He's always been a good player.
Yeah. Cop, always, forever on Curse. Doing well, honestly. Bloodthirster, Last Whisper coming soon. He's going to be doing a truckload of damage, I think, in some of these fights. Knowing that St. Vicious is just leading the way.
That's been an
talent.
interesting Alistar.
Good.
The early roam, fantastic
They're always
play.
just waiting for these ganks. I mean, how many more ganks will I Will Dominate have to do? I almost feel like Crumbs has a timer going off in his head now. He's played Pantheon. He knows the cooldown of Grand Skyfall, and he's waiting for it to come again because this has happened 2 or 3 times already. Crumbs is trying to preempt it this time.
They're waiting in the shadows right now.
Oh,
this is going to
so
be a
clever.
perfect counter.
Curse expects a counter, so they're sending more people. They know the teleport's down at this point.
Well, it's 30 seconds for Dragon, so something will happen eventually. That's easy enough to say, right?
I think something will happen eventually. That's a safe call.
Made it. All right, now we
2,000
just
gold lead
watch.
still.
Yeah, the 2,000 gold lead. It's those items that's maybe keeping Dig at bay right now from those initiations, waiting for Curse to kind of walk into the wrong spot and explode them out of these fights. They've been trying bottom over and over again.
I think it's
to no
a
avail.
good place to focus their ganks, knowing that mid lane is kind of won by the fact that Scar is playing so passively against Quas's Gragas. And Cop wants to keep getting those adoration stacks going. Sitting on 82 of them right now, 84.
So Hextech Gunblade finished up on the side of Skara. We have a BF sword coming out for Voidboy, so they're a little bit of damage on top of that crit now. And it looks like they will start to posture for this dragon.
This is a very large moment in the game. Uh-oh, Quas.
Whoa! Quas gets hit up immediately. Is the pink ward going to go down? No, it is not there for them yet. Scar, wait, Quas stays alive. In the backside, he lives with about 10 HP. St. Vicious comes in. Cutie Pie can't even move. Instantly suffocated in the fight. And a great collapse from Curse.
Quas just an inch away from death, but then gets his full burst out onto the Dignitas team. They destroy them in that team fight and secure another dragon in just a blink of an eye.
Gotta be careful when you're fighting a drunk man. They can do some pretty crazy things. 400 gold, 1,000 gold. Yes, my brain works. In the lead right now with that dragon with the man drop. Grand Skyfall. Saint, are you in range? The flash, the flay, the Aegis, and now the headbutt. Wait a minute. That's
wrong way. Yep.
No one saw that.
No, Kiwi Kid with the timely flash. Made St. Vicious hit him in the wrong way. Let's check out this team fight. Quas gets caught blinded here. You think they could finish him off, but then he gets down both his Q and his R, which then makes cleanup an easy thing. Pantheon gets crits on people that are 15% lower. Voyboy even saves his ultimate because Cutie Pie was on his way over to help support, and everything fell apart because they weren't able to burst Quas down immediately. If we think about that fight,
that was crazy.
In a world where Quas does die, everything actually goes the other way. I'm a Cutie Pie's roam works.
Oh, Voyboy, wow, he goes to the other side. Now back through his wall. He's trying to work the wind, but he can't cut it just right.
Not that slippery.
Nope.
There's a fist with his name on it right there. Assault and battery finishes off Voyboy real easy. At least Dig gets a little something back. They needed it.
And something I got to mention on the last fight, as we just see Quas for a second.
Go for
He
it.
was fully drank on his drunken rage there. Fully popped up.
Yeah,
if
he
he was
have that
not,
damage
he
reduction.
would have died. So they
Interesting
kind of
tip
used
on
him
Gragas.
as a sentry. They're like, you go walk in here.
You got to get into the habit of just constantly using your W anytime it's
Yeah.
up because you don't know when being drunk's going to come in handy.
When does it come in handy?
When you're driving. It's usually never a good thing.
Well, technically they're in the driver's seat, so
there you go.
they made it work. 20 minutes on the clock, 9-6, 4,000 gold in the lead. And it looks like they're only ready to pressure that even more. The Black Cleaver's finished up onto Dominate, along with the Lizard Elder that was finished quite a while ago, and he has been bringing out the assist at least for his team. He's participating in the 9 kills.
Yeah, there's been a lot of team participation so far by Curse. They're really trying to take this lead into their own hands. And we mentioned how Scar's farm was going to be so pivotal if Dignitas wanted to walk away with victory. He just hasn't gotten going. With his Gunblade completed at this point, it's kind of his moment, but I just feel like Cop is too strong. If he tries to dive on top of Cop, he's just going to get NACS to the face. Uh-oh, here it comes, going for Scar.
Oh, very nice Lantern. Something we got to watch out for with that Thresh pick against the Pantheon. 17, or 117 I should say, for Crumbs and CS to Pantheon's 80, which just shows that Dominate has been trying to do a lot of falling from the sky this game. He's got it to work quite a bit of times. We just talked about how much his kill participation is up top. This is not looking good for Cop.
Nice
He gets hit up once. There's the assault and battery. They go right under the turret. That's the barrier right away, and he does what he can with Dominate, creeping on the backside a little too late.
Yeah, very nice flash into Vault Breaker so we could just burst him down with damage and then ultimate. One of the highest damage normal spells in the game. 340 base damage on Vault Breaker at max rank there. Really blowing up Cobb.
So that's when getting caught at the pub doesn't help. Quas was just a few seconds too late on the engage there. They do have good coverage up and down that side of the jungle. So if anything were to happen here, they would really have a power play pushing Dignitas out of this mid lane. But looks like Dig has already left themselves. They're going to go back to farming in the jungle. 3,000 gold down. It's not looking too grim for them. They're getting the items they need.
They've had a couple nice things happen to them since they lost the Dragon fight. They have both been keyed off of Crumbs' ganks. 1-0-5 on Vi. He's the one really keeping them in the game right now. He ganked top lane, got a kill on Voyboy, ganked bottom lane, got a kill on the Cobb. And they've taken that gold lead, which was 5,000, down to about 1,500. But the thing that they really have to worry about is the fact that Voyboy now has enough gold for his Infinity Edge. Meaning that if he gets a knock on Mascara, he's going to basically burst him out. I'm a Cutie Pie is equally as vulnerable. The healing potential for the people that need to deal damage on Dignitas isn't high enough based on how much power the assassins on Curse have.
Well, Curse looking to assassinate quickly. Mascara jumps in. If Cutie Pie even gets in range, and that's kind of been St. Vicious's key here, is finding Cutie Pie in these fights, taking him out. They pinched him in last time. The Dragon wasn't the spot that Dignitas wanted to fight. And looks like they won't have any better of a chance fighting outside the Dragon either. They're just getting pushed around right now.
Yeah, Curse is trying to take control of the jungle and then find the right fight. They have the talisman completed. Remember, Dignitas does not. They're going to try and chase really quickly. You could see Curse actually hoped Dignitas fell back straight through their lane because Alistar was flanking around the side. Now they're just going to try and push mid because they know Dignitas doesn't want to come up against them. This is a great push
They
right
also
here by
don't
Curse.
have a Cutie Pie or anybody in place for this. They have 3 people backing right now. No,
Let's see how much
not a
damage
big
they get on
minion
this
wave.
turret. There's just nobody in place for Dignitas right now. The minions run out.
Kiwi Kid being there with the chance to crowd control. A little bit of a deterrent, and they back off as 5, but this is still a very powerful group of Curse here. Looks like they're going to try to play some tricks.
I don't think Curse knew how well they had it right there. They didn't realize Dignitas was so out of position. Otherwise, they would have stuck around a bit more for that turret.
30 seconds on the Dragon, and anything that happens up top here, they're saying, when's the red? Maybe we have the timer.
They're trying the same maneuver again.
They do have the red
They're
timer.
hoping that someone comes in and checks on this red.
Yeah.
Someone will come in and check on the red.
Oh dear, that's a sweeper down.
But will Curse be in position for an attack?
Oh God, they are just...
Oh man.
This is a game of peekaboo right now. Oh, the pink wards everywhere. Get out of there. Does not want any of that. Scar is trying to look for a safe spot. It's going to be Kiwi Kid taking a bit of damage in the beginning. Dominates now into the fight, and they do take down Kiwi Kid. The box is obsolete. This means all of these DPS users can run around freely. A great wall going down. Scar actually gets Void Boy. Where's Crumbs? Cruiser, both about 700 health combined. The shield comes up on the passive. Oh, no way. He lives for a second. I don't think he's going to make it out too far. Does Cop have Adrenaline Rush? They turn actually onto Cruiser for this one. A middle turret being pushed by I'm a Cutie Pie right now. The dig may grab off well here.
So he does get the shutdown at the end of this one, but that could have been a lot worse. Very interesting fight right there. No one ends up taking the Dragon. Cutie Pie might actually go down and grab that, which would, in theory, equalize the fight. And
A
make
turret
it good
and
for
another
Dignitas.
turret.
But check this out. St. Fishes blows a lot of crowd control on Cruiser, actually, which I think was a fatal flaw. He pulverized him, doesn't really do much, which delays the initiation of the rest of Dignitas. Then he flashes in for a headbutt, which is very surprising. He could have locked down a lot more people. This fight just continues. Another key pulverize here. Watch St. Fishes stop Scar's dash. That actually saved Void Boy's life for a split second. This fight could have went in a lot of different directions. Cop, though, was pretty much untouched, and the chase was a little bit underwhelming for Curse. Great running by Cruiser, landing almost every cleaver, and he's the one who allowed Crumbs to escape.
Good focus. Cutie Pie getting the mid turret, getting the Dragon for the team as well, so they gain a good bit off of that.
They do, actually. Dignitas, who got caught out in the fight, had more people die, and nearly got aced, come out ahead because I'm a Cutie Pie was able to sneak off and grab the Dragon. It was a very tactical play there by him to just pick that one up off the back of the fight. Very fortunate almost, because I don't necessarily think it was super intentional. He just happened to get peeled to that side of the fight. And the team said, hey, Dragon's up. No one's going to do Baron. Just go grab it.
Skara not having the score he usually has had in the 6 straight wins for Dignitas, and it's slowing the team down a bit. Crumbs is there getting in with the engagements. 1-0 and 7.
Those pink wards are going to last a while.
Yeah.
9, 10.
Yeah. Good shots. A little return on investment there. Putting his wards down. He
200 more gold.
Gets some
Dignitas
gold
gets back from that fight.
Yeah.
Technically more because they get the gold kill from the ward as well.
Ooh.
So 100 each plus the 20.
That's good investing right there.
Big monies. That's almost a kill. It's crazy when you think of it like that. It's a kill on a guy who's feeding a little bit.
Just a little bit. Find the next one. 0-4 and 4. Kiwi Kid has been a very big focus of this game, and he's actually been one of a huge initiator for Dignitas. With the Annie, with the box that hasn't been used this game.
Yeah, he hasn't been the
and
initiator
it's been falling apart.
in this one. He's really relegated into the role of just trying to stop the assault of Curse on his Thresh so far. Really just trying to throw up the box and playing. The people that will be initiating are Crumb, Scar, Cruiser. Kiwi Kid's not needed. He's needed to keep I'm a Cutie Pie alive. The Baron is going to be a big point of contention here as well.
I'm just considering now this Akali pick that everybody's grouping. With it being after the Gragas, you know, it kind of depletes the jumping in. We saw it work before and he was able to kill Quas, but it might prove difficult when Crumbs is going in and you can't get in with him.
Oh, can they get any follow-up over the wall? Saints all by himself over there. Teleport coming in, Baron low.
Kyle's off on the side, needs to get back to the farm. Cruiser coming in on teleport. He's going to be safe for now. Death Sentence not hitting. Both teams kind of letting these cooldowns come back up now before they reposition, just staring at the whites of each other's eyes.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bad move for Curse right now because I Will Dominate took about half his health bar from the culling. He has almost no defensive armor on Pantheon right there. But they still might be looking for something. I Will Dominate sticking around, still sweeping out wards. This is the moment that the game will be decided. Dignitas has crawled back from a 5,000 gold deficit with no big wins, just a bunch of small incremental ones. And now they might be strong enough to win a team fight and take control of this game.
Skara has the Zanya's outplay capability in this game. That item was finished up. Like we said, Crumb's 1-0 and 7, so he's tanking enough for the initial all-in that is required by Assault and Battery. For now, both teams are going to back off.
Yeah, Pantheon has some definite fall off, and he's feeling it right now. Didn't get any of the kills. He's not been able to build up sufficient tank stats. Curse has got to be a little bit worried about that at this point. Likewise, if Skara can get onto Cop and finish him off, it would be a huge swing in these fights. The late game power of these teams is actually very close. A lot of times we get to tell these cool stories about this really weak early game team versus a great late game team, but it's not the case right here. Yasuo scales amazingly, Pantheon doesn't. Akali can just go crazy. Lucian doesn't scale necessarily as well as Draven, but he has more mobility. Like, there's a lot of conflicting goals that are going on right here. And it's only a 700 to 800 gold lead for Curse. It was 5,000 before.
And what are we looking for from Dignitas? What is their optimal engagement?
Yeah, I think it's just any type, like anybody but St. Vicious right now. There's 4 squishy targets on Curse right now. All of them are good, which makes teamfights a very tricky thing. I don't know if catching Cruz is the best idea, but they're going for him.
Sadism still up, actually gets thrown on from the outside. The flash engage again coming in here from Crumbs. They're going to be big. He gets 3 on the ultimate of Yasuo. Voyboy, a beautiful job there. They all fall to the ground and are running for their lives. Dignitas now trying to regroup on this, reassess the fight, but Curse is huddled. They're looking to attack. Piercing down now, it's going to be on a Cutie Pie. He looks to get the calling out, pushing back St. Vicious, and they reconsider.
Curse is the only team to have a death in that fight. But look at all the flashing red on Dignitas. That fight was ridiculously close, just like this game. They tried to kill Cruiser, and since they didn't kill him in time, they risked a disaster right there. Good Lord, Riv, that was close. I have to question the initiation from Saint. Blowing a flash pulverize on a non-priority target is devastating.
See him going in, and it's hard. They don't have vision of what's below them either.
Yeah, Cruiser pops his ultimate right there, and Crumbs comes in without a bunch of damage. One thing to note in this fight is pay attention to Scar's health and how much he spell vamps to stay alive. First off, he Zanya's the ultimate from Draven. Then he dashes to finish off Quas right here, and then lifesteals off a minion as well when he dashes to it to just barely stay alive. That was so close to being a 1-for-1, but Scar stays alive.
Great play right there. Put him on a champion where you can outplay, and he will surely put himself in that situation. Azanya's keeping him alive, very much so, in the rush of that Hextech Gunblade, keeping that spell vamp coming in clean. 12 to 10, 31 minutes into this game, and Dig has taken the gold lead.
Yeah, they're really accumulating gold at a crisp pace right now. Big items, though, on Quas. If he can land any type of stuff on I'm a Cutie Pie. You can see I'm a Cutie Pie is going towards a Guardian Angel. But he built the Chain Vespers because he's more worried about the Yasuo finish, not so much the Gragas. That's the difficulty of itemizing against Curse right now. They have 2 really high damage bursts with different damage types.
Dignitas grabbing up another dragon, or rather Curse, I should say.
Yeah.
And they move their way up
Gives
here.
them the goldie. They haven't been getting too many of those dragons, actually. So it's very important that they get that.
Gold lead just creeping up a little bit more, as you said. 4 to 2 in turrets has given them the ability to get themselves in these positions to initiate, but now they're not as clean on the initiation.
Yeah, and you can see the Black Cleaver on I Will Dominate and the lack of armor penetration on Voyboy. Those 2 actually have to work together and make sure they're hitting the same target at this point. There's a lot of peel that actually has to be done from the Curse side now that Crumbs and Cruiser have hit such tanky proportions. In order to kill them, they have to focus the Black Cleaver stacks with their physical damage. It'll be an interesting thing to track in these teamfights, whether they just dive in and ignore them, or whether they pull back and try and finish them off together. Because I think if they do one or the other, it works, but if they split up, and you say Voyboy goes in while I Will Dominate peels, the Black Cleaver's not going to be useful.
Everybody's got to be on the same page. It's going to make it hard. Hopefully Quas doesn't bounce anybody out. Those ults don't complement each other too well, but the damage, that's always complementary. 52,000 just a bit ahead here as they try to squeak the wards out of Baron Pit, deny that vision. The hashtag no fog is really the priority here for both teams.
It's a good one. Yeah, no fog. Trying to light up the map right now. A lot of sweeping so far. St. Vicious not dying on Alistair, actually. I was expecting him to.
Well, you said competitive play was a bit safer.
There's definitely
So
more
they
deaths.
definitely have that calm.
6 deaths a game average on a supporting and solo queue. 0 deaths so far this game. Stepping it up.
Kiwikid's got 4. He had about the least on the team, transferring from the most in the previous splits.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Kiwikid
set a record for deaths in the LCS. And I'm sure he's constantly reminded.
Hey, a record is a record.
It is in the top lane. But on support, he has been really good.
Yeah,
this split.
His Annie play was banned out this game. We saw it earlier today, and he pretty much wrecked house. I think his second item was a needlessly large rod on Annie. So
danger.
What are you going to do? You're going to die from that. St. Vicious and crew walking over a ward here. They're going to hatch that right quick, and that is the knowledge.
Necessarily sweep that spot. That's not a spot you think to sweep. That's the spot you would think to sweep. But it does reach back. They were able to click that ward down. I wonder how aggressive Dignitas is going to decide to get here, knowing that they've kind of clawed their way back.
Yeah, it's the first time we kind of see him on the other half of the map.
They're starting to take a little bit of control. Curse has lost theirs. You know, turrets are so close to this game as well. The map is very open right now. Guardian Angel has been completed by Void Boy, which is really key. But I think the Last Whisper is going to be the item that puts him over the top.
And you see a lot of Curse kind of mitigating against what Scar is going to do right now. The Negatron's Cloak being picked up, at least so you can sustain that initial burst. Hopefully live.
Yeah.
Scar is going to be at your throat. We saw what happened when Quads tried to bounce him away. He was right back in the fight.
Scar really wants his Lich Bane, actually, if he wants to be able to combo his burst insanely. They're at a bit of a standstill. I think both teams are a little bit scared of what's happening here because Curse has been pressing so hard for the past 15 minutes or so. Initiating onto the wrong targets, I think. They've pulverized Cruiser by himself 2 fights in a row. And that's allowed Dignitas to take these little small advantages. And Dignitas has gotten most of those because Curse is pressing a bit too hard and not able to find them and still taking it anyway. So this kind of means that both teams are now scared of going because Curse's initiations haven't worked well for them. And Dignitas has only worked well because Curse is over-initiating.
The man drops have been giving him the chance to come back.
Something has to change at this point because Curse has stopped taking the risks.
Yeah, we haven't seen a man drop. Probably a good 10 minutes to come in here unless it was on a fight that was right in front of Dominate. They're not initiating. They were going for Kiwikid a lot earlier. They're trying to dictate something here in mid with a pretty solid push on both side lanes.
Yeah, and the items are still building up. You know, the Lich Bane did get completed by Scar, which means maybe now they'll think they'll have enough aggression. Or are they actually waiting for AmacutePie to finish either his Infinity Edge or his Guardian Angel, both of which are huge items for him.
PewDiePie has been one lately that we've seen crushing for Dignitas, but everybody really doing their part here. It's usually been a roll and somebody follows that momentum. We see they're doing it as a team this time.
Yeah, and another thing is Cop is so far behind in CS, in small part because the rest of his team, since they've been grouped up so far, gets the CS before he has a chance for it. Whereas Dignitas is giving a lot back to AmacutePie. So the 80 carry distribution team by team, Dig is trusting PewDiePie more with his farm. We might see the fight now. They're really playing with fire.
That was a very close death sentence. Quas just out of range. They're pushed off quite far from their turret. If that's what Curse wanted, they're getting what they want.
Yeah, this could be an open fight for both teams. It's a slightly more advantageous position for Dignitas because they could fall back theoretically to their turret.
Kite it right in.
Curse recognizes that. They know they have nothing to fall back to. So they're actually backing away a little bit, hoping to find a catch. But St. Vicious only sees Cruiser as a potential initiation target. That's why he's not going.
I like this.
If he can get by, he might go.
5v5 laning phase at 36 minutes into the game, and it looks like we're going back and forth. Cop and the team looks to pressure a little harder. Respect is being given on both sides. You walk at us, we'll walk back, and same on the other side.
They're really just waiting for someone to make a mistake, someone to go a little bit too far. This is pretty close to the turret. Here comes Curse.
They lock down the man drop. It's going to be for Crumbs. He's been a huge factor with the assault and battery. He still tries to get out. The cast takes him down. Beautiful ult coming in from PewDiePie, but he's in the backside. Can he get some more in? Cop has already thrown his. They do get Scara. Double kill for Quaz. Looking for more. It's going to be Cruiser now as the only focus. They're trying to shoot the closest thing, but does that give Kiwikid and PewDiePie a chance? No, it does not.
It's still just a 2-for-1. How much can Curse get out of this one? Because AmacutePie is a great defender, but there's so much damage he has to be afraid of.
Get the turret down. Second tier is that gold in their pocket. A 2,000 gold lead back in favor of Curse. That was a long standoff to see the man drop again.
Curse finally pulled the trigger, and they got the initiation onto someone who isn't Dr. Mundo, which was the key right there. They comboed down onto Crumbs. Like we said, I Will Dominate shredded the armor early on in the initiation, and the rest of the team piled on, Top in particular. Look at that. They push him back. Dignitas could not necessarily help with the initiation. They burst him down, finished by the barrel, and then it was still a pretty close fight after this. You can definitely see Skara was super close to getting the GA proc onto Voyboy. He went down to a barrel, unfortunately, and then Curse is just pushing them back at this point. Since Dignitas had lost their tank line threat, they had to fall away, and they were more vulnerable to the assassination of Curse, which is why they ended up losing the turret.
Very good play from Curse. So many squishy champions in the fight, but they're using everything in the perfect order to stay alive here. Dignitas trying to soak up any bit of resources they have right now in the jungle. Barons and dragons, very much a thing right now. The dragon has become alive. We'll see if anybody even goes for that. It's worth a bit of gold now, this late in the game.
Average level in the game is higher than 15. That's the highest level for the dragon to get to, which means he gives 260 gold per person.
It's a good chunk of
Sort
change.
And Curse, are they going to rush this? I think if there was no ward inside there, they may have, but they're still going to force. They're just going straight for it. They think Dignitas out of position there. Right, Scar is killing the dragon right now. He needs to get off of that.
He does take it down. That's a bit of gold. Here comes the teleport in. It's going to be Cruiser. Do they have it? Oh! No, that is not going to happen for you, Crumbs. They get in. It's going to be getting out of the fight that's going to be tough. It's Cruiser right in the back line. Crumbs tries to, I think I can help you. And he may be able to. On to Voyboy, but the focus is there from Curse. You can almost hear the comms.
If somebody knows something about smite steals, it would be St. Vicious, and he did not give I Will Dominate a chance to miss that one. Curse continues.
Voyboy trying to go in, misses the dash, but he gets another one onto Skara. He's forced to go into the fight, the Zanyas, but to what avail? Going down after that, but you look good in gold.
They are going to get so much off of this. Look at the duration of the death timers, 40 minutes into the game. Curse capitalizing on a Dignitas positional error, and they're getting that inhibitor.
Curse knew what they wanted the whole time while kiting Dignitas back and forth in that top lane. It looks like they are going to tank it up for a Nexus. The angle they have only makes a shot by one turret.
Yeah, this is almost indefensible for I'm a Cutie Pie. The minions are here. This is a Curse victory.
A great headbutt out. It's going to be Cutie Pie. The 1, the 2, the 3. It goes over. He does get a kill, though. He's able to take one down, but it's going to be too little too late. The Nexus goes down, and Curse is going to be able to stop that Dignitas train.
St. Vicious's return right there comes in victory.
The man behind the curtain
oh my God,
out.
that headbutt. Right as Crumbs was trying to ball breaker in for the steal, he's sharing some kind words with I Will Dominate. He says, you know what? When I was a jungler, everyone other junglers getting to steal my Baron. He protected his own jungler that time, headbutting Crumbs away, and that just catapulted them to victory afterwards.
Who would have thought, and I don't know how many times I've said that today, but it is completely true. The switch up, which we see as the sub for this week, Zken out, Saint at support. He picks up the Alistar, a level 3 roam to start off the game.
Kept Scar out of the game.
Wow, just wow.
Let's not take away from Quas though. It's the big thing we've been waiting for. Quas with his unconventional champion pool. How many crazy things he can play.
A lot.
He pulls out the Gragas in the top lane. Goes 6-1 and 3, 307 farm. It gave them so much versatility with the lane swapping. It helped them stop Akali from being able to itemize because they just put him against what he didn't build for.
Yeah. Skara in a lane where he didn't carry for a game. Look at the past wins from Dignitas. A lot of Crumbs, a lot of Skara.
Yeah, and a lot of Cutie Pie. Which
Cutie Pie in the last 3 games
was
the
not a
ADC.
factor. That's got to feel really good for Curse right there. I imagine how many hateful questions would happen from Curse. We don't know whether this is a temporary or a permanent thing. Curse has just said, we're trying it out for this week. Very little information was given elsewise. It's so crazy you have this coach in a situation where you're subbing yourself in a sense. If you don't do well, you're opening yourself up to all kinds of criticism.
Well, you hear, right, Monte Cristo, all the coaches say, Alex Pan, it gets a little nerve-wracking when you release them onto the field because you have no control. You take that control back. It seemed to work.
Coach on the field, maybe, at that point.
Coach on the field. No penalty this time.
The whole point right there, you know? First game as support, he played very well. 215 when you consider they had 19 kills in the game. So 17 of those 19 were definitely St. Vicious being involved in that. I like the game right there.
Yeah. See, it's not something we expected from him. Maybe I actually expected a Lulu.
Oh yeah, because he played Lulu, Leona, Thresh, and Annie a lot of in these games. Lulu might have helped with Boy chaining with the knockups, but instead of just putting a knockup onto Yasuo, why not just go in head first and knock everybody
Continuously
up?
do it. We got to call mention to as well, really just cheeky strategical move, setting up the double AP and AD lane and then swapping them against Dignitas. So Mundo was then versus the wrong mitigation.
You know, it's great that we got to end with this game because I think it was the game of the day right there.
Yeah.
Just how tense it ended up being because Curse had that 5,000 gold lead. You know, and then Dignitas started crawling back. One catch after another. Crumbs was pulling off some awesome ganks on Vi again and again. And then they just kind of stopped. They were worried about who was going to get the right initiation.
You could tell they were like, our timer for when we need to do things is shrinking. You were saying Pantheon is starting to fall off. They did man drops on Kiwi Kid how many times in the bottom lane before they were like, that's not going to work either too.
Yeah, until the bot lane went away. The game stopped being about the bot lane. It was just the mid lane. They just started playing around Baron.
So many strong plays. Quas actually finished with a Rabadon's Void Staff, looking for the Hadamathenes, looking for the Zanyas after that. So even in his play, on the play on Karthus, the play on Jax, his play on Gragas, it's always to take people out. He is a killer in that lane, even if you don't hear much from him in the early game.
And we know Curse has a lot ahead of him right there. 3-5 before this game, 4-5 now. They're trying to creep up, get that into a winning record. There's a lot of potential on this team. They remade almost their whole roster in the offseason. To knock down a team like Dignitas, who was on such a big winning streak, is quite an accomplishment.
With the change as well, it kind of mixes things up and shows that they have the coordination to make it happen, even on the spot. Well, 4 more games down. Let's see how the teams stack up now. First place, still Team Solo Mid with 8 wins and 1 loss.
But then in second place, right on their heels, is Cloud9. Another win today made it 7-2. In third place, Scar and Dignitas are sitting at 6-3.
And then it is a tie for 4th with Counter Logic Gaming and Curse. In 6th place, it is Evil Geniuses with 3 wins and 6 losses. And sharing last place is Coast and XDG Gaming. The NALCS returns tomorrow with 4 more matches, starting with a rematch when Counter Logic Gaming faces off against Evil Geniuses, and then St. Vicious and Curse take on Xpecial and Team Solo Mid.
After that, it's second place Cloud9 versus 7th place Coast, followed by XDG against Dignitas, who will be looking to rebound.
Yes, they will. A quick reminder, tickets are still available to attend the Challenger Series Finals following our LCS show here in the studio on February 16th. Then on February 22nd and 23rd, we'll play host to the North American Collegiate Championship.
Yeah, for all the details on those, head to lolesports.com, click on the tickets link.
All right, we're going to send it over to Freak and Kobe to take us into the North American Challenger Series. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Riv. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. This is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, who is awesome as usual. How you doing?
Oh, I thank you. I'm excited to see some LMQ Chinese action and see if they're up to the hype.
Yeah, I think they just might be. Of course, coming up tonight, we do have that first semifinal match, LMQ, as he says, against NK Inc. and Skyline.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of this best-of-3 series is going to advance to next week's finals, so there's definitely a lot on the line here. That's going to be played live, by the way, on the LCS stage.
Yeah, 8 days from now. And because I think a picture, at least our pictures are worth more than 1,000 words, let's take a look at the bracket. As you can see, we only have 4 BO3s left in the first spring series. And heads up, the winners of this week's semifinals will not only advance to next Sunday's finals, they'll also lock down a quarterfinal spot in the second spring series.
And while the winners will automatically earn a trip to the quarters, the losers of this week's semifinals are not finished. They still are going to compete in next Saturday's third place match, with the winning team locking in the final automatic berth into the quarterfinals of the second spring series.
Yeah, so we're going to see the top 3 teams come back in just a couple of weeks, and the rest of them are going to still have to fight in rank 5s. But now for the teams competing tonight, there's more on the line than just advancing to the spring series, though. There are challenger points on the line as well. Now, challenger points are what these guys are actually fighting for. They determine who makes it to the challenger playoffs, which is what actually feeds into the promotion tournament.
And the 6 teams that accumulate the most challenger points over the next 2 spring series will be seeded into the playoffs. And the teams that finish in the top 3 of those playoffs will then advance to the summer promotion tournament and a shot at making it into the LCS summer split.
I stole your line there. My bad about that one. We're good, though. Now, of course, that means that tonight's semifinal could mean the difference between a shot at the LCS and another split playing ranked 5, so kind of a big deal.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line for these guys right now.
It'd be nice to win the BO3. Now, if that was a little bit too much for you guys, we kind of threw a lot at you. Just head over to lolesports.com and you can look up all the details.
There you'll find everything you need to know about the Challenger Series. Just pull down the menu under the Leagues and Tournaments tab and choose the North American Challenger Series.
Yeah, or any other leagues you want to follow there as well. I actually noticed the GPL's up there as well, so we're adding more leagues to the coverage. I like that.
Worldwide.
Yeah, it's awesome. I know we're going to add more throughout the year. Now, with that all put out there, let's actually get ourselves into the game. Our first match in the semifinal, again, LMQ versus Skyline. And coming into the series, LMQ probably the most hyped team here.
Yeah, they've received quite a bit of hype, and it's because they're basically a former Chinese pro team stacked with pro players coming over to play in the North American Challenger League. Their top laner, Ackerman, was the top laner for Royal Club in the Season 3 World Finals. Only then he was known as Godlike. And then their mid laner, Xiao, he's actually set several records CS-wise, like CS over a whole game for competitive league, both over in China and over here in the competitive league.
Yep, doing it on both sides of the Pacific there. And of course, because of all the firepower on that roster, a lot of people thought that LMQ would finish at the top of the Challenger standings. Looking good so far. Now, the thing is, some teams have faltered under that kind of expectation. We saw the former Walking Zed, Cloud9 Tempest, fall 0-2. But LMQ actually really living up to that hype.
Yeah, they haven't actually even come close to losing a series of the Challenger series so far. They've put up impressive team KDA of 9.6 in all 4 of their series combined.
It's pretty freaking good record, I gotta say. It's an impressive score. And of course, to go along with those impressive team stats, there are some really good individual numbers as well. I think no one's surprised with that one.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao, we already mentioned him, but man, has he dominated the mid laners in their 4 games. His KDA, 20.5, so he's definitely helping out the team there on that average team
A little
KDA.
high? Yeah.
Yeah. His CS stats, as we said before, are impressive as well, and he's averaging more than 11 minions killed per minute. So that's thanks in part to his 29-minute 400 CS performance against Wiso Esports.
Yeah, and a score like that is like impressive if you do it for 1 game, but he's done that for 4 on average. Like a little ludicrous, but he's really good, of course. So Xiao, harsh treatment of minions has earned him a lot of attention so far in the Challenger Series. But also, I think we should talk about LMQ's AD carry Vasily. I remember Xpecial said he would do a queue with him, so clearly a well-regarded player.
Yeah, in his interview, he was like, oh, what's the person that you would most like to duo queue with?
If it's not Wild Turtle.
That's pretty highly recommended because Xpecial North American all-star support. So he's got some good friends, too. But that's just because Vasily has been literally killing it in the bottom lane. He's racked up 25 kills and 29 assists while only dying twice. Pretty good score for him as well.
A little bit good.
Yeah, so if you do the math on that, that's a 27 KDA so far in the Spring Challenger Series.
Yeah.
Seems like him and Xiao are doing a
lot
lot
of 20s.
to bring up that.
They got some strong legs.
The team KDA.
Yeah. So, of course, Vasily and LMQ have put up some gigantic numbers. On the other side of it, NK Inc. and Skyline are looking to play the part of David tonight and slay another giant.
Skyline was ranked 15th out of the 20 teams that qualified for this Challenger play-in portion. But, they did take out Jackie's low pro in their first match, so that's a big name down. And then they also took out Tint Gaming in their second match, so they're doing pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, and in fact, we talked about this match a little bit like a second ago. They actually faced Cloud9 Tempest, the former Walking Zed. These guys were a single game away from making it into the LCS. Walking Zed went 2-3 against Coast, and Skyline 2-0'd these guys. They 2-0'd them, took them down to the quarterfinals. Right, they took out the #1 seed. Clearly, these guys can play upsets.
Yeah, they're experienced in it. We'll have to see. This is going to be a pretty big upset if they take this one down, though. Their bot lane, though, did step up in that game against Cloud9 Tempest. Impactful went 13, 2, and 18.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be a lot of attention paid to this bottom lane here, as it's been important for both of these teams.
Yeah.
And not to be outdone, of course, is his support, former Velocity member. People may remember him, Evaniscus. He's actually changed his name now to Support Daddy, which it was previously.
Yeah.
So he's just going back to his old name. Feels more at home there. But yeah, he used to play in the LCS, so he has experience as well, and that's going to help them in the bottom lane. If Skyline is going to pull off the upset, though, against LMQ today, Impactful and Evaniscus are both going to have to do their parts and step up.
Yeah, and I think they can do it, honestly. Both these teams actually have been playing in...
You're going to bet on them? I'll bet you right now.
I don't know if we can actually legally bet on things with real money, so I'll bet you a high 5.
Okay.
If you win...
I can't give it to you now. You didn't win yet.
Well, it was okay.
Get back to your duties.
If I win the bet, you give me a high 5. If you win the bet, I give you a high 5. That's how that works.
Something about that bet doesn't seem right to me.
We don't even know which teams we're betting on, but it's fine.
Same result.
Well, so both these teams have been playing in the other various challenger events. These guys actually met a few days ago.
And it wasn't pretty, Freak.
No.
It was not pretty.
LMQ won that.
Let's leave it at that. We don't want to ruin this game, okay?
But the thing is, if you know you're facing them for an arguably more important match, maybe Skyline didn't bring in everything, honestly.
They're sandbagging.
Yeah. I mean, come on. They're also undefeated so far in this tournament. You can't completely throw them under the bus here.
Okay. Yeah.
LMQ are favorites, I know.
I have a lot of faith in NK Inc., though. He's a really good jungler and a really innovative jungler.
He is.
So that's actually a good point that you pull out. You know, if they've got a special strategy, they'd save it for tonight.
Yeah, they would.
And pull it out now.
Well, we'll see what comes through here. The Fiddlesticks and Kale
double
bands
spider,
going through.
as Jet would say.
Double spider. Isn't it like both on one hand? Or
I don't know. He hurt his hand, so he can't do it anymore.
He can't. Yeah, Jet's been crippled. He can't commentate the same anymore. The hand signals are not there. All the deaf listeners have no idea what he's doing anymore.
Yeah,
it's too bad. But so Skyline, the other thing I want to point out here, so you talked about Impactful in the pregame, and he's like the most consistent player. Skyline actually played LOL Pro last night and lost to them 1-2. Impactful did really well every single game. Golden Glue was inconsistent, but hard carried game 2. He was like a 13-0 Yasuo. I'm surprised to see them ban it. But Golden Glue is like, he can go crazy one way or the other. He was like a super Pebelter. He will like he's basically the Fabi of mid lane. X is thinking how I'm going to do this one. But the rest of LMQ, though, highly skilled, very consistent as well.
And Elise is a great jungler to get them started off.
Oh,
I mean, no name. He's one for putting pressure onto a lot of lanes fairly early. LMQ have a lot of early game strategies. A lot of teams just don't even get to the late game because they fail against LMQ in the early game alone.
Yeah.
So it's looking like they're going for that sort of game once again.
Well, we'll see Elise given away. And the thing is, the Kazakhs ban, that is what No Name played in the quarterfinal, but the rest of his team started playing Kazakhs as well. So it was like more of a multifaceted ban, but that just gives away first pick Elise. Of course, Thresh, Gragas coming through as well. NK Inc. does play Gragas, so that's a ambiguous pick right now. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, Gragas is always a very flexible early pick. Really like that one. As we just saw in the previous game, he go top lane too.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to build tank.
Nope.
So
build the damages.
He can build whatever he wants.
Of course, LMQ picking up their next two. Renekton top lane, so more early game dominance. Leona for great engages. LMQ's picking up a pretty standard lineup so far.
I'm having flashbacks already to the first LMQ game that we cast where Ackerman with the Renekton under the mid turret got shields and backed up with crowd control from the rest of his team, saving his life there. Pretty good YouTube highlight to look up.
Will we see Orianna then?
They have the Leona, so that's one piece of the puzzle there. But yeah, so he usually, on his Renekton, he does like to get the Tiamat, but he doesn't upgrade into the Hydra right after. He goes into those early defensive stats instead.
Okay.
Getting some magic resist or armor as applicable to whoever he's going to be fighting in that lane.
Okay. We'll see where he moves with this one. We're waiting for the next two pickups here for Skyline that we know half their bottom lane. Haven't seen Thresh go anywhere but support, I think, ever, for what that's worth.
Really? In competitive play,
yeah,
we'll say yes.
Yeah. I know our spectator, like Hayes, likes to play AD Thresh when he's like warming up at the beginning, and we're just like testing all the camera options. But Lee Sin picked up Ezreal here as well. And Skyline putting together most of their lineup now.
They're showing me that they do not want to give away that early game. They know where the battleground is, and they want to take it. In the early game, they're going to put up as strong of a fight as they can. All of these are great champions for matching up against the early game power from LMQ.
Yeah, it is here. And so LMQ, their last pick is going to be LeBlanc there for the mid lane for Xiao Wei Xiao. Not the renowned minion farmer LeBlanc, but certainly still puts up good performance.
I mean, ever since everybody was like, whoa, we maxed W and we can like handle waves now, she's not terrible. It used to be when everyone is maxing Q, wow, she's terrible CS. She has to get kills for her to stay in the game.
Yeah.
Not the story anymore. A lot of that had to do with the mimic changes, but yeah, it's really been a great improvement to the champion, and she doesn't suffer as much as she used to against champions like Gragas, who will shove her into the turret really early and just starve her of gold early on.
Well, we saw that with TSM. Bjergsen like rushed.
Ooh, we're blue now.
Ooh, I'm here.
I like that.
It's okay, guys. Peeking over.
I like the color change though.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. We look good.
Brings out your eyes, Freak.
I know.
Except
they're very
they're
pretty.
blue.
They're very. I mean, they're actually rainbow. They just change colors based on mood.
So
right now I'm
now
happy.
You're okay.
You don't want to see me angry. They turn bright red. But it's going to be the Gragas mid lane. It's going to be Dr. Mundo picked up here for Jezzy. They decided to wait until last to grab that one. Gragas is going to go mid here for Golden Glue. And the lineups are here.
All right, so Elise Lee Sin, very close early matchup. Lee Sin can kill Elise early, but she can easily do the same if she gets the jump on him. Starting out with a Cocoon and getting the right order of her combo, human form Q into spider form Q into spider form W to speed up your attack speed is how you want to start that out. If she gets the initiate, then she can be explosive early in the jungle.
Okay.
But Lee Sin can actually do the same too because he's got plenty of dodge tools. So like I said, I really like this. It's a very sort of even matchup between these two teams. The only really big discrepancy early is, of course, the top lane that we always talk about.
Yep.
However, no teleport, and it's 1 second left, and he's going to Ignite with Mundo.
Okay.
Not something we see a lot of. Does give him a little bit more potential for getting a kill up there that we don't usually see from Mundo. He can slow him down. If Renekton shoves up to the lane, it's a long lane to get back from. With a jungle gank, Mundo can set up that gank very well and actually take him down.
And let's think about all the factors here. Lee Sin jungle, early game jungler.
Yep.
Most teams tend to ignore top lane for a large portion of the game, so not likely to have a counter gank there from No Name. And we know that Ackerman tends to go Tiamat, so not a tanky opener. Like level 6 or 7, pops the ulti, chases him down, squishy Renekton. Maybe he kills him.
Maybe he does. The only thing is, Mundo is actually susceptible to early tower dives, as we saw today from Cloud9 when they brought Meteos up there before level 6.
Yeah.
They dove that Mundo and killed him. And the only little wrinkle here, I guess, is that he snuck in his teleport summoner.
What a jerk.
As they were loading in.
Well, Jezzy, you're fired.
Man, that is some fast mouse work
That's
there.
messed up.
All right, so no interesting wrinkle.
Never
It's
mind.
the same old boring page.
Same
up there.
wrinkles. They didn't bring any moisturizer.
You've been learning, haven't you?
That was just arbitrary.
No?
Thought of that one that second.
Nice.
Yeah, thanks, man. How does Lions run faster?
What'd you say?
How does Lions run faster?
All right, that's not that very good of English. Very good of English? That's not good either. Okay. How? How do they run faster?
Metal legs.
I guess that works. Robo Lions?
We're starting them early.
This is terrible.
Yep.
Oh, God. We got off on the wrong foot here.
Was it a metal foot?
We are stumbling. We need metal legs. Somebody get me a Photoshop of Freak with metal legs twerking right now.
Wow.
Right now.
That was a little bit much. I don't... Can I just be standing still? I'd really prefer that one. I'd feel a lot better about it. But
All
here
right,
we are in
let's
the game.
actually talk about this
Relic
Targon's.
shields.
Yeah, Targon's for Leona. We have to say she's looking to shove early. Ooh, NK gets caught out after his early ward.
He's gonna root him. Easy stun there, but here comes Jezzy as well. Ackerman nearby. Flash stun, ignite. NK Inc. is dead.
That's why you set up the game, Freak, instead of talking about lions with metal legs. Now they're looking for more inside the jungle. They invade on the red, but it's only 2 members, and Gragas is collapsing. They would have to call a Blanc as well. You can see Xiao heading over, and they're going to steal the red.
Wow, very nicely played by these guys. No Name ready there to steal that one away. Xiao, Golden Blue chilling in the mid lane. No Name gonna get himself a red buff, and now I want to see... I'm surprised actually NK Inc. went down to this camp, though, because he doesn't stop Elise in time.
That means he's completely behind. You're right. He could have just headed towards the blue side jungle, given his red up as, it had been invaded, and he could have just given it up for loss. But he goes to clear out the little lizards, and he will at least know the respawn time and get it coming back up for the second lizard that much quicker.
Okay, we'll see what he does with this one. He's actually looking to stab at the blue buff. The wards spot him coming across. No Name's level 2 with no smite.
So he was thinking, No Name's probably going to go to his blue after since it's the closest buff, and since he used his smite on my red, I'll be able to steal it, no problem. That's why he went to contest, or to clear out the little ones, and then go contest the blue.
Ooh, nice dodge there by Vasily. Now Evaniscus level 2 first. They did get the level lead. A little bit of harass down there. Golden Glue, Xiao still chilling. A minion lead is here for the LMQ mid laner, though. NK Inc. only level 1, trying to pull this buff back.
Yeah, it's rough start here for NK.
He'll get it eventually.
Yeah, he'll get it, but man, No Name's going to have pretty much free reign over the map. Talked about how both these guys can make moves early in the jungle. He's going to have to pretty much be in fear of Elise from now on because she has such a good lead.
Even if he weren't arachnophobic, it's going to be a dangerous Elise now to work for him. Jezzy, of course, pushed back. Not surprised by this lane matchup at all. Ackerman is shoving in, and he's actually really not afraid of the Lee Sin ganks just because of how far back NK Inc. is. Like, when do you, like, expect to even see NK go for a gank then, since he's not even level 3 yet?
Yeah, all your timers, the internal timers, have been thrown off. Because NK is so far behind, Ackerman can play even more aggressive than usual, and you can see he just places the Tribush ward now, so that's a 1-minute trinket ward there, and he's bought himself another 2 waves to go full-on aggressive.
Okay. So up until 5 minutes into the game, that's about when that ward will time out. See what NK Inc. does right here. Golden Glue taking some harassment, not too much there from Xiao, and No Name level 4, 2 levels above NK Inc. Goes in the jungle but does not find him. He's actually a camp late.
So, yeah, that's really fortunate for NK. He was able to move to the other side of the jungle. As Elise, when you get that level up, obviously he's going to go looking for a fight early and try and take advantage of that level discrepancy. But, you know, he's got a sweeper. He doesn't have a trinket ward. So this invade that he's done, since he didn't find NK, he's not even going to be able to leave behind any vision here.
Don't I just go back to the same camp? Shouldn't he have swept the marker? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. He's waiting for NK.
Yeah. He set up a pretty good gank here. He can get the full combo. That's what we're talking about. Half-life already gone.
Have HP on NK. NK still fighting though. Golden Glue nearby. Jumps to a ward. Burned a ward though. He went back and bought boots and wards. Already burned one of them on basically useless vision just for the jump.
Yeah. You know, he had to think quick there. And he used a real ward instead of a trinket ward. So a little bit of a gain there. Paid off for No Name. Going deep with the invade.
I think that's like as much counter jungling as stealing a camp away.
Yeah.
Like as far as gold lost, like that's a camp's worth of money right there.
Experience is definitely a huge part, but I do like the comparison.
And the early sweeper used here by No Name, I believe he always starts with one. And,
interesting choice there. Away. Yeah. Especially if you do get ahead early, then you're just like, well, yeah, I already have this ready to roll. I can get off my ganks. He can make people play more passive in the lane, which really works to the style. Wow, the little things from Vasily there. Just the hook dodges
and everything, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, the jungler with always having a sweeper plays into LMQ's team mentality here, where they always like to go aggressive early and bully their lanes because everyone has to wonder about where's the jungle at all times, and it sort of forces their opponents into passive playstyles.
It's working so far for these guys. LMQ in a happy place. Lane's all pushing in. 1,200 gold.
Ooh, he wants to execute this cannon minion. Ah, there we go. Moore gets it. So we'll have to keep in mind that not only does Lucian have a couple more CS than Ezreal, but those are 6 Targon CS as well. And those are probably mostly cannon minions. So those are very potent CS numbers that are shared between the AD carry and the support.
Yeah, it would be, I believe, 3 cannon minions at this point in the game. Double chain squall and Golden Glue knocked backwards. Xiao saw it coming and walked back. Not get hit up there. Golden Glue just going to lose CS into the turret. And I got to say, this mid lane, LeBlanc versus Gragas, really a good bully already for Xiao.
Yeah. I mean, 2 Chains has been really popular in 2014 with the rise of this LeBlanc shoving people. We've seen it used so many times under turret, but No Name with his sweeper
sort of very
for the push
look
gank
for a dive.
Yeah, I mean, they miss the Zenith Blade, so that means they at least won't have to take damage when they go for their dive, and they land the Cocoon, which is pretty much unretaliated harass. So, you know, time not completely wasted down bottom.
True. All right, so NK brought this Trinket Ward over the wall so he can spot if Elise invades into the jungle. And he's going to get this pretty safely. Has Smite.
Yeah, it gives us insight into what NK's feeling right now. He's always looking over his shoulder for Elise because of the early discrepancy. And he's got to play safe, so he's doing a good job trying to catch back up. Now, jungle camps do scale well into the late game based on the champion levels, and since NK is behind, he's going to get more out of just hard clearing the jungle.
Yeah.
But it's always worth repeating that the jungle camps level depends on the average level of the champions in the game at the time they spawn.
Yeah.
So you have to keep on clearing the same camp for them to update the level and get back into the game. You can't just go into your jungle and do one rotation and expect to catch up.
Okay, so NK hitting level 6, No Name still 1 level ahead. Or sorry, NK hitting 5, No Name already level 6, still a level ahead right here. NK is a minion away from 6.
This is a good gank path, though, especially going to a Leona lane. They're fairly easy to bait. So right now, they should be trying to, or just go for the flash play.
Flash play,
That'll
box
work too.
lands onto more. Q lands onto Vasily. No kick, though, for NK Inc. And a really good Zenith Blade. Gets him backwards. Lots of lockdown there. That's the kill picked up. NK hits 6. The gank works right there. And he's not even punished for it.
Only because of the follow-up from Golden Glue. Without that, there would have been nothing there. So really good communication. And now the choice is, do we want Dragon or do we try and swing to mid lane here? It looks like they are going to go for the Dragon. NK has hit level 6. His Smite will be a little bit higher, but both junglers have executes. This is going to be a very, very tight Smite war.
And the health bars are low. Evaniscus goes down. Dragon helps that one. NK Inc. not in a good spot. Flashes the wall. And LMQ now in control here. I don't think NK can get this.
Oh, no, he'll probably die, too.
Oh, what a cocoon. The damage comes through. Xiao takes it. Double buffs now onto LeBlanc.
Oh, that's sad news for SK and great news for LMQ. SKL, they really wanted to get back into this game by making something out of the play bottom, and LMQ do a great job of countering. Now, everybody grouped up on the Dragon. This is a very early Dragon, so still putting out a lot of damage, and it really helps Xiao with his kill of Evaniscus, because without that added damage, they would have to play a little bit more timid. But man, him tanking it, easy first target.
Yeah, and I like his sort of awareness there. It was like it'll seem really stupid after I say it, but like I kept thinking, oh, is he going to kill the jungler? Is he going to kill the jungler because he has Smite? And he was like, you know what? I'll just get a free kill on the Thresh, and then my team will force the jungler away. And he didn't have to like remove the Smite to secure Dragon. He just took a kill and got a numbers advantage.
Yeah, it means that they were very calm with that play. They did not rush into it. A lot of times when an objective is low at stake like that, whether the Half-Life Dragon, some rash decisions will be made. But Xiao, not one to be flustered easily.
And I like Ackerman's choice to go in. He actually waited as soon as he saw NK Inc. run past the Tri-Brush ward in top lane. Then he jumped in knowing he wasn't going to get ganked. He's very patient for how aggressively he plays.
Yeah, but he does take every opportunity to go for it because they've harassed Mundo down low and they have Ignite. They can go for the dive.
And the CC stack comes in. That's the kill picked up. Ackerman easily grabbing that one. Everything just working out for LMQ. In step every time.
And we have a double buff LeBlanc about to get engaged on.
Well, she might not want to say yes. There's the damage coming in. Do they have the kick? There's the barrel. That's the kill picked up. NK Inc. getting his buffs back. Golden Glue getting an assist. Top lane turret did go down. Ha! What a flay by support daddy Evaniscus, though.
You're just going to combine names there?
Well, it's Evaniscus on the screen. I don't want to like, confuse people who didn't watch pregame.
Yeah, we did prep it as support daddy.
Yeah.
That's a good shout out. He's got a couple names. But yeah. The junglers both making good moves. The only difference is, since they lost so much life middle with the kill onto Xiao, they got no turret damage. Meanwhile, Elise and Renekton made quick work of that top turret.
It's true. So the turret game advantage really here for LMQ. 4,000 gold, by the way, in the lead. That's 1 turret, 1 dragon, 2 kills, and minions in every single role. So I got to say LMQ definitely winning on all fronts.
Yeah. I mean, even the support has more CS here, and Evaniscus does not have a targets of his own, so those are selfish support CS.
Yeah, scumbag Thresh.
Leonas are shared. Man, look at the builds, too, for LMQ. Like, they're all so offensive-oriented. Renekton and
here comes the engagement. Both junglers show up. There's a nice solar flare. The fire comes back down. 1 for 0 so far. Jesse shows up with teleport. Can they chase down No Name? Flash comes out. Vasily still cutting into the back. I would not chase that one. 1 for 0 going in the way of LMQ. Fight in the mid lane, though. Golden Glue. Wow! Whips the barrel. Good damage back. Body slam. If he hit the ult, that might have been closer.
Yeah. Some good jukes there, Xiao, and some missed barrels from Golden Glue. It is worth mentioning, up in the top lane, Ackerman has rushed the full Hydra. He hasn't gone for the early defensive. He's just going all out, shoving this wave super hard. Mundo teleporting down bottom. Sacrificed a secondary turret here.
That is a rough trade, and not to mention all the minion waves he lost as well that Ackerman got basically without anyone in his face. So a 37
he's
minion
giant
lead.
Right now.
He's pretty freaking big. 13-minute Hydra.
He's getting close to godlike already. That was almost as bad as yours. Damn.
Yeah, you got to really check yourself. You got to leave the bad jokes to me.
Do you have any more of these 5-year-old jokes?
Yeah. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Chicken.
Okay, chicken who?
A friendly chicken.
Well, at least it's a friendly chicken,
Yeah.
I guess. It's not like Big Bird or something. I always felt like Big Bird had some ulterior motives, and he was very sinister character.
I don't know. That seems like a
A
paltry
friendly
reason
chicken.
why.
That's the nicest joke that you've had so far.
Yeah. I don't know. Robotic lions are pretty sweet, though.
Yeah, but they're kind of scary.
They're
There's definitely an edge.
What if it's a friendly lion with robotic legs?
Then that's not the joke that you told.
Sorry. I guess you're right.
Meanwhile, blue buff definitely going to go over to Xiao Xiao. Ackerman's so strong right now that he can easily take it up, though. So that's nice. You don't even have to commit your jungler's time.
Nope.
A lot of times, as a jungler, yes, you want to be able to give your blue buff over to mid laners, but it kind of pains you that you have to go spend your time to also tank it for them. Not only are you giving up one of your buffs to them,
Yeah.
but they want you to do all the work as well. Annoying.
And you don't get the conservation stacks for it.
It's so.
You might even lose a spiderling.
All
Maybe
right.
you'll break a nail.
This time around, though, we have two
Okay.
people mid, and both dashes have been used from Xiao Xiao.
Right, knocks him into the wall. NK shows up. A lot of damage there. They know which one it is. The Q lands. Nice Q. Actually, wow, Ignite took it before NK even landed on his target.
It was a good snipe, though, by NK.
Yeah,
Catching him out there.
Really good shot. Jumps back to Golden Glue. Everybody's safe. So Skyline are finding some individual plays, I gotta say, and they're all mid lane jungle. They're all from NK Inc. and Golden Glue. Problem is, they're just really
the
not.
attack speed's so slow.
Oh my gosh.
But he gets it.
He's just like sitting there like, ugh. But he got it. Still full power despite how slowly he swung. Swung? Swung. Swang is not a word, freak. English is my native language. Apparently doesn't matter.
Another cannon minion goes down to the Targons. They are really racking up that gold. He's just way out and far and away. Just huge lead on Impactful here. Vasily is going to be a scary thing later in the game.
Flashblade comes in again. Ezreal comes by. Jump onto the backside. Miss Solar Flare. Evaniscus and NK in the front lines. Wow, Vasily picks up the kill, but now he's stuck in a 1 versus 3. I expect them to die, but we'll see. Misses the barrel.
Tough odds.
Impactful force to. Okay, they got it.
You
NK
got another
takes the kill.
summoner.
Yeah.
And they've got more waiting in the wings. They could capitalize. The fight's not done.
They have plenty here. NK Inc. can't really save his teammates. Impactful goes down to the Eclipse damage. Barrels on a Xiao Xiao. The chase going in. NK just barely survives. No, the flash jump in from Xiao Xiao. Gets him there. More jumping in the Golden Glue. A lot of health lost on this Leona. He will survive.
She's too deep. You've gone too deep, man.
And goes down. 300 gold. Goes to Golden Glue. 9-5 the kill score. Jesse and Ackman wanting to take part, but not finding him to kill.
So this is LMQ just kind of getting carried away with themselves. They racked up a good amount of kills, though, and they can control this dragon because there's no smite still, at least. It's only the annoyance of Dr. Mundo and Thresh.
Oh.
The gank.
What?
Which way to go? Which way did it go?
Down he goes.
Uh-oh. He was right by him. He's got a blue buff on him, dude. You can tell which one's the real LeBlanc. He's got a buff on him. The clone never has buffs on them. That's just a little tip.
Yeah.
Evaniscus, did you know?
The buffs will let you know.
The buffs will let you know.
I had a Wukong try to juke me that way.
Yeah.
He just pressed S, and I was like, Thresh hook. Pull you from afar.
Oh, okay.
LMQ in the mid lane. Ackerman knows this turret, but then goes down. Doesn't die to it. Not a big deal. He's safe. 10-5 now and kills 4-0 on turrets. LMQ still keeping it going. They're not. It feels like they're. I don't want to say it's like they're not in a rush to close the game out because they have 4 turret kills really early on, but they're still playing the lanes. They're rotating, killing turrets off the lanes.
I feel like they're having a lot of fun. Xiao wants to go for this kill, and he's gonna get it.
Auto attack doesn't even have the W. Saved it.
I mean, this is something that could cost them later when they come up against. I mean, if they go further.
Sure.
We'll go put that in quotation marks.
Could,
if they go further in the tournament.
Kick him in the butt this game. What if Skyline comes back?
When you're so successful game after game after game, then you could get overconfident, and it could easily cost them here. Oh, he doesn't get the cannon minion that time. Vasily didn't let him have it.
They've got bright blue orbiting little spheres that say, hey, by the way, this is free gold. This is 10 bonus gold for you each time. And
Bad
he's like,
manners.
I don't need the money.
Bad manners AD carry right there.
He's already rich. You could finish Trinity Force faster if you let him hit those.
That is just
mean.
Terrible.
Yeah.
All right, that's another thing that could cost LMQ here.
Yep, that's like 80 missed gold right there for the team.
Ackerman
NK
taking
Inc.
on 4 people. He likes those odds, though.
He's running. He's got flash. Barreled into the wall. His chase still goes in. Nice hook there from Support Daddy. Solar Flare lands onto massive numbers there. And there's the engage. A lot of AoE to fall. LMQ still on the chase. Jezzy trying to run. He has Mundo, but his ulti is down at this point. Got nowhere to go. Picked up by No Name. Impactful. Vasily in a duel. Vasily picks up the kill. The reset on the E gets him out of turret range. Golden Clue, not in a good spot. Down he goes. Double kill for No Name. Ouch.
I love that stylish kill with Lucian where you go for the reset on your dash, and he's able to get 3 backwards ones, sort of moonwalk dashes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we talked about Ackerman taking on that 4 people. He survived long enough for the rest of the team to get there and clean up. So he can definitely call worth on that one. And even though they're just playing very sporadic game here, this is kind of indicative of all the Challenger games where the teams that get ahead very early just close them out by shoving all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
And just taking any sort of gold they can see on the map.
Well, Jezzy about to get hit up right here. Rooted in place. Down he goes. Shawai Shaft picks up another kill. 8, 2, and 4. Bloodbath of a game here. 17 kills for LMQ in 19.5 minutes.
Yeah, there's almost no extra time to even pause here. They're going to go right onto the turret. They've got, even with half their team deciding to recall, they're still pushing on it. 3 members is enough for extra turret damage here. And Skyline need to regroup.
Well, we'll see if they can do it. Jesse's up in 4 seconds.
All
So
right.
what's your, how long to the next kill for LMQ then?
Well, I'm going to say at least a minute.
All right. If it's before 21:13.
Yeah, all right.
You owe me a high five.
What if I win? I'm going to ask for
a high five?
A better joke the next time you tell a joke. A good one.
That's a tall order.
All right, Shawai Shaw's going for it. I hope he doesn't get it because I need 30 more seconds.
You got about 40 seconds.
Now, we should look at this from Skyline's point of view. You're down 12K.
It's pretty
20
far.
minutes. That's really, really harsh. But, okay, never mind. We got more action.
Yes, we do. He's going for the solar flares. Gonna, well, in a bit. He puts the E down. S-King goes down.
All right, that's before 21.
Give me a high five. There you go. We heard that one on the microphones. My jokes stay in the way they are. LMQ pushing the bottom lane for all time. That turret goes down 5-0. Now the turret score 14,000 gold lead. Wei Xiao sweeps with a mid lane. Mid lane tier 2 turret now under siege. And he's got a Void Staff plus Deathfire Grasp done before anyone else has 2 items. This is just
that's
the pain.
It's very disheartening. Against LeBlanc, you really want to be able to build a Banshees at some point in the game, but he's rushed that magic penetration. So even if you start with a Negatron Cloak, you know, that thing's going to be cut almost in half as soon as you buy it. So you just feel bad buying your magic resist early, and until you complete the whole Banshee's Veil, it's not going to help that much. He can still obliterate pretty much anyone he wants on Skyline, Sans Mundo.
Well, let's see. Vasily's going to back off. Didn't want to 1v3 that battle. He's not Ackerman. Jezzy says, okay, Dragon's not up yet. It's actually in 45 seconds right here. Walks by a ward. There's a Jezzy. There's a ward right there.
It's dangerous, man. That takes 5 hits. That's a lot of time you have to commit.
It's true.
And they have no deep vision. Shawai Shao could be anywhere. Ackerman could be anywhere. I'm scared. I don't want to kill that pink ward.
I mean, sure.
I guess.
I'd be scared too.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
In that situation. He's playing safe.
Playing safe. Well, he's only got 3 deaths.
Super safe.
NK Inc. going to take up the big golem right here. Evaniscus helping the team. And you got to say, yeah, so all of Skyline, they're still trying to keep up ward control, right? There's bottom jungle on the right-hand side, 3 wards there. They're grouped up on their side of the jungle. They've got wards so they can see if there's a Baron trap going on. They are still playing to win this game. They're still putting in the effort.
Of course they are, yeah.
22.5 minutes in. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you, right?
I'd say you have Gragas with a Death Cap Athenes. That's some pretty good burst right there. So pick up a Scrying Orb, and when LMQ go for Baron, you can try and steal it.
How many times are we going to say Scrying Orb in the challenge?
That's the last one, I swear. Last one.
All right, Jezzy getting locked up, slowed down. Kill comes in for more. And here's the chase on in. Can the kick happen? Gets Vasily. And there's more in the front lines as well. NK getting jumped on, down to half HP, rooted in place. The chase. The Gragas barrel is going to land. Can they take down Shawai Shao? He tries to jump away, gets shut down. And now more stuck in the back lines. Flashes the hook. Here comes No Name, here comes Ackerman. 4 versus 3. Who's going to win this battle? Will it be
Ackerman
LMQ?
wants a piece.
Well, the jump gets actually knocked back by Support Daddy's play. Lantern comes in, Impactful tries to dodge away from this one. Ackerman still lower on health. No, they take down Impactful. Ezreal's been fallen. 3 versus 3, the chase in for No Name. Can they find Golden Glue? Yes, they will. Double kill for Ackerman. Fight goes to LMQ overall.
Now, the thing that I talked about, how a lot of these challenger teams that are so far ahead of their opponents end the game by split pushing all 3 lanes at once and try and farm everywhere, including the jungle. Woo. NK's on to run for his life here. Oh, the flash! And he doesn't get him!
The jump to the ward, the hook's not going to go anywhere. NK likely to die. Evaniscus should have let his teammate just die. Why even help?
He lived for another few seconds there. NK got to run around, get some extra exercise. But man, the challenger teams that get super far ahead, they open themselves up to letting the other team come back when they split like that. And they try and just get money everywhere on the map at the same time. But LMQ are so far ahead, it's going to be a very, very tall order to steal this Baron.
And it's going to be Baron going down. Jesse following suit as well. Solo kill, actually, by Xiao. No assist. Just one shot that poor little Mundo. Forgot this ult to help him, actually. Lowered his health.
These guys are relentless.
Yes.
Now they're actually grouping up. Some people did get caught out, so they're not going to let that happen again. We've got Baron buff. Run straight up the middle here. Make them pay for it.
I mean, who better to go for Relentless Pursuit than Lucian? It's his E. It resets on kill. Got to go for it. You got to follow up in the skill names. Ackerman's going to cull the Meek. He's very ruthless this game. You can tell. 5-1-4. Xiao gets the kill again. The second solo kill he's gotten in a row. 11-3-5. Vasily knocked well into the team. Ackerman front lines now as well. They go for the turret though. Inhib turret goes down. 25 minutes in. 25-8 in kills. LMQ looking really good in this one. Likely to win.
Yeah, this is a brutal game. Now, you have to be scared anytime a team pops those wards over the wall and they're on the inhibitor turret siege. Especially if they have the burst like that.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Don't care where you arcane shift, because he was able to get all the spells out first.
Yep, the FGQR did enough. He's massive.
That's why people talk about how hard LeBlanc is to play, because you actually need really, well, they're going for the calling on to Evaniscus.
Support Daddy's going to go down at the last possible second. Ackerman on a rampage, and that is game 1 right there. LMQ 26 minutes in, 27 kills.
That was fast, brutal game right there. I almost feel bad.
That's harsh. LMQ did a really good job. I feel good for LMQ.
Though, this is best of 3.
Yeah, it is.
We got another game coming up.
And maybe a second one after that. Third one after that.
At least one.
At least one more game coming up. At most 2.
There's a second one coming after this second one?
Yeah. Well, we have one game coming up and then a second, if that makes sense.
It would work. I'll give it to you.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm still right, as usual.
Let's go over why that game was so one-sided.
Okay. So
what you got?
The lanes all won. Well, the lanes all won by their own.
NK got set real far behind real early.
He did. Yeah, he did.
So him putting that trinket ward in the river that early, he didn't expect so much aggression.
Yeah.
But as soon as the Chinese team saw him there, immediately Xiao levels up chain. He starts chain on LeBlanc because they know they're going to go for that kill.
Yep.
Boom. Lands the snare.
Yeah.
And NK trying to save his flash because they're not used to this early aggression. All of the early games have been very passive. Everyone just line up at the river and stare across at your enemy. Maybe throw some cleavers. Yeah, exactly. It's all very PC in North America. But the LMQ team did not let them get away from it. And I feel like having their jungler that far behind early really took a lot of heart out of Skyline, especially since NK is such a big part of the team and he makes all the plays.
Yeah, he is. He's a great smiter. Yeah, you're right. Like, he could have just flashed the first half of the chain. And then he got CC, just root stun, gone.
A lot of players value their summoners so much more than the early first blood with the reduced value.
Yeah.
But he ended up being so far behind because they followed up the kill with a steal.
Yeah.
So even the Chinese team, even at level 1, if you get a kill, follow up with some sort of objective, some sort of pressure.
Yeah.
And leaving the wards behind them also basically negated the counter from NK, which was going to be to come back to the blue and Smite steal that away. So I just had to say, from the opening seconds of this game, LMQ pretty much with an amazing plan and amazing execution for sure.
Yeah, they played it incredibly, incredibly well. I got to say, these guys put up a good game. Thinking of everything else that happened, there were some good roams, though, from Golden Blue in particular, right? Like, you got behind early, you lost some buffs, whatever. These guys still came back, found kills. They took down Vasily and Moore a couple of times. Skyline have the glimmers of hope. I would like to see them not get super far behind early, and I'd like to see them hold up in their lanes a bit better, because they relied on team play to do anything.
Yeah, me too. I would definitely love a better start for these guys, just so we see a more balanced game.
Yeah, we'll see if we can do it. Guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when you return, it's time for the second game in this Challenger Series semifinal. Skyline vs. LMQ Part 2 is coming up right after this.
Defeat my strategy. You need to quit attacking. Coming for your team and it's gonna be a tragedy. Can't defeat my strategy. You need to quit attacking. Coming for your team and it's gonna be incredible. Competition looking more edible. Waging war with a law gonna be regrettable. People like you are so easily forgettable. Playing against me, son, your talents ain't accessible. I'm a professional. Did you think that it was ethical to come against the great? Need to be a bit respectable. Now it's time to speak. Think of this as a confessional. Boy, I see you weak. That's your style is detectable. Only good at one thing. That means you're one-dimensional. My skills are impeccable. To you incomprehensible. Put me on a pedestal so you can get a better view of perfection. I'm a baller getting revenue. This is all political. You need to be a better individual. Just mad cause my efforts stay ripping you. I'm sick of you. You can't defeat my strategy. That goes for your whole team, boy. It's a tragedy. I'm sick of you. You can't defeat my strategy. That goes for your whole team, boy. It's a tragedy.
Every day in the greatness, it's back to the basics. I can't slow down, I can taste every day in the greatness. It's back to the basics, I can't slow down, I can taste it. Piss poor and up under ribs, touch like a crumb snatch from nothing. Ramshack doors like a fed for his woman. Been fed since a youngin', every tackle the boy. Back up and running and balls covered from the back. No frontin' on tippy, get top like the bottom. Don't miss me, go hard so the soft blend butter. Before I utter a word, I'm there in it. Knee deep under feces, if not coming. The greatness is back to the basics. I can't slow down, I can taste every day in the greatness. It's back to the basics. I can't slow down, I can taste it.
My pops told his son got a ransom for being handsome. Damn son, you a bag of chips and some. Ballin' on these fools that foul. I'm catching and ones. They stupider than fighting bare knuckle with a handgun. He going in yet again. You should fit it great. You see through when it's clear you were born fake. Rip torn scrapes on your face cause you can't scrap. You know it's only getting worse if we battle rap. Rattle cash jacket styles they get from a cabbage patch. KIDIC, you a rather whack. Catch an attack from the Jersey representative. I'm in Georgia with my girl, but Jersey represents her. Too deep for you shallow brain simpletons. So sick like a Neo hit, it's ridiculous. And the symptom is I'm killing with written sentences. Blurring vision, slurring what you spitting. Did I mention this? Is the biz that can't handle so effortless. 17 making grown men second guesses. Had to pause, need a moment like a Twix slogan. Gotta reload for the foes in the clip open.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2014 North American Challenger Series. It's time for Game 2 in this best of 3 semifinal between Skyline and LMQ. Now, with one more win, the Chinese powerhouses will advance to the finals and move one step closer to a shot at the LCS.
I mean, while that was a dominating win by LMQ, you know, they racked up 27 kills in 26 minutes. It was actually, there were some things that Skyline did that other teams have not been able to do. They killed Vasily as many times in that game as he was killed in all 4 of the previous games combined.
Yeah.
So you get a little badge for that.
Mhm.
And that is definitely an accomplishment. If they can avoid that early game, this rocky early game start where they got invaded and killed, then I think they may have a chance. Focus on the bottom lane. Maybe they can actually get going there with the AD carry.
Yeah, I think they can do that. Impactful has been, I think, and this wasn't even supposed to be on purpose, like the highest impact player for the team. It went in my head, then I realized I had to like stop. But he has been like the most impactful player, I gotta say, overall for them. That's the guy I want to see going. And to be fair, like relative to the other lanes, I think the impactful support daddy lane went the best. They got a little bit down in minions, but didn't give up any kills really. I think he always does a very good job throughout the mid and late game. You actually saw a lot of like good like flash flay initiates. He would knock back engages and whatnot. Like, I gotta say, both those guys are playing well, and I think that's where it comes from. I agree with you.
I mean, Mundo lane is always going to be behind early, so you got to give him some on that. But as I said before the thing, you can dive Mundo before he's 6. They did exactly that. Well, maybe he was even post 6. They had
it was like right around that.
Exactly, right around that time. They had great communication. Ackerman, as soon as the Skyline jungler comes in, he plays defensively, waits till he see him in the tri-bush, as you pointed out. Then he goes aggressive, calls up his jungler for the tower dive, and they're like the jungler time that LMQ spent up top was like this. And the jungle efficiency was like this because they got the kill in this amount of time. Whereas Skyline, spending a lot of time up there, weren't able to capitalize on it. So
true.
The communication between the jungler and the laners was also top notch for LMQ.
It was really impressive. I think NKink did a good job ganking for mid though. Those all seemed very snappy. Whether it was like a Gragas knockback and release in Q, something like that. Like those all seemed to work pretty well. The top lane ganks, you're right, they didn't work very well at all. A lot of time wasted there. So yeah, there's all these elements that are like slightly better here, slightly better there, slightly better the other place. And I just remember, I kind of think back to the other teams that have played LMQ so far. And one of the teams I talked to, they said, yeah, we know they're so strong early on. And so our plan was play super passive, don't give up any kills, we'll pull up team fights.
Nobody's been able to execute that plan.
Well, yeah, because the problem
Don't give up early kills to LMQ. It hasn't, like, that doesn't happen.
And even when that does happen, they were like, man, why are we on 100 CS in mid?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we should make things happen then.
Now, you also talked about, the ganks mid were pretty crisp. Also, the follow-up on those ganks, because Golden Glue roaming down with NK.
Yeah.
So they do have pretty good communication between those two because they work together after they made the move mid going down bottom, and that's the only reason they actually got that kill down bottom.
That's true.
So they do have the makings of a team that can put up a good fight here.
Yeah. Do like Skyline. We'll see what they can do. Yasuo, Kale banned away this time. LMQ banning away Yasuo. He seems to be one of the new first ban or first picker ban sort of guys here. These guys both fighting over the champion. Kassadin still dropped by Skyline. Golden Glue not ready to play that champion himself. Renekton and Mundo killed here by Skyline. And they rush Kha'Zix.
So Kha'Zix could either be jungle or mid.
Yeah.
That's definitely something that Golden Glue would jump on, I guess.
Both,
that champion.
Yeah, it's NK's most played in solo queue. Golden Glue played it in both play-in matches so far. We'll see what they go with this one. Caitlyn Thresh, though, the lockout right away from LMQ. They had any AD carry support combo they wanted, and they said, here we go. Long range, going to poke at you. Life's going to be hard for you guys.
We've seen so much just win your lane matchup for LMQ, transition that into the early dragon, and then, wow, our lead is just so much we can steamroll all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Interesting to see if we see more poke-heavy champions along with this Caitlyn, or if they just use her lane bullying potential to get early turrets down and get the global gold flowing early.
Well, one thing to keep in mind is Xiao Xiao's Nidalee is still available. He spammed that champion in ranked 5s on their road here. Of course, how they got into the Challenger Series was playing ranked 5s, being the number 2 team, I believe, coming out. 1 or 2 out of the ranked 5s ladder. And we could see that is still available here. Annie also grabbed for Skyline. Their Lee Sin jungle still there for NKink as well. So both these guys putting their comps together so far.
I love Lee Sin comboed with Kha'Zix. Actually, this was used earlier the day in LCS, and I said the same thing, but Kha'Zix has kill potential, but he has to play extremely aggressive and commit everything to go for the early kills.
Yeah.
If you have a jungler like Lee Sin, who's very strong early as well, to back you up, then you have the confidence to go for that, and you can make those early plays, and you won't be punished so hard in CS because you have your opponents always playing defensive and worrying about that potential. So I love that as a combo as mid lane and jungle, and yeah, that's obviously going to be a mid lane Kha'Zix now.
Okay, well, here we go. We'll see what else comes through here. The Gragas being hovered over there. Likely the pick for Xiao Wei Xiao. Of course, that was his record-setting champion just a week or so ago. 4 seconds to go. We'll see the Vi also locked in for No Name. He has played this one before. Had a pretty good performance on it, I gotta say, overall. So LMQ still good lanes, and at level 6, some crazy good ganks.
The Vi and Gragas combo is ridiculous. Being able to knock somebody back and then lock them down. Very easy at setting up ganks. Or you can have since your Vi ultimate is going to keep them in one spot, it makes it so much easier to land your Gragas ultimate. We've seen a lot of missed Groggy ults. So if you use it with the Vi, then you can make sure you get the right angle and flawlessly pull off that gank.
We'll see if they can do it here. Skyline putting the rest of their champions in. Impactful back on Ezreal, this time with an Annie support. NK Inc. still on Lee Sin, but Rumble and Kha'Zix now the grabs. Jezzy back on Rumble, did play that in both of his play matches as well, and here he is again.
So we have a lot of Dragonfight power here. Not only Rumble, but also Annie, once she gets level 6, that's going to be the hard engage that they need. You can stun a lot of people and keep them on the Rumble ultimate. That's how Cloud9 always have so much success with Rumble. All the players are so accustomed to playing with Ball's Rumble that they do everything they can to keep people on that ulti, and they get the most out of the burn damage. This is actually a pretty good setup for that as well. We'll have to see if Evaniscus can play well with Rumble ults.
Yeah, see if he can do it. LMQ, though, I feel like they'd want a little bit more than usual to spread the team apart. And what better to do that than actually grabbing LeBlanc here as well. Now,
interesting.
Thing is, so top Gragas, of course, we just saw 2 games ago. That was Quas. At the same time, we've seen top LeBlanc as well. And I can't guarantee which way this goes.
No, I mean, it could go either one. But the point is that it's a double AP team.
It is.
And it's a double AP team that rely on high impact single spells late game. So Banshee's Veil is a must.
Yeah.
Everybody on Skyline, you should be building a Banshee's Veil at some time in this game. You're going against Gragas and LeBlanc and Vi.
Yeah.
Like, build, everybody just...
And hooks.
Build that as soon as you can. Get some Banshee's Veil.
First out of Banshees.
Yeah, get some well...
Start the game with the Ruby Crystal.
We'll calm down a little bit, but
All
you should, at some point, you guys should be getting those Banshees. And if they can not lose the early game that hard, it's a really good itemization path that they have to countering a lot of what LMQ are bringing to the table here.
It's true.
So
the problem is
like that.
Problem is they got to get to that late game point where they can get 1 or 2 items in offensively, build into the Banshee's Veil, and not get 14 kills behind by the point that happens.
Exactly.
Now, there's no Elise, right? I'll guess. We'll see if I get it right. NK's not going to give up first blood here before the buff spawn. And if they can keep that, afloat here for Skyline, then a lot of that opens back up for these guys. But I think that's a requirement here.
And I also have the feeling that we're going to see a AP Gragas, not a tank Gragas in the top lane.
Yeah.
Like, some people are pretty big proponents of that tanky Gragas in the top lane,
Seen a
but
couple.
I don't feel like it's in Godlike's playstyle. He's not one.
Not.
He's not one to play a tank Gragas who doesn't have hard CC in the late game, so he's going to want to have that high impact kill potential.
The weird thing is, like, he's playing mostly tanky top laners in general, but you're right. I feel like AP Gragas just has more to do. Does open up with Doran's Ring.
I mean, even Soaz, who was one of the first to use tanky Gragas, is like, I don't really like it anymore. I'm not doing that because I feel just useless in the end game.
Yeah.
All flabby and no power behind his barrels.
No power. Just flab. Meh. Don't need it. We're here with damage. See what Ackerman can do in this one. Gragas is going to be there, and it's fun too because it's like
they're just starting this game off aggressive.
And he's telling Xiao Wei
No
he belongs in a
dancing.
museum.
No dancing.
Museums only.
Look at Moore here, though. He said, "You shot my mid laner. I'm going to hide in the fog of war here and look for a death sentence."
He's going to go for it. We'll see if it lands. Another Q lands. Look at this. Skill shot accuracy, impactful. Yeah, that's right. You better run Xiao Wei. That's what he's saying. Almost got hooked, though. You got to be careful.
What kind of museum? Like, I guess you could say Xiao belongs in like a Hall of Fame for his CS numbers.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not an insult. Maybe it's a compliment.
It's like
He's
we
saying,
should-
hey, you belong in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You're a really good mid lane LeBlanc. I approve. These
What
are.
What a double meaning taunt. I don't even know anymore.
He's saluting him. Impactful is actually a really nice guy, and he's complimenting Xiao Xiao right now.
That's why he picked Ezreal and went mid.
Exactly.
He's like, I know what I can tell you. And of course, yeah. No, I was about to say something else, but I
Yeah.
got nothing. It's a good
Exactly.
choice.
There's no counter argument to what I have just brought to the table here.
You are absolutely, undoubtedly correct here. Xiao Xiao learning Q at level 1 this time around. No level 1 kill. I got that one right. Kobe, I said NK wasn't going to
I
die
didn't
level
bet
1.
on that one. Put your hand down. All right. Both bottom lanes are actually helping their junglers. This is something that really has fallen out of style. A lot of the bottom lanes want that early advantage of trying to shove and get the early level 2. But since both these bottom lanes are being selfless and helping their junglers, it's actually the same outcome because neither of them get to shove, and it's going to be a fight over the early minions.
Wow, NK,
Oh,
he lands the Q! Flash forced away by Xiao Xiao. And Skyline, they don't push the lane. It's going to be
he's
NK going back for his blue.
NK wants to make up for that last game. Already, he started out really strong.
Well, he's got a flash. Golden Glue hits level 2 just now. Same as LeBlanc. We're seeing No Name just make his way across the jungle. I'm wondering if Golden Glue just goes for a kill now that Flash is down.
I'd like to see it.
Me too.
As I said, that's one of my favorite duos for jungle and mid for the exact reason that we already seen here. And prepping it with a burned Flash at 2.5 minutes already is just like the best sort of setup that they could have. I would really be surprised if they don't try and take advantage of that. What they do need are some more wards around that mid lane. So hopefully they can purchase some early, and we'll probably see an early Sightstone from Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, we'll see what he goes with this one. So blue buff done on both these guys, red buff done on both these guys. The Wolf junglers around. A little bit of harass. Xiao Xiao first to level 3. Golden Glue probably 1 minion away. He's going to be nice and safe. Bottom lane already getting pushed in. And Skyline actually, I mean, there's a lot of minions still left on the field, but an early deficit.
He is looking to take advantage of the burned Flash.
Oh,
see if he can make a play. He's got his Trinket Ward, so he can make a hop with his Trinket Ward.
Ooh, W does not land.
Oh,
NK
he hits
incoming, finds another slow.
That was good.
Thank you.
Tell me you did that on purpose.
When he was waiting in the brush, I was like,
That
I got
was
this.
Genius. Anyway, he didn't even have to use his Trinket Ward there, though, so he is able to play it defensively and drops it in the side bush to get some of that mid lane vision that we talked about. But as you said last game, No Name always starts with a sweeper, and he's immediately heading up that way. May have been some good communication here. Xiao Xiao calls out the early ward.
Ooh. He baits the ward. I don't know if he knew about it. He did ping that No Name was around. Jump in, gets a slow. Xiao Xiao taking the damage, does not land the root. No Name, no follow-up here. I gotta say this mid lane's going a lot better. Jezzy and Ackerman, though. Gragas making some early moves. 7 minions lead as well.
Yeah, the Doran's shield start does help decently against Gragas since he does go aggressive sometimes with his body slam, but it's not as effective as going Doran's shield against like ranged AP champions who are going to be out-attacking you all the time.
It's true.
But definitely the safer buy here. NK's really been working on something bottom here. They want to go on this.
Hook lands. They're going to get the flay in there as well. Ton of damage onto Impactful, and there's a jump in.
Yep.
NK Inc. doesn't land the E. Trinket Ward goes down. Nothing.
Yeah, your AD carry gets that much harass while you're trying to set up the gank, then you have to abort.
Yep.
Because if Vi shows up, then you guys are going to get crushed. So that's the only drawback of trying to bait in.
Look at the damage from Ackerman. 200 health left on Jezzy. Puts the shield down. But he needs some bailing out right now.
Yep, he's definitely in trouble here. He's probably going to have to go back. He's worried about the dive. Doesn't want to go down this early. And that CS differential is going to just grow and grow. I think Ackerman can shove another wave into the turret, actually.
Yeah, I think
Good thing
so.
for him, it's not a turret. It's not a cannon minion wave, though.
Okay, so less turret damage, more minions lost if it's not a cannon wave. We'll see. Skyline still trying to last hit under a turret. 15 minions down right now for Skyline in that lane, though.
And again, look at the combo, the mid and jungle here for Skyline. Helping each other out in the jungle. Golden Glue gets the better of that trade.
Yeah, gets silenced. NK Inc. is around, though. No jump is available. NK Inc.
3 for 3? No?
Nothing.
Okay. He doesn't even try.
Xiao Xiao's flash is up in about a minute's time as well.
Now, you know what he did right there is check the side bush for a ward. because the minions were still attacking him, he runs straight into that bush. If they continue attacking you, you just know there's a ward there, and you just found one of the mid lane wards.
But they dropped aggro, and he's like, I'm in the darkness.
Genius.
Same thing with the Kha'Zix passive, too.
Right, so again, he takes another swipe mid. He's been spending pretty much all his time mid, trying to get this Kha'Zix going, trying to rely on that Lee Sin Kha'Zix combo.
Xiao with double Doran's Ring just turned aggressive, and he's been spamming damage on a Golden Glue. He's been chugging potions all day. NK Inc. trying to hold the lane afloat. He's keeping Golden Glue from getting harassed while he's last hitting.
He's also letting him get this money. Golden Glue would almost lose all of this CS if NK wasn't there. Because you saw before NK showed, Xiao was pushing up real far. He was getting aggressive. He was ready to start harassing under turret. Basically, NK showing mid gives some CS to Golden Glue.
Well, here we go. Jesse looks for the mid lane. Has the ulti, doesn't burn it here. Xiao walks away.
Nothing out of the gank, but he still has his ult for the dragon fight.
Can he get the ult off? Does he need it? Looks like not. No Name doesn't have a move block available, but doesn't go for the ulti. Instead, goes for the team fight here for Dragon with no Gragas TP.
And Rumble losing his lane, he wants to make something happen elsewhere on the map. So that's really the main factor in why they made this call. And it's actually a pretty good call since he was just getting bullied in lane anyway.
Okay.
And they would eventually lose that top turret. But he didn't get to use his ulti. He didn't catch anybody from LMQ, so they only gain the Dragon Gold there.
Yeah, and look how many wards they had put down in advance of that. You look at the area around Dragon, you see a big, like, half ellipse of wards. Skyline well prepared for that one. Pull them down. Jesse, 125 gold for each person for that one. So a 625 gold Dragon. 650 if you count the kill itself.
Now he's going to go back to this lane, though, and he's a level down. Gragas does have Ignite. Oh, Vi goes in.
Jump on Eminence. His hook does land. This is not looking good for Annie. Level 5 puts a stun down and burns to death. First blood going over to Moore. And that's pretty good for LMQ, who's sitting now 1,000 gold ahead.
Hey, look at this. Golden Glue, you got to do your own blue. Jungle time is precious. I need to go save my Rumble. As NK runs straight up the lane.
Uh-oh.
Lee Sin's a very good lane ganker, but look at the counter roam right here. Xiao is looking to take advantage of the missing Kha'Zix, and they want to go for a dive.
Dive on in. Rumble ulti does not land on a much, and there comes the LeBlanc. Damage comes through. NK Inc. not in a good spot. Goes down. Double up for Xiao. Ackerman getting chased down. Flashes away. Golden Glue is very nearby. Can he find the kill? Just down there. He will not. Double kill here. And uh-oh, Vi's nearby as well. Golden Glue.
Oh, Xiao going deep.
It's a slow. He has the ulti. He should be able to juke this.
So the turret dive, still going to happen.
Yep.
They're just looking at a dead man right here. Dead bug walking.
Flashes in, goes to the kill, does not find it.
Oh, he's ignited though.
Gets one back.
He's ignite.
Yep.
As Wombat would say.
I forgot he said things like that.
It's pretty good. I like that one. Anyway, that was way better than LMQ even thought that was going to be. They were just looking for one kill on Rumble under the turret. Xiao roaming up. Hey, we're going to kill this Rumble. Let's just dive him and get out. Hey, what do you know? NK's here as well. We'll take 2 kills. That's great. What do you know? Golden Glue also here trying to help out. We'll take 3 kills plus your turret. There's the early advantage that we talked about LMQ getting, and it's
Pretty
only
rough.
10 minutes.
3,000 gold just happened. This game was equal.
Happened.
That just happened. 3,000 gold. No Name, level 7. Gets his red buff again. He's fine with that one. Of course, he and Caitlyn are on the case.
Oh my god, Xiao, 10 minutes. Book of spells here. He's going to start stacking up pages. The Medjai's Soul Stealer, 10 minutes. He doesn't even have a full item yet. He's just after rings right into the Medjai's.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, he's got Thresh on his team and said, Moore, you can't be the only Soul Stealer in this game.
2 kills are walking at him right now. This is going to be a double kill easy. No problem.
We'll see.
Easy.
We'll see. I feel like you got that one wrong, Kobe.
Easy.
You were not a good fortune teller.
They're still waiting around.
Nope. No, I feel like they didn't get that one.
All right, well. He let him off easy then. He's a benevolent lord.
He's a benevolent
Xiao is quite a benevolent mid laner.
Stun there onto Moore. The hook comes back, though. Evaniscus is not a good spot. Hook, the lantern as well. Timbers comes across, and his team's like, Evaniscus, what? No. No, we don't want any of that.
They've decided to abort the bottom mission.
That was a bit of a silly gank. No. Yeah, that was bad. I'm sorry. But his name is Silly. That is the most exasperated sigh I've ever heard.
All right, so they get the turret off of that.
Yep.
The important thing is following up kills with objectives. This is what LMQ really does better than a lot of challenger teams that I've been watching, because even after, as we said last game, the level 1 kill, they even got something out of that. It's never just a kill with them.
No,
They're
no,
so
not at all.
well capitalizing.
Well, see if they can do it.
NK looking mid again. All right, 2 more kills coming towards Xiao Xiao. 2 pages in the book.
Nope. Actually, 1 kill would be 2 pages. An assist would be a single page.
Got me.
Oh, golden glue.
That was
low on health.
actually a good one, Freak. That was actually a good one.
Thanks. Thanks. All right, more. Let's chill in the mid lane. They figure, okay, we've got the other 2 outer turrets. Let's get the third. The team is there. Golden glue force a recall. NK Inc. Bit of a outnumbered
Kalen
engage.
coming in for that long-range support here on the turret. They're looking to siege up already.
Hook, box, flay, a lot of damage. NK Inc. goes down. 1 page in the book now for Xiao Xiao. He gets out.
All right. The first chapter is entitled...
Wow, it's a chapter now?
How to Dominate North America Challenger Scene.
It's only got 1 page. It's a short chapter.
He's only just started writing the book. It's only 12. He's only been writing this book for like 2 minutes.
I thought you were supposed to title...
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
I thought you were supposed to title the book or the chapters after you write it. That's what I've heard.
Oh, yeah, well, maybe. I was an engineer. I didn't take a lot of English classes.
Me either.
I didn't write very many books.
I just spent time on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I use numbers.
Yeah, numbers. Yeah, LMQ 1-0 in the best of 3.
Good numbers there, Freak.
6-1 in kills. 2-0-2 for Xiao Xiao. You know what I realized about KDAs?
Yeah.
Is 2 divided by 0 divided by 2 like works, like as far as like math is concerned.
What? Dividing by 0
sorry, not dividing by 0.
does not work
okay,
ever.
I'll try again. I'm trying. Okay, we'll try with someone else.
All right. Let's talk about the dragon fight, maybe?
Yeah, there's too many zeros.
This is a
I'll
good
do it
bush.
later.
Yeah, let's
I'll
talk
do it
about
later.
this bush here, because that is a cozy little party inside this pink ward bush. Gotta say, if you're down this much gold,
They
13
picked one of the
minutes,
brushes.
I'd say go for this. This is a great strategy right here. This could not go wrong.
Here we go.
There's no way it could go wrong.
Not a chance. Barrel! Out! Thing is, barrels don't reveal. They could have just tanked it and not cared.
Yeah, they're just wussy.
Lame. I'm
You know what would have been awesome is if he just threw his ult in that bush. It was just like,
triple kill.
I got this, guys. I'm pretty sure they're in this bush right here. Bam! And then everybody plays
Just
out
flies
of the
out
bush
into them.
like pinata candy.
Well, evidence is about to drop
Oh, he
down.
got Magnolia
Goodbye.
anyway.
1 goes down. 2 more pages in the book. Xiao Xiao finds a double kill. 5 pages in the book. Jesse in the back lines. Make it another page in there. Ackerman finds a kill. No assist for Xiao Xiao, though.
Yeah, he's not going tank Gragas. There's no point in going tank Gragas. He's racking
Run,
up some
Golden
kills.
Blue. Run.
Fly away, little bug. Fly away. You will live 1 more day.
He can't fly away. Hasn't evolved wings yet. He has to walk. It's a very sad walk. You can kind of tell.
Ackerman's not letting him off the hook here.
Nope.
Chase him to the ends of the earth.
Stretching out.
Or just the edge of his base.
Yep.
Same thing.
He's going to recall back. Take that big blue beam home. Red buff has respawn. Oh, follow it. Do it.
It's too far away now. He actually got out of range.
Wussy. He could have fought him. I believe. All right. Here we go. Lizard buff going to take some damage right here. NK Inc. Happy to pick this one up for the team. Smites it away. Says, you know what, Annie? You play with fire enough already. I'll grab the lizard buff here. Doesn't give it too impactful either. Xiao Xiao now with the red trinket. 3 on LMQ now holding sweeping lenses as well.
This is true. This is true. Vi with an early Hex Drinker. Interesting choice. The magic damage on Skyline is actually a lot of sort of burn damage.
Yeah.
And not really execute damage.
Yeah.
So,
Jesse's like rushing a Leandries.
It's like an item that he doesn't get very often, I guess, and he wants it.
Yeah. There is, I feel like with Impactful not having a Bloodthirster done yet at 15 minutes, the only damage they're actually going to get is like the Annie, because he's been leveling up Burst and Jesse's Rumble.
Kha'Zix has actually shown up some pretty good damage here.
Yeah,
He's got a lot of
true.
good trades, at least on Xiao Xiao, so there is that to worry about.
So the point I was trying to make before about KDAs and Division.
Oh, yeah.
So we have 1, 1, and 5 for Ackerman.
Okay.
So 1 divided by 1/5.
Where are you going with this?
I'm doing KDA
I'll
math.
give you another 5 minutes.
You know what? Never mind. It doesn't even work out.
Think about this one.
No, we're done.
I'll give you another 5
It
minutes.
fails. We're just going to move on.
All right.
Well,
Oh, Vasily doesn't want to take the lantern. Does want to take the lantern.
Whee! And up on the top side, there's Golden Glue. Rumble not hitting much. No Name's going to charge back in. Evidence is not in a good spot. Ulti comes across. Xiaoxiao picks that one up. No Name attacks the back line. Xiaoxiao flashes the wall, gets away from this one. 1 kill picked up so far. That is a clone. NK, don't go for it. More. Going to get chased on, though. That's going to be a kill. Flashes the wall, doesn't make it happen. Impactful and Vasily. Going to go to Caitlyn here on the case. 3-1. NK Inc. finds it back, though. 360 gold for that one. Now,
Ackerman's coming in, though.
Gets the root. Gets a little bit of damage.
Oh, Ackerman behind him.
See if they can find anything else. Flashing in there is Jezzy.
Ace, you have 6 seconds to ace. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, Ace. No, Ace. No,
reverse
they don't even
ace.
kill him.
Reverse ace picks up the kill.
That's not a reverse ace. That's just a reverse kill. Is he not done yet? Is he still working on it?
Hey, maybe.
He's still working on it.
I feel like if you're the kill, it's supposed to be the ace, and you kill someone, it counts the reverse ace. Oh, this is risky. Here they go. The damage coming across Ackerman. Does he have the pain he requires? He gets 1 back.
Well, delayed ace. They got all 5 members once at least.
Yeah,
and
LMQ did that 3 times.
They got some pages off the Magi.
That's true. They're tearing books up. They're like that oh, I just failed. 1984? Is that the reference? Right?
Nope, not giving it to you.
I never read it in school.
All right, we're gonna move on. No Name has decided to take away the full wolf camp and shove this top lane in. This is another cannon minion for the jungler. Boom, level 11. All right, so he's got level 2 ulti for Vi now. Now the pain really starts.
This is gonna be rough. Here we go. Impactful, killing minions, has Bloodthirster now finally, but almost a Phantom Dancer done for Vasily, who's got 2 levels over the other AD carry. I gotta say, everyone is winning their respective matchup. The KDA higher for everybody on LMQ. The minion scores. Evanis is out CSing more. All on your hands now.
No, it's not. 4-4.
It was 4-3 a second ago. How dare you? At least he's holding up.
All right, now let's see. What's the plan here for Skyline? Go for another 5-man push. Sneak attack, I'd say. They got 1 sweeper.
They checked Baron. Wasn't being taken. LMQ pushing the mid lane. They've got the people there first.
It's going to be rough because, as I said in the beginning, Caitlyn already locked in early. Then they added Gragas on top of that. That's a really good siege duo right there.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for SKL, especially being so far behind, to do anything about it. And especially if a death sentence lands, LMQ can probably just burst out whoever they catch.
Yeah.
They've got so much damage with this double AP. Either of those guys can actually combo somebody and kill them.
How much damage would you say they have?
Anything besides tons.
Okay. It's fine. It's mine. It's copyrighted, actually. You can't use it. I'll sue you. You'll owe me a high 5 every time you use it.
I will sue you.
Yep.
That's so
Very American.
It's very American of you.
Ult in, auto support daddy. He's going to get knocked back into the team. Evidence goes down. Same guy. And he falls. Tibbers follows with her. 5 versus 4 now in the mid lane. LMQ looking to keep the siege going. This is the first time I've seen them like just group mid and say, yeah, we'll just push.
Xiaoxiao looking for a kill behind, and it looks like Golden Glue is going to actually have to come late to this fight. So I just give up this turret because it's, even though the ult is down from Gragas, it's still too dangerous.
And Impactful is going to give away 2 more pages. Mid lane goes in, another kill goes across. Nice Rumble ulti, but it's not quite enough. Golden Glue, can you get the reset?
Oh no!
He missed the jump. 2 more pages into the book.
No.
Caitlyn does go down. He found 1. Oh, the nice play for 4. He finds 1 more. He's trying to run away. Golden Glue gets turned into glue himself. Down he goes.
That is not a horse. That is a bug. Have you ever tried to make glue out of a bug?
No. Have you ever tried to make glue out of a horse?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Then you can't prove me wrong.
All right.
That's how this works.
Now, I have burned a few bugs in my time with magnifying glass.
That's cool.
And
Me too.
you can turn them into a sort of paste that's a little sticky.
I mean, as we know from kindergarten, paste and glue are kind of the same thing.
Let's take a look at a replay, actually, because we didn't really get to see the top side of this fight. NK, so deep, You know, that's a pretty good rumble. They got a little bit of burn on it. And Ackerman getting solo. Let's look at Golden Glue's thought process here. Ooh. I want to get the burst damage. And he ends up right next to Vasily, which is a pretty good spot for him to be in. And he gets that kill. Even though his jump gets bounced back by the play, he ends up with double. So that's a lot better than we initially thought it was.
Yeah.
Oh, the Q, he gets
it!
NK the smites once again.
And jumps over to a ward like nothing even happened. That's style points. Moral victory at the very least for Skyline. Jumping now on to Jezzy. Is going to be paying Ackerman low on health to jump in. NK, can he find more?
They got the ignite on him.
Tries. Not quite going to be enough there. NK getting chased down. Will he be another kill? Kicks back Xiao. 3 kills to 0 so far. The chase still continuing. Impactful. Nowhere to run. Jumps backwards. Does not get flayed. Very far to the left. Very, very far to the left.
Oh, now he's up top. Where'd he go?
Still running. Still running.
They're on the hunt. Moore has not given up the chase. He got vision for the ace in the hole, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, Golden Glue finds a kill for himself, though. Double buffs on there. Kills up, no name.
Oh,
no! Down he goes.
You're dead, Blondie.
A little bit. Golden
Rest
Glue.
in peace.
Woo. This is a little bit of pain. Fight coming back there. Vasily taking a bit of punishment there.
Uh-oh. He's
back
going
on evidence.
tower dive.
Doesn't get it. Rumble ulti comes across. Vasily low on health right now. The chase coming in. Jezzy, can he find it? Can't land the ease. Nothing.
Looks like the fight's still going on here.
Chases.
But gets one.
Golden Glue.
He's coming up pretty big in the end game here.
Okay, 10 to 23. 12,000 gold roughly the deficit right here. There we go. Minions swept away. Mid lane turret under siege despite all the chaotic fighting. LMQ staying in this lane for the last 3 minutes or so. They respawned to show back up.
It's still exciting at least.
Yeah.
The spread out nature of these fights, just because LMQ like to make the solo plays later in the game.
It helps Kha'Zix a lot.
And I have to say, NK stole that dragon. Oh no!
Uh-oh, NK had the kick. Oh, he gets a jump to the team. Almost gets away. Ackerman secures that kill though.
So even though they're just getting obliterated, at least they're still able to hold on to things like smite stealing. Like that's something that he can hold his head high.
I mean, Golden Blue could say he went 7-3-1 against LMQ and been like,
yeah,
come at me, bro. I mean, Ink stole away a dragon. Always good stuff.
It was beautiful, especially being down as a jungler. The smite definitely favors the higher level champion.
Let's see. See what else we got right here. Mid lane, minion still dying. Evaniscus, 9-4. See, he's winning in CS again.
All right.
Support daddy. He's killing minions better. Just saying.
Oh, that was close. No Name almost took that sucker.
What a jerk. Mid lane's buff.
All right, now that LeBlanc does have her blue buff here, probably going to be looking to add a couple more pages to Chapter 1. They've got they have one sweeper that's left off cooldown. As soon as No Name does get up there, they can pull a Baron bait action. They don't actually need to because of how strong their siege is, but it's always a possibility.
I would though. You just got dragon stolen.
Wow. Skyline, they really need to make these all-in moves.
Well, they're trying.
Try and pick people off.
They're a little spread
NK
out.
picked himself off though.
Yeah. Goodbye. 2 more books. 2 more pages.
It's
a 10th of a book.
4-man ult. Everybody who was left alive got hit in the ult, and my God, there's not even enough time for the ace to land.
Goodbye again. 2 more pages there. 10, 2, and 5. 3 kills to nothing in that battle. LMQ shoving the top lane down. Golden Glue, not in the best spot of his life.
I wonder what the win rate of a Medjai's will be after this. In the Challenger Series, probably 100%, right?
I think so.
Oh, there you go.
Mondu, I believe it's Mondu, picks it up on some of his supports as well in Korea.
Uh-oh.
Well,
they can't escape because there's a Rumble ulti. Guess we'll just have to kill the turret and go into your base by myself as Caitlyn instead. Easy.
Yeah, he's all right. Evaniscus, no! He goes down! Kill picked up there. Caitlyn is on the case still. Top inhibitor about to fall. 25.5 minutes in. 28-10 in kills. LMQ looking pretty happy in this one. And they're staying in the base so far.
Yeah. Side Nexus turrets are pretty easy to take down here. But a good wave clear from Ezreal. Shoves back.
Vasily's chilling. A little bit of damage there coming across. Golden Blue tries to find it, doesn't find it there. Xiao Xiao at the front. Kick forward. Do they have the damage? No, they do not. Xiao Xiao picks up the 1 kill. Another one goes down. 2 for 0 again. Skyline's still fighting, but they're not winning.
Chinese are great at ping pong right there. You see how well that game played out?
That was nice.
They got everybody knocked forward and backwards. Now they have to leave it eventually, though. I mean, home guard's coming out from everybody here for Skyline. Well, not everybody, just 3 people. The majority rules. Home guards for all.
Evaniscus! Jesse blocks it.
What a bro.
What a cool dude. See, that's why I always like Yordles. Yordles put it on the line for their team. Including Timo. I'm just saying, Yordles are the superior species in League of Legends.
No comment. Hit us with another joke. What you got?
If you go to the ham contest, what will the man say?
If you go to the ham contest, what will he say? What will he say, Freak?
You won last year. You are not allowed.
Oh, of course. Of course I won the ham contest last year.
Yep.
With my honey ham, my honey roast.
Mm-hmm.
God, that's ridiculous. Where did you get those again?
I'm not sharing them.
All right.
They're mine and mine alone.
Don't worry. I don't think anybody would want to steal those from you. I'm pretty sure you're safe. Look, they're pinging out Xiao Xiao, and he's just standing there, even though Kazak's walking by with half health. He has the confidence that no one would be silly enough to jump on me.
All 5 would. They'd win that fight. All right, No Name, looking to make a name for himself, soloing the dragon, and then the rest of his team shows up and says, you can't solo that. Vasily and Boar are going to help.
Oh, that kid is shot it.
Yeah.
Look, that was only on the way to kill NK, though. Using the net here.
All right, NK.
This is a AD carry looking for a kill.
Okay, he's going to try to jump towards Tribrush.
Heads him off.
Q Vasily. No, you should have. Okay.
You got him.
Nope. Blade backwards. Nice. The hook coming in. Vasily picks up the kill.
Denied.
Completely denied. Well, it was a nice try. Ackerman now chilling for the mid lane. Looks like that turret might be under siege soon. 2 mid, 3 bottom. Golden Glue still holding the top side.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they're just looking to continue to have fun and obliterate their opponents. That's the strategy in the end game now for LMQs.
You're all really big. Just fight.
Just go hunt humans now.
That's just messed up. What about the Yordles? There's a Yordle.
They're not hunting Yordles.
All right,
have you
Jezzy's
seen them?
safe.
Have you seen them go hunt Jezzy? No.
Not
they go
much.
straight for the blind man, the easy target.
That's messed up.
That is messed up.
Well, LMQ back to the bottom lane. All lanes pushing the correct way for LMQ. Here we go, looking at this bottom turret. And with Caitlyn even though, they're not even pushing. Okay. But they weren't pushing that hard, but now the Gragas ulti puts him low.
So usually you use that Gragas ulti when you have a minion wave. You shove them off the turret and you get those hits. But, you know, he just saw an opportunity, wanted to land it on 4.
Well, there's a dive onto support Daddy Evaniscus. He's going to go down. Moore picks up that kill. The fight has begun. Ro4 ulti landing onto a few, but it's 2 for 0 so far. LMQ still in front of this inhibitor turret. They might be taking it down right now. Top inhib already has fallen. There's minions actually on the Nexus turrets right now. It's a 5 versus 3. Hook dodge by Impactful. Xiao goes down. Soloed there by Golden Glue in his own base. 4 versus 3 now. The chase going in. They are hunting Yordles. Jezzy not in a good spot. Tries to go in. Flashes out. Still goes down to Vasily. And the chase now on the Golden Glue.
The last hope.
Tries to lifesteal. Goes down. Nobody alive.
Dead.
Turrets all going down. 36 to 11. 30 minutes in. Evaniscus, the new last hope. He goes down as well. Now NK Inc., the new last hope. Quadra kill there for Vasily. Will they get NK Inc. in time? Maybe.
Take it. Take it.
Nope. No Penta. Good game. LMQ 2-0 in 30 minutes.
I just want to note the Xiao final build included 4, maybe 5 BF swords.
Really? After he died, he sold them. BF sword, new highest win rate. Majai's didn't even see it. Must not have existed.
How does the story end?
You can't prove what happened in the past.
Nobody knows.
Must have been BF swords the whole time.
You're going to have to go interview Xiao to find out.
Have to figure it out.
Yeah, he was like 1 chapter in. He didn't even get to finish there, and he sold them all for swords.
As we can see, the sword is mightier than the pen overall. Now, guys, that is tonight's North American Challenger Series semifinal. It's intermatch history. It's done with. It happened. It was a 2-0. Let's look at the updated bracket. With their dominating sweep of Skyline, LMQ advances to next Sunday's finals, while NK Inc. and Crew still have a shot at a guaranteed spot in the second Challenger Spring Series if they can pull off a win in next Saturday's third-place game.
In the bottom half of the bracket, it's the second semifinal series. It features 2 of the spring promotion tournament participants, Determined Gaming and Cognitive Gaming. They'll battle tomorrow night to see who gets to try and stop the LMQ Juggernaut in the finals.
Well, as we've seen, no one can stop the Juggernaut. Charges through walls. It's pretty painful. But before we can get to that semifinal series, there are 4 more NALCS games coming your way. Our coverage begins with CLG's Dexter making his North American LCS debut as Counterlogic Gaming takes on the Evil Geniuses.
Sunday's North American LCS action kicks off live from our Los Angeles studio at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time.
And with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. I'm sorry. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And now for myself, Kobe, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching. Good night, and GG.
I'm the Juggernaut.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you